Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that companies lose nearly 3% of their payroll each year due to unplanned employee absences and poor tracking? That's a huge cost, and it shows why managing absence is so important for every business. Today, we will explore Workday Absence Management. Workday Absence Management is a powerful Workday tool that helps companies track and manage employee time off, including vacation, sick leave, holidays, and other types of absences. It ensures accuracy, reduces errors, and improves employee satisfaction by giving them visibility and control over their leave. According to industry studies, businesses that adopt automated absence management reduce compliance risks by up to 40%, increase HR efficiency by 30%, and see stronger employee engagement. This makes it a must-have skill in today's HR and payroll world, because absence management is not just about tracking leave. It's about saving costs, staying compliant with labor laws, and building trust with employees. In this course, we'll cover step-by-step how Workday Absence Management works and how you can master it. Let's dive in.
First of all, I appreciate your interest in absence, and this is one of the most interesting Workday module which you'll be learning, because who doesn't like to take a time off? It is actually amazing. And how Workday ecosystem is built is actually not very straightforward. There is a lot of validations, rules to tackle to create such absence plans, and we'll be going through each and every module to make you understand the configuration and the functional part of that configuration, so that you can tackle real-time scenarios. We are talking about the agenda. We have the training introduction, which is right now happening and completed. Next, we'll be covering on the modules in absence training, and we'll be going through each of these agenda. We'll be discussing the absence plan and its components. We'll be giving an hands-on experience in Tenant as well for you to create an absence plan and execute it so that you can validate yourself for that. And just to be understanding very clear, so I hope most of you have some experience in HCM, in Workday HCM, so that absence training will be much more easier. Even though if you're not comfortable with HCM, so we can at least go through the basics of the navigations and what Workday is all about. The introduction of Workday will be done for you. Next comes absence management overview. We'll go through the entire modules there. Now next part is the salary trend, the job trend, and what ZaranTech is going to offer you and why you are choosing ZaranTech. So one thing I want to just keep it straight to you is that PAT, that is the payroll absence and time tracking, that module is actually very high in demand right now, and a lot of people are behind functional consultants who knows or who are certified in absence to be hired. So that the trend is very high, and we'll go through that in depth in the coming sessions. And we'll be giving you the learning management system, that is the LMS, for you to collaborate your work and for me to, look upon your daily progress. We'll be offering you LinkedIn learning community as well. And of course, question answer sessions will be there. You can raise your questions. I'll make sure that every question of yours is answered in the given time frame. Okay, so I'll just go through this absence overview. The Workday absence overview. We can divide absence into two parts. That is the time of plans and leave of absence. So the differentiation is simple. Time of plans are very shorter in nature, and leave of absence can be a month, 6 months, 3 months, maybe 1 year or 2 years. So each absence component will have two of these modules, and each of them are completely different, and their calculation engines are different. Calculation engine means how we are calculating the balances of time offs and how we're calculating the leave balances. So all these things we are going through this module. The first one I told you is the time of plan and its components. The next one is the validations, who can take, who not can take, why we're requesting the time off, what are the things you should keep in mind when you're requesting for the time off. If not, the system will block you from going forward. So those are the validations which we'll be keeping in the plans. And the calculation, as I said earlier, that is the accrual part, how much you will get, how much you will be deducted. That all depends on the calculations which we are set on the time of plans. Next comes the leave of absence, which is very lengthier in duration. And the leave of absence have a separate set of calculations, which we'll come to it later in the stages. After that, we complete time of plan and leave of absence. Those are the two core components of absence. Then we go to the absence management administration. That is actually who can control in an organization to give approvals or who should be eligible for those particular plans. Controlling of the absence module will be usually be given to, as per the Workday terminology, will be given to an absence partner. And absence partner will be the top in the hierarchy chain, and he or she, or whoever is handling the position, will be handling the entire absence administration. Coming to the bottom levels, we have managers, senior managers, who are supposed to approve their team's request for time offs and leave of absence. So those kind of administration part will be covered in the absence management administration. Next comes the absence management business process. This is the key engine, like how the transaction, by transaction I mean when you're making a request, that request will start and end. Till the starting and the ending, the complete thing is called a transaction in Workday. I'm just getting you used to the Workday terminology, so that when you communicate with the clients or partners or whoever you're dealing with Workday, that will be easy for you to understand, for you to make them understand what you're conveying to them. So the transaction is mostly handled like the starting and ending of a request. We call it transaction. The entire transaction is controlled in this business process. So the business process will initiate the request, and going through each and several steps which we have configured in the business step, it will be completed. So that entire transaction is handled in the business process side. I think we have almost 7 to 8 business process to study. I mean, we don't go, most of it is like for the namesake of it. Mostly we'll be handling request time off, request leave of absence, request return leave of absence. 5 business process, we'll have to get used to it. That is mostly being used in the industry right now. Now comes the next part, is the absence management reports, dashboards, and calendars. That is for the the managers to generate a report on whoever is on leave, who is still on leave and not yet come back, and there is no responses from the resource, from the employee. So those kind of reports we'll generate, and we'll keep a dashboard of it, so that each team managers can view the employees who are on leave, who are on time off, and they can also monitor them. And so leave of absence is one thing which we need to request the employee to come back and join the firm. It's not like it's automatically the employee will be back to the firm. So those kind of dashboards we'll be creating for the managers to view and make predictions and scheduling as part of these, request time offs of the employees, leave of absence of the employees. So those kind of dashboards we'll be going through it. So I'm just giving a brief introduction about our course. I just given in the earlier slides as well. So we'll be covering the fundamentals of absence, how the configuration is done, how it communicates with multiple modules. So obviously absence is one of the modules which has touch base with most of the modules like HCM, compensation, benefits, time tracking, payroll. Except for finance side, most of the other modules in HCM, absence have a touch point. So we'll be touching briefly on the most relevant touch points. We'll be going through it. And how the employee, the next part is navigating absence interface for employees and managers. Most of the employees will be like, they have a time off plan, and the managers will have another set of time off plans. So there will be differences according to their designation, and how we can navigate through such scenarios for an employee and for a manager. And the process of absence request, approvals, and how we can track an absence request. All these will be covered in the session. The heart of the absence module, that is the accrual rules and balance calculation. This is where the prime important chunk of configuration happens. This is where you calculate what is your requirement, how much you can get in a time duration, a specified time duration. We'll be going through that particular session. We will be calling it as calculation engine. Even payroll, somebody has already been working with payroll, so they'll be understanding it better. So the calculation engine is shared between payroll and absence. That is the few places where it is being extensively used. So you'll be brushing upon your calculation skills like logic and or conditions, if conditions, and basic arithmetics like multiply, subtract, and add, divide. All these, mathematical as well as logical calculations will have to be put into action here. So we'll go through this in depth in the accrual section. We'll spend most of the time in that accrual calculation. Next comes the eligibility part. That is another additional important thing. So who should be able to apply? For example, in US, there's a leave type called FMLA, or Family and Medical Leave Absence. So that particular FMLA leave should be applicable to every employee in US. Okay, and it should not be eligible for employees who's working in UK, for example. UK has a different set of absence policies. So we should have a statutory guidelines, policies when we're creating the absence plan. Based on the statutory guidelines, we'll be creating eligibility. And with that eligibility, we'll be mostly focusing on the worker level information which we have, so that we can create. Okay, just to give an introduction. So basically, Workday is built on object-oriented programming. It's called OOPS. So it is like everything is built on objects. So if you check on the objects, you will get the details of all the information on that particular object. So we'll be working more on the object side of the configuration. And you should be very careful in choosing the object, because there will be, say, for example, there'll be two worker level objects. One will be for the HCM worker object, and there'll be worker object for a different object. So there'll be two things, but you should be very clear on what you choose. So the entire Workday ecosystem is built on object level programming. So, and the eligibility rules will be built on these kind of objects. So we should be very careful with that. That will be covered in the session as well. And next comes the reports and analytics. For that, we'll be generating reports on the absence level and for leave of absence as well, and do the analysis for that. But based on what is the requirement, we'll be doing the analysis. And there will be team absence calendar views, so the manager can view the entire employee's balances and when he's going to come back, how many leaves he have been requesting, and how much is approved. So those kind of reports and dashboards we'll be working into. It's called worklets. Next comes with compliances and regulations that we'll be covering with eligibility and the accrual calculations as well. And implementing the absence management best practices, how you should be configuring an absence plan, which is abiding to the statutory rules and guidelines and compliances, which is provided for each country. So if you're building an absence plan for a global platform and you have multiple countries in scope, and you should always check with your requirements. We should be very clear on the requirements when we are creating absence plans. One slight mistake in the requirements can result in a catastrophic disaster. So it is very difficult to repair it. So always adhere to the requirements and the best practices. We'll be going through it soon. Next comes the prerequisites part of this Workday course. Basic understanding of navigational skills in Workday. When you go to the tenant, how you navigate between like pages to pages, and knowledge of organization time of part. So absence is one module where you don't have to have an extensive understanding on what is happening in the background. So as you are all working in some of the organizations and you're soon to be working in some organization, you should be knowing. So as you join, you'll be receiving a certain set of time offs, which you can take in your tenure with the organization. That's simple as that. You'll get, say, for example, if you complete 1 month, and 1 day will be added to your leave balances for your casual and casual time off plan. So just an example. So once you complete 12 months of your tenure, you'll be having 12 days of time off balance. This updation, how is happening is called accruals. And when you are taking a day off from your balance, that is getting subtracted. That is for the time off coming in. Time off plan and time off are two different things. And accrual is adding and time off is reducing. So it is simple as that. There is no what is happening in the background, nothing. When you request time off, if you have balance, it goes to the manager. A manager approves it. Automatically, when you're going on leave, starting from that day to how much ever you requested, that days will be subtracted from your balance. End of story. That's it. It's very simple, straightforward module, but how you configure is what we're going to study in this sessions actually. And familiarity with HR absence terminologies, basic compliance regulation knowledge, appropriate Workday security access. That is another important thing. So not all employees will be exposed to the configurations or for any alterations. Like if a manager is requesting a time off and he himself is getting approving his request, that is never going to happen. We have well-defined security access for every transactions. So that is, we'll be briefly touching upon the security module as well for just the who has the authority to approve, who has the authority to correct, those kind of security access we'll be defining. And Workday HCM fundamentals that is recommended. And you should, I'm assuming you have some understanding on the Workday HCM parts as well. How obviously HCM has the entire workers data, which is listed in the tenant. So that is already there. And experience with Workday self-service functionalities. We'll go through in detail with that. This time I'm going to the tenants just to introduce you to the Workday tenant, which few of them must be familiar with. For those who are not, I'm just giving just an introduction on the tenant. So in the tenant, we have this Workday logo. Wherever you are in this page, so I'll just go to some all-time off plans and reports. So to come back, we have reached a lot of places and we need to come back. Just click on here. You can come back to the home page. This is the home page button. And this is a menu bar where you can quickly access some of the required features which you wanted. Say you can configure this as well with whatever requirements of yours. And this is again a home button. So you can go to the home screen or you can go to the absence. I'm not sure if it is there. So for example, manage absence. In the manage absence session, since I have a security clearance to do it, so I can see all the absence over here. This is the balances as of date, how many hours you have for every time of plans. So what you see over here is actually time of plans listed over here, which you are eligible to take. And the bottom one is actually the balances you have. These are the informations which you'll be going through in the following session, how it is coming over here, how is the balance getting updated. You can see the requests as well over here, how many in the February month, how much is taken, and April month-wise, descriptions you will be having. And this is basically, it is called an absence calendar. It's called manage absence session, but the one which you see as a calendar is called absence calendar. If you click over here, it's not clickable, so sorry. Yeah, okay, it's not clickable right now. We can see the details of this particular time off actually request. And you can go back to this again to the home page. This is your worker profile you have over here. You can go to your view profile to every employee you'll be working with, find out what the employee is all about and what is his position, what is his hire date. All these things you'll be getting to know over here itself. This information is required for you to create eligibility for absence balances. And again, this is another tab for you. It is called My Task tab, where I remember telling you a business process where when you request for a time off, and automatically the manager gets a notification for the manager to approve the particular time off request. So those kind of things, actionable notifications will be coming over in this section called inbox. It's called inbox. It comes over here. And now comes the notifications. This is where the alerts will come, where you don't have to do any, actionable procedures. It's just for your information only. This is actually a very different two things. Don't just get confused with this. This is notification session. And this is the inbox session. Inbox will have the task which is assigned to you. So this is the basic idea about a tenant and how to navigate in that. So the few of the tasks which we will be running is actually all time off plans. This is a standard report delivered by Workday, which explains every single time off plans configured in the tenant. Say, for example, there's a sick leave, which is in days. It is to India. It is to employees and employees only. We have Workday also support employee and contract employees. So here, the absence plan is only for the employees. Next comes the balance periods. We'll come in detail to all these things, carryover methods. Every information configured for this particular time of plan, we'll be able to see it over here. This is one of the most useful standard report delivered by Workday. And the other one will be all leave families. Yeah. This is the all leave families report. This is again is a standard report. We'll have all the information related to the leaves which we are configuring. Again, every minute details are captured in this report. So you can cross-check when you get tenant access. You can go through this leave of absence plans and time off plans as well to understand what are the attributes which you will be capturing and configuring, getting used to this particular configurations. And this is the basic items which I just want to run you with. In the following sessions, we'll discuss more in detail about the tenant and what configurations we'll be doing. Just before that, I'll just also show an example of a time off plan and a leave of absence as well. Take an example of this one. So a basic time off plan configurations will have the name and the display name. Both are different. Name is for in the system only. Display name is what you will be seeing in your absence calendar and employee level detail that is coming up here. And what type of absence is this? Will it have any impacts in the payroll or not? We'll categorize this so the payroll team can fetch the information of this absence. Again, track balance is something which you will be tracking in a specified duration of time frame. Say, for example, in the current calendar year, which means whatever is the current calendar year starting from Jan 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. That will be the calendar year. And when you come to the absence side, there is one thing which you have to keep in mind. Every configuration will be referring to the end date or start date of a period. So you have period end date, you have period start date. So every configuration should have a pointer to which of the period you are referring to, either to end date or to start date. That's based on the requirements. This is because an employee can be hired mid-month and he should not be eligible or should be eligible for an absence plan. In that scenario, if the end date and start dates are not defined in the configuration, the system will throw an error and either he'll be eligible or either he won't be eligible. So every configuration, every calculation should reference the start dates, period, end date or start date of the thing. And as usual, we have period schedule, which we'll discuss in detail later. And what is the quantity an employee should be requesting, either in hours or days, two of the things which support by Workday. Then now comes the calculation side. This is basically to understand which frequency, start of the period, you should get the balances or not. And we include weekends or only weekdays. That is configured here. Default quantity, what is the default quantity you'll be approving and all those things. Even though this calculation tab is called calculation, the actual calculations are happening here in the accrual side. So if I click on this, okay, what I clicked on here is the effective date, which means in absence, everything is effective dated. So when you create an absence plan, system always asks you till when should it start affecting the employee's balances. So based on the date which we provide, that will be taken as the effective date. From then onwards, the plan details will be coming into effect to the employee's profile. So every configuration will be based on effective date, and here the calculation. Sorry, accrual should be coming. I'll just go to the accruals, show you the accruals. See the calculation. This is where the main calculation happened. This is a straightforward calculation. We just given a number 10, but sometimes it will be generic. We'll be using several calculation methodologies to come to a value based on the several factors, say compensation grade, benefits type, based on your position, based on your designation. A lot of factors we can create over here and point to a value, which is also called automatically generated. Now, this is the touch point where the time calculation tags, we can calculate based on the overtime hours you're generating. That can be over here as well. Just going back to the time plan. Here's the time off you have. This is the place where you subtract from your accrual. When you are requesting for time off, this is where this kicks in, and you will be subtracting from your accrual balance. Now comes the eligibility. This is a straightforward eligibility. Your country is India. You're eligible for this particular time of plan. That's it. But there are configurations where you have to derive based on the calculations as well. So if I go just to show you this. So I'm updating an existing effective date. I'm not adding a new effective date, just to show that to you as well. See, this is the tab where I can create a plus button. I can create all sorts of calculations here. See, there's a lot of logic calculations, a lot of calculation methodologies for value comparison. Everything is here. Based on these, when you click on this, it takes me to calculation tab where I can give first operand, gives less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. A lot of these scenarios would be there. We can create generic calculations for the eligibility and for the accruals as well for the most part. So this is the basic walkthrough of the plan. So time off plan will be a part of accruals, combination of accrual, time off, and calculation and eligibility. So this is the time off plan in short. I'll go to the leave families now. Leave type. Just fetch to me. Okay, bereavement leave is one leave type where it is probably be an accrue as you go plan. Sure. Sorry, what I try to say, Go plan will basically just on demand. It won't be tracking any balances, I suppose. Yeah. So this again will have a lot of attributes to be filled upon. This is the worker level eligibility, where two of the countries will be eligible, or to all the employees over here, and it is only eligible for the employees and not to the contract employees. That is one thing. And don't mean that when you put employee, that means every employees are eligible. This is basically the worker which has a higher priority. Just that. And you're not including any contingent workers or contract employees, nobody. Again, this is the validations which we are going to keep over here. Simple validations, nothing fancy. And balance period. Again, this is just, as we see in the time of plan, we have a balance periods mentioned over there. But here we need to define the start date and end date. See, this is the current calendar year, but we cannot directly go and give that. It is from Jan 1st to December 31st. We have the entitlements over here, how much this is the balance. This is basically the balance which you're giving. So you see 10 over there. This is the numeric one. We can also create calculated numbers over here, which is generated by calculations. Again, this is work days, non-holidays, which means Monday to Friday, or whatever working days of that particular country. So you can see the stark differences between time off plans and leave types. This is how it is completely different, but shares a common, somewhere down the road, shares a common calculations as well. You'll come to know it when you go in depth of the training courses actually. Basically, this is the leave. You can define leave reasons over here. These are the two main components which we'll be working on. And what I've seen, what I showed you in the all leave families and all time off plan, these are standard reports which has been delivered by Workday, which you can run. And this is the reports, one of the reports which we'll be discussing very, very frequently in our sessions. This is one of the things. And I think I'm done with and you can also export into PDF or Excel sheet and work it in the Microsoft Excel or PDF ones as well. So this is the basic. When you see these kind of icons, this is basically to export an Excel sheet. So you can export a document, download it. That's it.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So right now we are starting the session, which means that we'll be going first, we brush upon the theory aspect of absence. And from that theory, we will build on the practical knowledge, which we always wanted. So with this course, what we're trying to complete or make you understand or make you master is the absence management overview, being two main important components of absence, which is time off and leave. We need to understand in-depth knowledge on each of these modules, and we need to understand what is the difference between time off and leave of absence. And as you can read, there is absence touch points. These touch points are the very important factors when people are from payroll side, when they say absence share information with payroll. So those are sharing of information in inter-module or from different modules. They are called touch points. So absence have a lot of touch points with payroll. Now we have this time of plan, accruals, time off, which is actually the three most important components of time off creation or time of plan. Imagine it just like a book. Time of plan is like a book, and time off is all the pages in the book. Accruals are all the pages in the book, and time off is like you tear off the pages and the books pages keep reducing. So the top plan is basically a collection of all the time offs, all the eligible time offs for you, and the balances are added and subtracted based on your request. We'll go in detail in depth to that. And balance period is something which we define for a particular time of plan and the duration. So for example, from start of Jan to December, this is the balance period where you're supposed to take leaves and add on to your leaves. And when the cycle ends and new cycle starts, and you can actually get the new balance period with the new updated accruals as well. Again, period schedules, again, it's time frame, but not to add or subtract the balances. It's basically for the system to understand, basically the payroll to understand how this particular time of plan has been created and how the balances need to be taken from absence to the payroll side. So the payroll schedule is actually the best touch point between payroll and absence. Then we'll have activities of creating a time of plan, accrual frequency, method validations. We'll get to know more on the activity side later in the session. The first part is the absence management overview. Basically, in Workday absence management, it is the two most important components, always time off and leave of absence. And there's a thing called calculation engine, which we'll come to at later stages of the overview. First, we'll stick on to the very important part of it, which is time off and leave of absence. And we need to understand what each of them are and what is the difference between each of them so that we can understand. So why? Because I can create a time off for everything. I don't have to create a leave of absence for them. So basically, there's a reason why we're keeping this as two separate entities. And that is this. So time offs are generally short in nature. It is just your sick leaves or your casual leave, which is available in my place. Not sure about what is available there. And for example, there's a floating holiday, which you can take at your wish, and bereavement holidays. So these are all short term in nature, maybe 1, 2, or 3 days in nature. And you will come back after your time off is completed. It is based on each day employees expected to be off work. So you have work schedule. So for example, you need to work on this day and you face an issue and you want to take a leave, time off. So only when you're expected to work on a certain day, and then you are allowed to take a time off. So simple as that. If you have work, you can take a time off. If you don't have work, you don't have to take a time off. That's all. And it will be very short in nature. So the Workday is not providing any indicator that the employee is in time off or her is in time off. So it is much like the processing around time offs. We don't have to check for the status and everything. There's nothing like the employee is out of office. No, there won't be any indication on that. Typical examples like sick time, vacation time, floating holidays, bereavement, which are all short in nature. And the very important part of this time off differences is that worker is not expected to be called back. Basically, the employee can come back after his time off date is complete. There is no process involved, or there is no automated process or manual process involved in returning the employee from his time off. The basic concept is that the employee has to come back after time off, and the time off end date is fixed. Until and unless it has been corrected and you request more time off, that is a different story. But until then, the time off end date is fixed, and after that fixed end date, you are expected to come back to work. Whereas in the leave of absence side it is very long in nature. Maybe it can pan up to 6 months to 1 year or 2 years. So you might be heard of sabbatical leave. There is maternity and paternity leaves, adoption leaves. There's a lot of such leaves, which is actually more than 4 to 6 months, or more than 6 months, say 1 year, 2 years. So these are longer in nature, and return to work is actually not known. And it is typically saying that even you can take a leave of absence even if you don't have a work schedule associated. So for example, I'm starting my sabbatical leave for doing my higher education. I'm starting in from June 1st onwards. There is for Saturdays and Sundays, which I'm not expected to work. But when it comes to leave of absence, if you are considering those days as well in leave of absence, it will be also counted as leave, even though you don't have any scheduled work on that day itself. So since we don't know these kind of situations, it might get extended on request from the employee, and there is a separate BP step for that. Since the return date is not sure, we always keep expected return date. So it is not You are expected to come back on this day, but it is not always the hard and fast rule of saying you should come back on this day. That is not possible. So Workday treats that date as an expected return date, and that date is always floating. It is not fixed. So what the next step is that the employee has to be asked to come back to work. The employee can himself initiate a return to our workforce, but there is a step in Workday to request the employee to come back, either by the employee by themselves or a manager or an HR partner can request the employee, hey, it's time for you to come back to work. That process is initiated, or the employee saying, I'm ready to join the workforce, please take me back to work. So these kind of steps are involved. It's not that simple like taking a time off and taking a leave of absence. So leave of absence has a lot of typical steps to be followed for the employees to avail. The next part is that Workday indicates if the employee is on leave of absence. So there will be a status symbol called on leave associated with the employee's name, so that the other people who are supposed to, as per security clearance, who are supposed to see the particular employee on leave status will be seeing that the employee is on leave. Say, for example, a manager or HR partner or absence partners will always have visibility for the employee on all the employee workforce leave of absence. So when the employee is searching for the people who have availed a leave of absence, will see an on leave status associated with that employee. So, and that is typically only for leave of absence, and it just says on leave, and there is no other status. And apart from that, there is no way you can know which particular leave of absence the employee is on. It just says on leave. That's it. And typical examples like family medical leave, FMLA leaves in US, maternity and sabbatical leaves, which is which is very high in nature, so the high in duration. So that's considered as a leave of absence actually. And as I said earlier, worker must be returned from leave of absence, and that's a process. That process has to be initiated either from the employee or from the manager or from the admin team. It is not like the employee are expected to come back the next day, the leave of absence date is completed. So it is always an expected due date, whereas the time of end date is time of end date, that's fixed. But the leave of absence is always an expected due date. So it is not a hard and fast rule. So this is the basic differences between a time off and leave of absence.
So basically, when employee can time off, it's like the PTO. But absence, you're saying that it's a longer period of time. But so employee themselves can initiate the leave of absence, or it has to go through like leave team or something, and when they come back, they can do it themselves, or it has to come through the leave team?
You mean the return to work or initiating a leave of absence?
So time off is like, my PTO or personal time or sick time, whatever, right?
Yes.
So, but leave in Workday is treated differently. So it's it's like a business process. So if I want to go on leave of absence, I have to initiate it, and when I come back, I have to initiate, or HR has to do it.
Yes, correct. So the initiation step is dependent on the security clearance. So some of the leave of absence directly the employee won't be able to review the particular type of leave of absence or the balances for that matter. It will be restricted for the managers or the HR partners. So the employee has to initiate the interest for him to take up a sabbatical leave, for example, on his own, and the manager approves it, and then the manager might be applying it on behalf of the employee and getting the necessary approvals from the payroll team, HR team, admin teams. A lot of these folks will be. It's basically like how you configure the business process. It will be another way around also. It's all based on security clearance. If your firm is flexible for you to request sabbatical on your own, you can, from the absence calendar, pick up that particular sabbatical leave, start date and expected due date end date you can give. You apply for the particular leave of absence. And it will route you to all the possible routing teams over there and get all the approvals. Similarly, when you are expected to come back, another BP is involved here. The employee or from the customer side, the firm side, will have to initiate a request to return to work. That is a different BP altogether. It will be initiated, and that will have some attachments, documents to be collected, some notifications from the employee, some steps we can configure. So once that approval is completed, the employee is back to workforce. Maybe he had to initiate 5 days before his expected return date. There is possibilities like that because there's a delay in every steps involved. So it's all based on how you configure things. It's just a nutshell. I'm just explaining you. Does that answer your question, Sabir?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question. So OA is always a headache for all the company I work with. There is cases that, employee never return after they, like you said that there's a lot of time that like employee said I would take 3 months off, right? But they never return back and the 3 month off. So then, the HR doesn't know. So, it's never initiated in Workday. So what is that situation will be like? Like say employee, tell HR like 5 days after they're supposed to come back. And then how is Workday gonna treat that? So you're gonna backdate it or how does that work?
You mean to say that employees who are on leave of absence and expected due date is like, for example, tomorrow, and the employee is not in back. I mean, he is not informing the HR. Even the HR is initiating,
Yes.
Responding, and he's responding up to 5 to 6 days. Yeah. Sharon,
Sorry to, I want to interject, but that's a good question. In payroll, that is always a problem. Sometimes employees, they go on leave of absence and payroll doesn't get to notified, or when they come back, so the payroll has to do a lot of manual entries to offset it.
Yeah,
exactly.
That is a big problem for payroll. The going on leave of absence and coming back. And like, she said that sometimes employee is like MIA, missing in action. You don't know what to do. And there is a big overpayment so.
Yes.
I totally understand. So yes.
I see this is the problem of every company for leave absence to tracking. It's a hard part. It's like either HR never contact employees or employee never contact HR, so we don't know their dates. So do we have to backdate it or how does that work? Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. So if you implement absence in the best possible way, there is actually a best practice which every absence consultant should follow, is that we always create a procedure called mass operation management, where we will be running a scheduled task every single day to analyze who are on leave of absence. And whenever the expected return date is soon approaching, that list prior to that, 5 days prior to that, or 7 days prior, depending on the requirement, we will initiate 2 alerts, one to the employee and one to the admin team, so HR partners and absence partners over there. So they are in sync with that. And mostly this is the best practice which we can avoid such situations. Not for the MIA. I'm just borrowing the word which you mentioned, missing in action. So what happens is that we cannot, with the Workday as a limitation, we cannot do much on the employees who are extending their leave of absence without prior information. It is all up to the HR partners to be getting them back to the track or getting the right date for the employees to come back. Usually, when these kind of situation happens on the payroll side, what they do is that they update the leave request or the leave of absence request, so the dates are getting updated. And there is some leave of absence where payroll is not even getting intersected. So it is like a exclusive leave of absence where payroll is not being touched. Whereas you're not paying for the employee, you're not caring for the employee, nothing. It's just that it's a 3-step thing. So from the start of the leave of absence, you're paying the employee full money. After 6 months, you'll be paying half the money. After again 1 year, you'll be paying nothing. So basically, we can configure that way also. But to avoid such situations, the only possible way is that it has to initiate it. And for the payroll side, I think it is always best to update backtrack the dates or update the dates. And that's the only possible thing. It is always the employees or the firms in discussion that when the employee has to come back or not. it is creating a lot of, I know it always creates a lot of chaos for the payroll side, because in some possible way we cannot help it. It's the information has to come from the HR side. The system only captures the dates, and if it is exceeded date, we'll update the expected return date to match the return date. Actually, sometimes that is in most cases, but in other cases, we always meddle with the dates. That's the only possible way. I know it is like a vague answer giving you, Sharon, but that is a limitation in Workday.
Yeah, so in this situation, I know Workday has a calendar, right? The time tracking has a calendar. It shows from our administration side, there's a calendar. It shows employees' dates in the calendar, which that's good. So example, like, some employee maybe didn't return or return late for like a couple of days, then they tell HR, then because, some of the situation, the company are remote working, so they may not be able to have the HR know. So then they be late. So how we capture those days or tracking, subtracting those days from the payroll side? Do we dragging the calendar or to make it that, or do we have to request it from HR side again for a leave absence extension?
No, so the tons of situations which your answers can be explained. One is that HR will inform you what is the deduction amount to be added over there. The other possible way is that the consultant will always create an alert reporting to the HR manager that expected return date and the return date, there's difference. The total difference is, say, for example, 10 days. So the HR partner will always receive what is the difference report. And the 10 days, the HR partner will inform the payroll team with the right duration. So reduce 10-day reductions from this employee, and those reports will be shared with the payroll side so that they can directly remove the 10 LOPs or leave of absence like payments. So those things will be deducted. And the next scenario is that even without the report, the HR partner can adjust the dates, and there is no much of a problem for the payroll side. And there is another possible way that it goes smoothly, even if the employee is coming back after 10 days, then it goes smoothly. There is no payroll impact, nothing. At the end of the financial year, the report will be generated, and at that time, the LOPs will be deducted. There is also companies who does that actually.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving to the next part, which is actually the key foundation of absence management, that is the time off overview. So the time off is typically, as I said, it's shorter in nature. So since it is shorter in nature, it has to be tracked in all possible ways, because it is always an ad hoc thing. So every time it keeps changing. There is no fixed time off. So for example, for a leave of absence, you are entitled to take 6 months of leave in this particular period. That's it. You're done. End of story for leave of absence. But time off, it is completely different. Time off, you will have to define based on your schedules, based on your working hours, based on your tenure with the firm. There is a lot of different conditions we need to check on this actually. So, and how much you can take. So, for example, there are the time off TOs where you can take half of the day, like in the morning half or in the evening half. So, we can define a time off with all these robust calculations, which is provided by the calculation engine. That's a different story for another day. We'll come back to it. But here again, a time off needs an eligibility rule. Who should be eligible for which time off? The next one is the upper and lower balance limit. That is very important. You cannot go beyond a certain limit in your balance or down, because what if it is lower? I'm not setting up a lower limit balance. So what happens? The employee can take as much leave, that time off he can, because there is no lower limit. The balance can go negative. So if I'm placing it as -100, the employee will be getting double time off, because say for example, this 100 is the limit. I am giving him -100 as a lower limit. So he's getting to 100% increase in this time off balance. So that is a calculation which you play around. to keep the system floating. It is always best practice is to keep your lower limits and upper limits in sync, like either to zero to match your upper limit. And even there is another possibility also where the employees are not expected to take a time off not more than 2 days. Say, for example, 16 hours. Even though the employee has 30 hours of time off balance, the employer is not expecting the employee to take more than 16 hours. So what we can define as we can keep the upper limit as 16 hours. So even if the employees are requesting 30 hours, the system will stop him from requesting 30 hours, showcasing that he's only allowed to take 16 hours of time off. That is the definition of upper limits and lower limit. We can implement this upper limit and lower limit in both time of plan level as well as in time off limit, which we'll come back to it later. I'm just giving you a heads up. Now comes the accrual part. That is another very important part in accruals. Accrual is basically nothing but your firm is updating your balance. Say this is a scenario, like I'm not sure if you've heard of the scenario, but it's very available in my part of the country. So when you complete 1 month of your tenure with the firm, as a gratitude, the employer will provide 1 day of a time PTO balance added to your PTO balance. That can be carried forward. So when you complete 12 months of tenure with the firm, you have a balance of 12, provided that you haven't taken time off typically. So the accrual is nothing but this 1 day getting added to your balance is called accruals. The addition of your balances are called accruals, and it can be carried forward. Depending on your configuration, it can be carried forward to next year, next 2 years, 3 years, depends on the quarter. And you can also forfeit this particular accrual balances if you're not taking any leaves and your balance at the end of the financial year. And the consultant has put a limitation that you can only carry forward 5 days. The rest of the 7 days will be forfeited. It's called forfeiting. So forfeited, and you cannot be encashing that particular 7 days as well. So that's might not be possible at all. So the accrual is nothing but adding to your balance is called accruals. Whereas when you're availing a time off, it is getting deducted from the accruals. It's basically time off plan is like just imagine time off plan. This is the time off plan. Okay. I have in a time off plan an associated calculation and I have accrual time off eligibility. So time off plan is basically considered as like a book with the collection of, say, this is time off 1, copy the same thing, 2. This is actually the purpose of time off plan. We can group similar time off plans together and keep one particular time off plan active. It's like page 1, page 2, page 3. This is what the actual meaning of a time off plan, basically. I have, say for example, I have vacation time off plan. For vacation time off plans, I have several time off plan, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like that. I have a different plan for, say, managers. I have a different plan for associates, and I have an entirely different plan for contractors. I can group all these similar time off plans into one plan called vacation. And depending on the eligibility and position, I can distribute this at a time off plan to the right person in required. Say, for example, the manager. So the calculation is maybe like he should be, first of all, should be manager. That's the first one. Another one is like completing 6 months tenure. Associates should complete 1 year. Example, contractors will require, say, 1 year. Example, the 6 months in the 6 months calculation. The calculation engine will check for the employee's tenure with the firm. And the eligibility is also similar to what is calculation, but in eligibility, we'll talk about different thing or two. And for the managers, the accrual is like upfront. So whenever he's joining, like friend load 15 days. Okay. And associates, let's say friend load 10 days, friend load 5 days. Okay. I'll come back to the explanation. And time off, I can take only 2 days in Let's forget this guy. And eligibility for first 6 months need to be completed based on the calculation. Next one is next one should be in project. Say eligibility, we can keep the same. Okay, so what I created over here is a time of plan called a vacation, and each time of plan is different for the position based. Basically, manager gets something different, associate gets different, and contractors get different. So all these details, like for example, front loading in 15 days means when the when the manager is joined to the firm, from the start of the financial year or from where the high rate is actually, he'll be given 15 days in advance. Similarly, for associates, 10 days, and for the contractors, 5 days. So this is basically called the accruals part of it. Okay. And 2 days in a row, which means the employee is allowed to take a time off 2 days in a row, and for contractors, 1 day. So as a calculation, I am going to take from the manager's side, I'm taking 2 days as 2 days as a time off. What happens is that from my 15, so let's see, from 15 days, I am subtracting 2. Okay, I have 13. So 13 will be my updated accrual balance. Okay, so this subtraction is basically called updating. So every time, so this particular person has taken a time off on 2 days. So as of 2 days from now, his balance will be updated to 30. So that is called, like this calculation of subtracting accruals from the avail time off, it comes back to the vacation, saying that for managers, this particular manager has 13 days of leave balance, vacation balance. So when the manager is logging into the system, after availing time off, he'll be seeing updated balance of 13 days in this for vacation time. But that will be different for associates, contractors, and everything. So this is basically a collection of time offs grouped together, similar time offs grouped together, and we call it as time off plan. Please don't get confused with time off and time off plan. Time off is basically the hours which you're requesting from the time off plan so that we can take a PTO. Whereas time off plan is nothing but it's a collection. It's a term which we call, like vacation is a time off plan and vacation time off is different. So it is two different things. And as a namesake, we call everything as time off plan. But time off is something which is a process which is actually requesting the employer that I won't be there for a couple of days. Okay. And when you avail such requests, that's getting deducted from the time off plan level. That's all. So moving to the next part of the thing, which is called accrual amounts. Sorry, carryover amounts. Carryover amounts, nothing but it's a calculation game where carryover simply means I am entitled to move to the next year with my balance, in this case 13. So this particular manager has 13 is the balance, updated balance. And a consultant as like me, I'm allowing the employee, as per the requirement or configuration, I'm allowing the employee to carry forward the 13 to the next financial year. Okay, that means in the next financial year, what happens with the carryover is 13. What happens is that I'm adding a sum. So that 13, which is actually from the past financial year, plus 15, which is this financial year. So altogether, it is a time of balance getting updated to 28. So that will be the balance. So that separation, that carry forward carry forward value and time of balance value, everything will be shown separately in your time of period by balance. So that's a task in the tenant, which you can see later. So in that, you can see what is total balance and how the total balance is coming after adding and subtracting which are values. So presently we have 1328 is the updated balance, and what the amount has been taken is 2 days as a time off. Time off is balance, time off. Okay. For in a different scenario, what if I am allowing only the employee to take 10 days to the next financial year? That's the next possible thing. Okay. In that scenario, what I'll be doing is that I will be only adding 10 plus 15. It will be 25. In the 25, what happened to the 3 days? The 3 days will be forfeited. So in the report, in the absence report, you can clearly see what are forfeited, what are the carry forward value, what are the new updated front load value. So a detailed report will be there for you to understand clearly on how the absence balance getting calculated. Okay, so that's called carryover amounts. And other one is integration with functional areas as payroll and time tracking. This is the touch point area, how much we're getting carry forwarded, what is accrual balances at the end of the financial year. And if there's a leave encashment like a requirement, we need to fetch what are the balance of the particular leave time off and encash it and make that particular hours leave encash introduced from the past. Those are the processes which will be there in the absence part. And we have terminations also, which is in scope, when upon termination, what happens to the particular balances, either to be encashed or it can be cancelled, nullified to zero. So these are the basic steps of time off and basic terminologies which you should be familiar with, actually. Any questions? Anybody? No? Okay. I hope any calculation is clear for you. Accruals will keep on adding your balances. Time offs will reduce once you are available for time off. The differences will add up to the balance of time off plan. That will be shown for the employee, what the balance is for that employee. And before, if there is a carry forward value defined in the particular time off plan, before reaching the balances, it will always check for the carry forward at the end of the year or starting of the period and understand how much the carry forward value can be taken back. That has been added again or subtracted. This all will happen in the plan level calculations and not the time off. Time off is only for taking 2 or 3 days of time off. The calculated value calculations happen inside the time off plan. Just be very clear about that, actually. Okay, this is the absence touch point. You must be very familiar with this picture, actually, which is available in the community. Oh, wait, 1 second. Before going forward, I hope you guys have access to Workday community, right?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
The community, you have to be on the project, or you have to be either the employee or you've been working. Because right now I'm not working in with the Workday. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Community, yeah, there is a lot of documentation and community.
Sure.
That's true. Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't have an idea what you're talking about. What community?
Okay. So for you, I'll explain. So community is nothing but it's like a forum, like you have, discussion forums where a lot of these practitioners come together and form, post questions. Say, for example, I have a doubt. How do I configure? I need to. A niche scenario where in such a situation, I need to cascade a particular time of plan, or that would be very complex for you right now. Okay, fine. I need to create a time off. I don't know how to create a time off, but I want help from other practitioners who have done this in the past. So I'll post a question in the community, and to that community, the practitioners comes together and explain to you how to move forward with the configuration. They'll give you guidances. They'll give you screenshots. They'll help you out with all the information. That is the best part of a community. The other part is that Workday itself will post documents and updates in the community, actually. So you can go and read through it. You can understand what are the new updates are all about. So community is one place, one-stop solution for all your configuration needs or for your update needs. But you will have to get access to it only when you start working on a project and you're a certified or an employee which has been recognized by Workday. They'll give you the access to community. It's a closed ecosystem.
Oh, I see. So it's a Workday community. I got it.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's a Workday community. So it's like getting questions answered, or you can actually help other practitioners who are facing some issues. You can go ahead and explain to them what you have done in the past, which you have an experience of that, actually.
Yeah, I think Workday is very strict because you can sign up for SAP and Oracle community, but Workday won't allow you.
Yeah, Workday won't give you access. That I see, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just briefly touch base on this particular absence touch point. Absence touch point, just remove the absence part of this heading. Just focus on the touch points. Actually, this particular diagram is all about touch points. So as you know, HCM is actually the core foundation of Workday, and it has direct links to payroll and time tracking. See, In absence, it does not have a direct impact on the HCM side, but we always have data sharing capabilities between HCM and absence. But in HCM, but for the absence side, except for HCM, the rest other all modules we are directly linked to it. We have direct links to payroll, we have direct link to time tracking, but we have indirect links to projects, financial accounting, and banking and settlement. That's very indirect. But in HCM, we are only using it for data sharing and some nuances, which has been captured from the HCM side, which is repurposing it in absence side. But we share direct information to time tracking and payroll, and indirect information to other financial modules. But we never share any information to the HCM side. We never do that. That's one thing which we need to just keep in mind. But we do share data. Like, say, for example, we need to create a maternity leave. Okay, maternity leave in some countries, it has been limited to only female. So what happens over here is that we need to understand whether the employee is female or not. That particular instance, we're capturing it from the HCM side. In the HCM side, we're going to check whether the employee is identified as a female or not. If yes, then we can create a condition surrounding that particular gender, and the eligibility will be created based on that. So this is called like instance sharing. We are requesting some information, not information. We are taking some information from HCM to build conditions in absence. But the end result, okay, the end result of an absence calculation is not directly shared with HCM side. It is only going to payroll, time tracking, and indirectly to financial accountings and banking settlements and projects. Maybe projects also not that directly, but when in the project time, indirectly through time tracking in absence comes into play actually, because there is a possibility of requesting absence from time tracking module also. So that is the touch point. But just being in mind that HCM is a different story altogether. Okay, so this is the basic touch points of Workday ecosystem, and the focus over here, what we are focusing is all about absence. And absence will share information to payroll, will share information to time tracking directly. One is we can request time off while in your time tracking page that is there, and a time off entered and accrued. And once you enter time off from the time tracking module, it will directly flow to the absence side for the calculations and everything. That is one thing. And from the payroll side, of course, whoever's on leave, who's having some leave payroll effect enabled for the particular leave of absence, and are you going to pay time off? All this information has to come from absence, and it will directly flow to the payroll bucket. And after you get the information in payroll, you know how to process the payroll things. We create memo codes, or we create calculations, or we create payroll input values, something like that. So to compensate the particular employee, whether this is either on the paid or unpaid, we are putting in the separate buckets. So all this information comes from absence, and we process it in payroll. That's it. So time off plan consists of 4 primary components, as we discussed. That is the accrual part, which is adding balances to the time off. And other one is your time off, whatever you're requesting for time off, like 2-3 days of off times. So that is another part. The next one is the balance period and the period schedule. Balance period is something which you define the particular time off. Say it should be from Jan to December. That is the balance period which you're looking into. And in that duration, it can give 15 days of front-loaded value to the employee. And that 15 days has to be exhausted within this Jan to December. Or if there is any balance available, he can carry forward to the next financial year, that is the next Jan to December. Okay, that is the complete balance period. And period schedule is something which is very closely related to payroll side, where we'll define the entire balance period into the period schedule. We are just putting either monthly, bi-weekly, semi-monthly, or weekly for that matter. So the entire balance period is broken down into the desired period schedule. Say, for example, for the comfort, I'm putting monthly, and I'm defining my balance period from Jan to December, and my period schedule is monthly. which means that my start of period will be Jan 1st to Jan 31st. Okay, start date and end date, start period and end period of a particular duration. That is one duration. Similarly, January, February, March, April, May, June. So it goes on for the 12-month duration will be there, and there will be always starting of period and ending of period for each of these schedules. So dividing the balance period based on a quantifiable information, that is the period schedule, will define the employees, will be easy for the employees to understand or calculate the balances. Say, I am putting as yearly as a period schedule. Okay. So my balance period is from Jan to December. That's a year. And in a year, I'm supposed to get 30 hours of, say, ABC time off plan. Okay. And when the employee is going and checking into the time off plans, he can see the period schedules, he can see everything, and he can understand, okay, for Jan to December, for the complete whole year, I can take 30 hours of time off. Perfect. And I'm going to next time off plan 2, where it is monthly. And I have 60 hours of PTO. And he can understand that he can, what called plan his time off such a way that the 60 hours has been utilized either in this current financial year or for the next financial year. It's basically meaning that it's making the calculations easier, so the employees will understand what the time off will be there and how much he can avail in particular scenarios, and how the calculations are running based on period schedules. So basically, period schedules is shared information between three things: time tracking, payroll for sure, and absence. Okay. A payroll is where the period schedule has been designed and created. I'm sure most of the payroll team will agree with me. I think so. Period schedules have a lot more information than just started and end date. It has a lot of payment dates there, closure dates, GL dates there. There's a lot of dates there. But in absence, we are only focusing on the start date and end date of each period. That's it. So these are the four more important pillars of a time off plan, which is accruals, time off, balance period, and period schedule. We will go to the tenant and show you in detail about all these things. Okay. And accrual, as I mentioned earlier, determines how much time of employee receives for a period of time, and when employee can receive the accruals. Is used only with plans that track balances. That's very important. Can be used in a time tracking calculation by assigning a calculation tag. Okay. So I'm not sure if people are familiar with time calculation tag call. It's basically in a time tracking module, we have a tag which captures all the accumulated value for entire time. So the tag will have the weightage of the hours. So if I'm using that particular tag in creating the accruals, what happens is that my accrual value will take the place of this time calculation tag. So the best possible scenario is actually you work on a Saturday and Sunday. That's your weekend. Okay. So you get a weekend premium. Weekend, you worked 8 hours. So 8 plus 8, 16 hours of weekend time. This has to be compensated in the coming days. So what you can do is that I can create an accrual based on this time calculation tag where I'm giving it to you, where the accrual will give you 16 hours of free time, PTO time, which you can take in the latest part of any part of the time, like in your working days. So how the accrual will know you've taken only 16 hours. That is based on your time calculation time. When you work on a weekend, you enter your time for a particular time code. That time code, I'm capturing it in the absence part and putting that particular scenario there for you to take whatever amount. So you worked on, say, consecutive weekends. So you worked on 4 weekends. So what happens? 4 into 2, 8 into 8, 64 hours. So 64 hours you need to give you need to take a time off. So these will be automatically updated into the system, and you can take that much value. I'm not sure if my calculation is right, but you understand the gist of it, right? The next part is eligibility part, or limits that differ from the time of plan to be defined at the accrual level. Yes. So Workday gives you the flexibility of defining even to the next granular level. Why? Because, say, a time of plan has a broader eligibility. Okay. And as you can see, I have created 3 time offs in one time off plan. That is the manager level, associate level, and a contractor. What if the accruals also need to function differently when compared to the time off plan's eligibility? Yes. So you can create a different eligibility specifically tailor-made for this particular accrual. And that accrual will trigger only to the specified people. Even if the employee is eligible for that time off plan, he won't be eligible for certain part of the calculations in the time of plan. That is what we are breaking down the requirements into granular level. Okay, we can define overriding eligibility rules inside accruals for the employees to avail in their terms. Actually, again, time of plan. This is one of the easiest part where you are requesting 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. That's it. But there are certain validation rules which is present over there. It is basically used to make the request much more efficient. That's it. We can keep validation rules just consecutively. You can request 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, not more than that. So if the employee is requesting 10 days in total, the system can throw the error. You are not supposed to take 5 or 10 days. You're supposed to take only 5 days. Please refrain from. Please remove the excess validation, excess time offs. So those kind of alerts and things which we can define over there is validations. We can keep consecutive days. We can keep increments of 0.5 so that the employee can take 1 half day also as a leave. And if I keep a 1 day, which means that employee is not allowed to take half day. So that is the calculations which we are running in before the validations actually. Again, as we discussed for the accruals, there is a granular level eligibility overrides. Similarly, for time offs also, we can define granular level eligibility rules, which is specific for the particular time off, and it will be overriding. So always when you're defining an eligibility in the time off level, time off plan level eligibility gets overridden by the time off. The precedence is always the time off actually. Now the accruals time off plan will have the second priority. Okay. The next one is time off reasons. So I have a time off and you have, for example, sick time off. Okay. And the sick time off, I can configure first reason. So I have 3 reasons. One I can define as sick for myself. I'm sick for myself and I'm taking a leave for myself. I am taking a sick day for my dependent who's not feeling sick and I'm the primary caregiver. So I am taking a sick leave for my dependent. And the next part is the secondary caregiver. I have another dependent who's sick, but I'm the secondary caregiver. So based on that, we can define time of reasons, n number of time of reasons. And based on the time of reasons, we can also always go and create, conditions on that. So I choose in this reason. So you are supposed to take this much. Take this reason, that much. So those kind of possibilities are still in progress with that time of reasons as well. Okay, and going to the next point is that you must create a time of definition for each time of user can request. So I'm creating a particular time of plan. I'm creating a time off also in the time of plan, and the employee should be knowing I'm keeping vacation. So the employee might not make any sense seeing the vacation. So vacation is the time of plan or leave of absence or confusion. So always it is advised to put a comments like definitions for each time of request, each time off, so that employees will be able to understand what is the nature of the particular time off is all about. Okay. Now comes balance period as we defined. That is the complete segment, so complete the period which you are calculating from A to Z. Okay. So the best example is current calendar year based on period end date. Okay. YTD is year to date. The meaning YTD is you can find a lot of these TDs in absence. This basically means year to date. MTD will become month to date. So keep out an eye for that. So this YTD current calendar year based on the period end date is based on nothing but your current calendar year Jan to December. Okay, Jan 1st to December 31st, the particular time the balance is calculated and given the responses. One more thing which I want to emphasize over here is that I'll just briefly touch upon this. The one part is based on period end date. I can simply calculate the balance based on current calendar year. That's it. But when you're to keeping is based on period end date is that absence has a small limitation, okay, when compared to payroll. Payroll is simple. Payroll is not, I'm just not saying simple, but payroll, when we're creating a calculation, you can use the term sub-period, end date, something like that. But in absence, we don't have the sub-period option. We have to either define a calculation or a condition. Starting of the period and ending of the period, both should be considered. Why? Because the employees can be hired in between this period. Say, current calendar year is my balance period, and my period schedule is monthly. And the employee is joining the firm on June 16th. Now, what happened is that the Jan 1st is completed. The employee is hired mid-period. And that too, not in the starting of June, that too in June 16th. Now, what we need to consider is that we need to check for the employees who are hired in mid-period also. So for that, we'll keep a certain conditions to check for people who are hired in mid-period and also who are terminated in mid-period. So when the employees are terminated in mid-period, some of the policies should not be available for the particular employee. So defining the population who should be eligible for this particular scenarios, we need to come up with the start date and end date scenarios to match this eligibility. Otherwise, some of the population will be missing out a lot of benefits, say for accruals or time off, something like that, eligibility plus. So we'll come into detail. I'm just giving you a brief description on this period end date, why we are using period end date over here. Why we using period end date over here? Towards the end, we are considering both hired mid-period and terminated mid-period also. Okay, that's why we are keeping everything in the period end date segment actually. Now, just don't linger on that, but we'll come back to that actually when you're doing the calculations for absence. That is a big dynamic thing. It keeps changing. So presently there's some updates happen, but I'll go through and get the things updated. But don't worry, we'll come to that in the later series of sessions. Okay, this is balance period. Come to the balance period. We have this predefined balance periods, which we can define like either from current calendar year, financial year, or you can also define a balance period on like custom one. Say, I want my balance period on starting on December 26th to December 25th of next year. So in custom way also, we can create a balance period. That is the very beautiful part of Workday. Workday also delivers you what are the most commonly used balance period, but this client comes and says that I need to create a balance period from December 26th to December 25th. We can create that. There is a lot of calculations which helps us to create a custom tailor-made balance period also. And in that balance period, we can use the period scale. That's a different story. But this period can be customized. Balance period can be already existing. We can use it, but we can also customize it according to the client's need or the customer's need. Yes. Okay.
I just have a question on the previous slide. So you were saying that if employee is hired on, let's say, June 16th, so the accrual, if it's monthly, the client can have their policy. The accrual is based on beginning of the period or the beginning or the end of the period, right?
Yes,
exactly. It can be either. It won't prorate like for 14 days. That's what you meant, right?
So again, that is the calculation. Proration is again a calculation. Whereas if I'm saying front-loaded, so irrespective of the start of the period, the employee should be getting 15 days. Front-loaded means the moment I'm getting hired, I'm getting 15 days. But if I'm prorating that front-loaded value, say I'm joining on sixth month of that particular calendar year, and which I was not part of the firm for the first half of the year, which means as per the calculation, I can define based on the hired month. If the month is greater than month 6, I can give, instead of 15, I can give only 10. Okay. So that's the calculation which I've been defining in the accruals. So accrual calculation is something very important, which is completely dependent on the calculation engines. Like the calculation, when I keep telling about calculation engine, because I cannot show you the calculation engine in a deck. It is always best practice to go into the tenant and show you the calculations in at hand, and I can ask you to create one actually when as an activity. So that's why I'm not showing you the going to the calculation engine right now. It is nothing but I can give a scenario for you. Okay, I want this accrual to happen on the hire date plus 6 months. So when the employee completes 6 months of their probation, this particular accrual should trigger, and he should be getting 30 to 30 hours of PTO. For that scenario, how we can tackle is that first we need to understand whether the employee is or not. That is the one thing. And the next part is I need to calculate a date from his hire date plus 6 months. So hire date is there, and hire date plus 6 months. I need to create a date on the new one, 6 months plus. So, and when that date is getting greater than, then the 30 days, 30 hours of accrual should trigger. So these two calculations are configured in the accrual level. I mean, either you can put it one in the accrual level, another one in the eligibility level, that depends on you. But the gist of it is like we're creating everything in the same engine. That's it. That's called calculation engine. We're checking first the probation period is completed. That is again a true or false situation, which we are building. The next part is we're creating a date. That's called building a date. And we're checking that the build date is here now. That is again greater than or equal to value. It's called value comparison calculation. So based on that, we are defining the rules in that accrual for the accrual to trigger. Okay. So that's a different calculation engine. We'll come back to it later. Okay. Moving to the next one is the balance period. Okay. It's just a theory on balance period. It's like Workday uses the balance period for time off plan as a balance period for accrual and time off calculations, and add and subtract plan balances as we discussed. For example, again, there's an example here. Balance period for vacation plan is year to date. The balance period of vacation accrual and time off is also year to date. Okay, so it has to be in alignment with accruals. You cannot define financial year as the balance period for time of plan and the accrual current calendar year. That balance period has to be aligning properly. That's it. Again, period schedule, I'll refresh page on that. Period schedule, nothing but how do you break down the particular balance period on a weekly basis or a monthly basis, semi-monthly, bi-weekly. That breaking down of balance period is a role where the period schedule plays. So for example, if the period schedule is weekly, the Workday process accruals once each week. So the accruals are processed based on the period schedule. If it is monthly, we process it monthly. Unless there's an override of an accrual frequency, so use a custom frequency, that's a different thing altogether. Okay. And the starting and days of periods that retrieve the process time of that, obviously then the period schedule will have a start date and an end date. We use that by processing the time offs as well. So period schedule plays a major important role in the calculation of the accruals. The next is triggering of the accruals and when you can avail a particular time off. So these things, period schedule plays the most important vital role actually. Again, standard unit time for report and queries. The period schedule is monthly, time of reports display, time of balances and transaction on a month-to-month basis. Very, very important. I want to stress this over and over. You're splitting the balance period on a monthly basis if the period schedule is monthly, which means in the tenant as an employee, the employee will be able to see the transactions, the balances, everything on a month-to-month basis. It is simply because the period schedule used for the particular time of plan is monthly. That is the key differentiator. Yeah, used when defining eligibility rule for time of plan, whether or not time of plan track balance or not, period schedule has to be there. It will define what the balances the employee are seeing in the tenant. You might define an eligibility rule requiring employee to be a full-time as of current period started. So basically, we are defining eligibility based on the employer type. So if the employer type is full-time, he should be eligible for the particular time of plan. But you should also explain the pointer to look for the employment time. As per the scenario, what if the employer type is changed in between the current calendar year? In the calendar year, he was a part-time and he got converted to full-time at the end of January. So the start of the period, the employee is not part-time, so automatically the eligibility will be lost. And if I'm considering period end date, his eligibility will be taken up because the current period start date and end date that plays a pivotal role in particular eligibility, and that is again defined by the period schedule. What is the period start date? What is the period end date is defined by the period schedule.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So one of the very important configuration in time off plan actually. So it's called the accrual frequency method. It simply means that as we discussed, accrual has to be added to the time off balance. But when it has to be added, that is defined by the accrual frequency method. So I can create custom frequencies. I can create two main frequencies, which is readily used across all of absences: the start of period and end of period. So in absence, there is to include everybody who is in between and who's in outliers. We always use start of period and end. So if you use start of period, whoever is eligible in the start of that particular period, for example, this month is June. So if I'm putting start of this period of June, which means that whoever is crossing the starting period of June will be given this particular accrual at the start of the June 1st. And if I keeping a value like in another part, like end of period means even if I am part of June 1st, I won't be immediately given this accrual. No, I need to complete the entire June month, that is June 31st. Then only I'll be allowed to have that particular accrual to be added to my time off balance. So that is called end of period. Now again, I want to keep a custom. So for example, I want to give my employees a 1 day time off for their birthday and in their birthday month for that matter. So in a birthday month, if I'm keeping, so I can say, if for example, if your birthday falls on June 15th, even if I keep start of period, I'll get June 15 1 day time off. End of period also, I can get June 15 1 day time off because, I'm sorry, you won't get end of period, you won't get it because in the end of period, the June 15 is completed, but then it is not giving you the exact time of 15. Start of period will give you any time. You can take any time. End of period, you have completed it, but you won't be getting the gist of it because its birthday is 15th actually. So I can create a custom one where I'm giving the employee straight away, like, whenever is your birthday, take that day off. Okay. So it means that we can create a customized accrual frequency just for the employee's birthday. Say, so my birthday is in June 15th, your birthday is in June 16th, Srinivas' birthday in July 15th. Example. So whatever the birthday is, I can create a custom one and fetch the information from the HCM and configure that in the accrual frequency. So that means I don't have to, manually check everybody's birthday and give the accrual time 1 day time off to employees. I can handle it automatically by the accrual frequency method. So it does not, do any manipulations like addition or subtraction from your time of balance, nothing. It simply tells the system when to give the employee their earned time off. That's it, nothing else. It is just a knowledge, automation knowledge for the system to understand. Yeah, I can give this person this day, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, whatever the days we are configured, and what exact time I need to give the employee that. That's called accrual frequency. Okay, and it ensures accruals align with organization policies and employee expectation. Affects when employees see updated balance and can request time off. So only when the accruals get added to your balance, the employees will be able to request that particular time off. even so we can hold off the accrual. I can say that get the accruals to employee, but the employee should not be able to say it. They get the accruals to their employees, but the employees should be able to request for time off after 1 year of completion. So those are the things handled in the time of plan side, the eligibility. But the accrual part is like whether or not what time I should give the employee the accruals. Say if I'm giving the accruals and the employee should not see the balance, I can configure a time of plan. But only thing is that I cannot configure a time of plan when the employee's accrual has to happen. That can only be taken care by accrual frequency method. Okay. So the other one is helps maintain compliance with company rules and local regulations. That particular point we're talking about is the statutory guidelines for country specific time off plans or region specific time off plans. So for example, in Canada, there are several holidays which is only particular to the provinces. So provincials. So in certain provinces, there is, say, for example, we have. I'm just giving an example, not remember exactly what date it was. Say Nova Scotia or Newfoundland Labor Day. So that is particular province space. It is not applicable to the entire Canada. So that is taken in the holiday calendar part. But in the holiday calendar, if I'm not properly doing that, that is a compliance issue. Similarly, for time offs also, if I'm not giving the right time off to the right employee, that's a statutory issue. So these accrual frequency method helps to maintain the company's statutory guidelines and policies when it comes to time off balances. So again, this is what we discussed earlier. We have three important accrual frequency method: start of period, end of period, and custom frequency. Please, so most of it, so majority of time off plans which we configure either uses start of period or end of period. Custom frequency is like a niche thing. We will only use it if there is very specific requirements from the client asking us to use. I want the time off balances to be updated exactly on December 25th or December 26th, or they wanted the update to be added on January 1st. So January 1st, we can handle if the balance calendar is, if you remember yesterday, if I'm keeping the current calendar year start date, I can keep just accrual frequency as start of period, which means that I can accrue the balances exactly in the start of the current calendar year, which is January 1st. But for that to trigger it, the period schedule should be annual. And if the period schedule is monthly, which means that every month there's a start period. So the system get confused. So that's why we can create custom frequencies exactly on which day the complete accrual has to be completed and just get out of that particular plan altogether. But for some certain plans, the period frequency, the period schedule will be like monthly, and every month you have to incur a 1 day balance added to your time off, which means the accrual has to trigger every month. That we need to define either start of period or end of. So going down the road, you will commonly hear the two phrases, which is one phrase which is actually called AAYG. It's called accrue as you go plan. So it's a type of plan where start of period is most commonly used. Okay, it's what exactly this accrue as you go plan simply means is that the best example will be the jury duty. Jury duty will be like you are asked to come to the court for jury duty, and you apply for your jury duty leave. And none of the employees will be aware of how many days in advance to be present for the jury duty. So we can't keep stipulated time frame. Say, for example, every year an employee is given 30 days of jury duty. No, we cannot keep that. Instead of that, we don't keep any balances for the employee. Whenever. So it's not like every year the same employee gets to be a jury. No. Once in a while, the employee gets a jury duty call. He will request 30 days for jury duty service. So we can configure a particular plan in such a way that this 30 days, whatever we are requesting as a jury duty, that itself will update the balance of 30 and will give back the 30 days for you. It's like a circle. You request 30 days, that 30 days will get updated as your accrual. And that from that 30 days, you can avail the time off, the 30 days of time off. It's like a circle. For that scenario, start of period will be the only possible way for the accrual frequency, because only when you do plan, you'll get more in-depth knowledge on when we do the hands-on experience on that. So accrue as you go plan, just remember this, whenever there's an accrue as you go plan, just remember that the accrual frequency should always be start of period, until and unless it's advised otherwise. Okay. So end of period will be the 60% of time of plans will be on end of period. End of period is always the best possible scenario to include every population to a single point. Like so for example, if unless the employee is terminated mid-period, otherwise every employee will complete the end of period so that we can give easily to the accruals to the right population. And if you want to consider the terminated people also, we can create custom frequencies for that as well. But mostly 60% of the time of plans which we design, the accrual frequency will always be end of period. That is the most commonly used, and it covers the entire population, majority of the population, where the frequency is to be updated. Okay, moving on to the next slide, that is the accrual frequency method. Again, we're just defining each start of period, end of period, and custom frequencies. So again, as I discussed, start of period accruals are added to the beginning of the defined period. If the period is monthly, the accrual time is added on the first of every month. So this periods, what it's always important to understand what your balance period and how the balance period is being divided by your period schedules. Based on the period schedules, the start of period is determined. So you have a current calendar, for example, your current calendar year starting from Jan to December. And the period schedule is monthly, which means that you have 12 periods in your balance period, which means the start of period will be January 1st and end of period will be, end of the balance period will be December 31st. In that, there will be 12 start of periods, that is like Jan 1st, February 1st, all these first of every month will be start of period. And in that start of period, every month, an employee can be given the accrual based on if we are keeping the start of period and monthly is the period schedule, whatever balances which we are configuring, that balances will be given to the like accrual calculations. The accrual calculation will be given to the employee on every start of the month. Okay. Again, end of period, exact opposite. So in balance period, balance calendar, you have 12 months. Every end of every month, you'll be given the same with the configured value back to the employee. Okay. Now come the custom frequency. The accruals are added on a custom defined schedule, not tied to standard start or end dates. Add one date to the time of balance on an employee's birthday. That is the most use case which we have faced right now. It's the use cases are mostly the special company policies, anniversaries, or unique events. And it will be like it varies according to the employee's preferences also. So I've heard in one of my clients' office, they'll give you 3 special time offs actually. First is for your birthday, second is for your anniversary, third is for your spouse's birthday. So you can choose any one option for you to celebrate. So if you choose your birthday, I can simply fetch the information from your HCM records and I can create a custom frequency exactly on this day, give a time off. Okay. And if you're going with anniversaries or if you go into spouse birthdays, again, I'm going to fetch it from the HCM records if that information is not given. So we'll try to get the information from either manually or from the HCM side itself, and we will configure the policy. So it is always, just to know, it is very niche, max to max 5% of time of policies will cover this custom frequency. And I've seen this in the birthday time of plans or anniversaries or daughters' birthdays or kids' birthdays. So these are like very, very, very niche thing. And mostly some companies don't even encourage that. They will just give you a plain floating holiday. You can take whenever you want it. That's it. So this is called a custom frequency.
So the example that you gave, but self birthday, spouse birthday, or the anniversary, right?
Yeah.
So are these options given in the drop down for employee to choose, or are these configured in the calculation?
Okay.
Saying one of these, then 8 hours, for example, correct? In this example, I think 8 hours, right, per annum.
Yes.
You can choose one of these. So once he applies for one of these, leaves, then other two by default goes away, or how that is done.
No. So for example, I just given these examples, it's not mandatory that the companies will go with all the three and ask the employee to choose from. That's a very rare situation. Usually, what they do is like they'll give you your birthday a time off. That's it. But there are companies in the recruitment phase itself. They'll ask you which time off is required by you. You can choose actually the floating. So that's a different story. But I'll answer one more question for you from you. You asked a valid question. So how do I configure this? Is it a drop down? Is it like you can configure the condition? I mean, I'll tell you. So when you select custom frequency in as an accrual frequency method, what happens is there are certain fields which get unlocked in the system, and which is asking for what is the date, start date, end date, all these dates they'll ask for that thing, for generalizing the policy, like for every employee's birthday, you're getting 1 day off. I can keep either I can choose start date or should be the birthday of the employee, of the initiating employee, or an end date will be the same thing. Or we can keep a -1 also. I mean, I think I created a day before the birthday also. Not sure about, I mean, I was configured that, but usually, there will be fields unlocked, start date, end date, with when the custom frequency is selected. So if you select start period or end period, there's no fields unlocked because the system knows when to give the accruals. But for custom frequency, the system does not know when to give the accruals. That's why it is taking the input from the implementer to understand exactly on what day the time off has to be awarded. Okay.
So it's basically floating, right? It's a floating type of a holiday.
Exactly. It's a floating holiday.
Employee keys in the date. Employee keys in the date. Correct?
No. There is no employee keying in the date. System has to know when the numbers to be updated. Even if it is floating holiday, say for example, I'm keeping it as June 15th as my birthday. So I will be added a 1 day to my birthday time off exactly on June 15th. Okay. I can take it whenever I want so I can keep conditions. So this has to be forfeited after June. Just example, I'm saying. Or I can carry forward that also. There are options for that as well. So even if it is a floating holiday, the balance will be updated exactly on a stipulated date, right? And I need to exhaust this particular time of balance before it is getting expired, forfeited. So even if it is a floating holiday, I'm in a time constraint. I need to finish it before and after. But there are some companies, they're asking employees who can carry forward to the next year also, which I never done, but I only heard about.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yep, I mean, it's just tabular information, like start of period, end of period, custom ones. Yeah, just we explain all these things. Now is the validations. This is the only thing which is very, very crucial in the case of, now we finished accruals actually. Now we are going to the time off part. So as you know, there's 4 steps here. One is the accruals, time off, balance period, and this one, period schedule, of which we completed accruals, whatever the configuration which we can do over there, except for the calculation part, which we'll revisit again. And balance period is done, period schedule is done. So next part is time off. Inside time off, the very most important part of inside time off is actually called validation. So I have a plan, time off plan. So I create so that all the managers in my organization can take 5 days off, and it is given in this particular time duration. The start of period, I'm giving 5 days, everything. So, but in the time off, I can keep a validation such that even though I have 5 days of time off, my company decided that no, you should not exhaust the complete 5 days in one go. You should keep some balances for the next time off request as well, just in a hypothetical scenario. So what I can do is that I can keep a validation inside time off, asking the system to refrain the employee from exhausting his complete 5 days in that particular year. For that, what I can do is that I can say that for consecutive maximum should not be 5. I can say consecutive maximum should be 3 or 2 or 1, whatever. So if I'm saying consecutive maximum is, say, 3, what happens is that when the employee is requesting 5 days in one go, the system will throw an error asking the employee to edit the quantity which you're requesting You cannot request 5 days in one row. You can only request 3 days maximum. Okay. Similarly, I can say put a max limit also. Even though I have 5 days of balance, I can go ahead and request for 20 days or 10 days. How the system will stop you from doing that? Again, the next validation. The maximum allowed is with the balance limit. You cannot go beyond it. So the system will ask you to revisit and make it according to your balance. Okay, that is one of the validations. Similarly, I can keep validations such that if a statutory holiday is coming in between your requested time off duration, the system will throw an error saying that you need to reschedule your time off because there is a holiday which is in between this particular date range. So you need to break it down so that the holiday cannot be counted as time off. So these kind of validations, I can keep it inside time off and make the employee experience of requesting a particular absence or time off useful. I mean, like without any confusions or any any issues in the future for him to encash his time off or exhaust time off balance. So these kind of validations this always helps in the employee's journey in absence. Having said that, the validations are of two types. I can keep one validation in my time off that will be triggered even before the employee is requesting the time off, time off plan actually. But what if I'm keeping a validation inside a BP? Okay, you must be all aware of business processes, right? I can keep an initiating validation rule saying that, say, like what happens, like what's the best possible scenario. So I have 5 days of time off balance, and I'm good to request for 5 days. There's no validations inside time off, which is stopping me from requesting. And in the BP side, I'm keeping a validation to check whether I have taken 5 days in the past. Like for example, in a one full balance year, I'm requesting 5 days, like in the first half of the balance period. And again, I'm thinking of applying for another 5 days in the second half of the balance period. What if my company stops you from doing that? In a year, you can only avail this particular time off once in a year. Say 5 days should be taken in a row in 1 year. There won't be an additional request you can make on this particular time off. Those kind of validations, which is actually checking your employee absence history, we cannot keep this in the time off side. We can only keep this in the BP side. When you initiate the BP step, the step validation will stop you from applying for this particular time off. Your process will be going through. You applied for the time off, but it will never go to the desired people for the approvals or specified people for the approvals or any record updation will happen. Nothing. It will be an error status in the system, and you cannot go forward with that because that particular BP has not triggered, but it has created an event in your system. But nothing is taken after that, actually. I mean, no process has been further done because it is an error status. So that is again another validation, which is taking your employee history and telling the system that this particular employee has taken this particular leave in the past, so he should not be allowed to take this again in the same balance period. So that is what and the validation step in the BP. So it will be save for later status. It will be an error status, but there will be a save for later status in the BP transaction status. Only appears if validation fails during the business process stage, not during the initial time of validation. So I can request for time off. The initial phase of time off, like entering my date range and giving my units for me to take leave. I given everything. If my time off validations are all good, I can jump into the BP step. It won't throw the error till then. When a validation is being broken inside time off side, I'll get an error status and it will not be going to the BP side. Now, in the BP side, if there is no errors, it will go directly to the specified managers for the approvals and everything. The BP step will trigger, everything is proper, fine, everything is amazing. But if it is an error stage, it will be stopping right there and it will be in status called save for later, and there will be an error attached to it. So it won't trigger anything. It will be in your absence calendar waiting for you to either delete it or release it. That's it. Time of validation occurs before the business process starts. If the request does not pass these validation, it will not move forward to the BP stage. That is the part where the validation is when failing in the time off side. Okay. So two validations. One is in the time off side, other one is in the BP side. If time of validations goes wrong, obviously it will not reach the BP side. And time of validation is good, we'll reach the BP side. And if BP side validation is not met, it will not go to anybody. It will be in your inbox only in error status. Okay. And if BP step is good, everything is good, smooth. Everybody gets whatever information they wanted, and they get the tools to sign actually. Okay. It's just a screenshot of what are the possible validations you can keep inside the time off actually. The first thing which I explained is a consecutive day maximum, which means that I cannot request like 5 days in one row. Say, for example, June 1st to June 5th, I want complete 5 days as off. Yeah, I can either allow it or I can stop the employee from requesting such a particular consecutive maximum. And there are some leave some time offs which actually requires the employee to at least take 2 days or 3 days as a minimum. So we can keep that as well over there. The next part is increments. Increments simply means that, okay, simplest example is like whether this particular time off plan allows you to take half day leave or not. So I have a complete 8 hours. So for example, I have one day. Just take one day of time is given to me. I mean, I have the option to take it, but I don't require it. I can take 0.5 days, which simply means that 4 hours on a day. So that is called increments. If I keep the increments as one day or 8 hours, the employee cannot request a half day leave. I'm keeping the validation to stop employee from taking either half day leave or to allow employee to take half day leave. That is called increments. Maximum simply means that you have reached your maximum balance period. Either use it for whatever is your maximum, just use that. You can go beyond that. That's it. And maximum unpaid time off units allowed. That is again another one which is very important. I can keep, so like normally we think that when the employee exhausts his balances and the balance becomes zero, he should not be allowed to request more. But there are situations where the employee wants this particular time off, even though he does not have any balances. There would be LOP associated. LOP is loss of pay when he's taking again the unpaid time offs. So what happens? I can either configure and keep it, say -5 or -10, whatever it is, the maximum I can keep it. So that those employees who are exhausted their balance and requesting again this particular time off will be flagged and they'll be given either a difference in payroll, there will be a cut in their salary as well. So this kind of information we are configuring over here. Again, minimum is like what is the minimum duration you wanted to keep in the time off. Multiple time off requests not allowed for same date. That is very important. Usually we always keep it that way because I already taken a leave for that particular time. Okay. And again, on top of it, I'm requesting another leave, which should not, like technically should not be possible. So those kind of checks and balances are done by the multiple time off requests, not allowed in the same date. If I'm keeping that as yes, definitely system will stop you from requesting the second time off actually. Now, time off date before maximum override balance date not allowed. Then again is like I'm not allowed to override the balances to a max point so that the employee, my manager can exploit the balances and give me additional ones, something like that. So those kind of things I'm trying to stop over there. We actually do not use the last ones much. It's more on the top, the 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, first 7 items we generally use it for every purposes because those define the time off in the real time scenarios. The other one is time of date before maximum override balance date not allowed. That is very rarely use it. It's like you're manipulating your balances and how much we can tolerate that particular manipulation that we generally don't use.
So last but one, multiple time of request not allowed for same day. I think it's again configuration, correct? It depends on the company's policy, right? So I was thinking, what if I have a doctor's appointment in the afternoon, but in the morning I have a personal visit or attend some personal function, correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I want to take personal vacation for half day and half day I'm going to take sick leave, assuming there are two quotas, correct? 2 leave buckets. One is sick bucket and one is vacation bucket. So in that case, I think I can't use it, right? I mean, I can't use that.
Yes, definitely. That's a valid question. So what I told you, remember the third point of increments over here? I can keep either I allow you to take, for example, in sick, I can either allow you to take half day or not one full day completely you should take. So if I'm allowing the increments of 0.5 or like 4 hours, which means that that particular time off can be requested in the same day in the second half of the day. System knows that actually. System we can configure in such a way that system knows I'm taking a half day in the morning for personal leave. Fine, that is done. The second half of the day you're taking for sick bank. The system always checks for which half of the day, if the increments is given, like 0.5, which of the first half of the day or second half of the day you're taking the leave, the system knows that, and there won't be any problem with even if you keep multiple time off requests not allowed for the same day. Okay. To avoid such scenarios, like system always sometimes it cracks down on that actually. If this is not possible, if there's in future there's gonna be a problem, what if one of the leave type you're keeping this multiple time of request not allowed for same date, and the other one you're not keeping it, which you did not check for the if you're applying for the first time of plan one, which has this multiple time of request not allowed for the same date, and time of plan two, which do not have this particular configured. Which means if I am taking the first time of plan in the first half and second time of plan again this in the first half, which means that the second half does not have this particular validation, so it will not throw the error actually because I am overriding the second one on top of a first time of plan where multiple time of requests is not allowed for the same date is not configured, which means that system does not cause any trouble for that. But as a best practice, what we always do is that this multiple time of request not allowed for the same date, we always keep it for the most of the time of plans. So that in either way possible, the overlap happens, it automatically triggers. Okay. And we can actually give the increments. This is basically the validations in time of is a number game. So what all the numbers you give with the increments, you play around with time of request on allowed same date, minimum, consecutive day, minimum, maximum. This is a combination of validations which determines the outcomes actually. So what your point is that it's two separate buckets. Yes, it will fall into separate buckets without any errors. Until if, for example, if you're starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and the next leave starts from 1 p.m. to say 6 p.m. or something. And until and unless there is no overlap between the hours, this issue will not trigger. If there is an overlap, the issue will be triggered actually. But that is actually not decided. Yeah, but that is how the system is actually. You cannot help it out another way.
And then overlapping is that conflicting, you mean, right?
Yes,
if the
yes.
hours conflict, that's a standard error, or do we need to configure that?
It's a standard error. If the hours are conflicting, that's a standard error actually. It should trigger. If it is not triggering, there's a problem in your system actually.
Okay. Then second standard error, I guess this is also standard maybe. What if my schedule is 8 hours per day, and erroneously I apply for 9 hours leave, right? 9 hours. Employee applies for 9 hours. Then will it trigger a hard error? My schedule is 8 hours. My schedule is 8 hours to work daily.
Your schedule is 8 hours, and
erroneously I apply for 9 hours.
The system will throw the error of maximum.
Okay, that's also standard, correct? Because
that's
it checks
standard.
the
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, maximum is 8 hours. You're requesting for 9 hours. Maximum will throw the error. That's maximum is 8 hours. You can go beyond. Okay. So yeah, that's just the validations.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So last time we discussed more about on time off side. I'm just gonna remove the plan. Let's just take some random leave. Let's see if everything is intact for this one. Perfect. So as we discussed it last time, so particular time of plan. So for time of plan, as we referred to as a book, and all the accruals and time off, which is the addition and subtraction of the balances, is inside the particular book. And combination of these accruals and time off, like the manipulation of the calculations, like adding and subtraction, will give you the balance of time off plans. So in a Workday ecosystem, the employees will be able to request for a time off using the time off name. But the balances is always visible to the employees in the name of a plan because he's eligible for a plan. So the plan will show the balances, whether he can take or not. But always the employee, when you're requesting for time off, the employee will have time off as the name to show. So if I go over here, what are the I'm just briefly explaining what are the basic components of a time off plan. Okay. So here, the first thing. So I'll just go to the first home page. This is the first home page. What I typed is view time off plan, and I'm selecting all, or you can create time off plan here itself. So we were discussing about Bell, which is a Belgium. I can take any lead. Yeah. Fine. Now, so again, so this time off plan is built on snapshots. Snapshot simply means that I'm creating a time off plan. Okay. So my company was started in, say, 2020 Jan 1st. And it went on till 2025 June 17th. Now, what happens is that starting from July, I'm deciding that this particular family leave needs to have an updation, and I'm changing the balances from X to Y. Now, what happens is that all the people who have availed their balances from 2020 to 2025 June 17 should have a track record of X as their balance. And going forward, July, it should be Y or any changes. I'm just giving a normal change, which is a balance updation. So if they make a change, say they make a change that or people who are taking this particular leave, time off throughout the weekends also, that won't be counted or that will be counted. That's again a configurational change. So these changes will come into effect based on the effective date configurations. So this is the snapshot for an initial snapshot. That is basically when this particular tenant was created. Okay. This is a snapshot. I am making an update means, so let's see what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an edit. What happens? See this one? Update the existing effective date, which means that I can make any changes to the existing one, or I can create a new effective date, which means that, yeah, okay, fine, I'll just do it on 2026, 1st of 2026, which means that whoever is handling this particular time of plan from January 1st of 2026 will have an updated version of this particular lead, whatever updation we're going to do. Okay. So then what happens is that when you create such an updation, what happens, I'm not going to create because it's actually an existing one, which I'm not going to tamper with. What happens is there will be multiple layers of snapshots with the effective date written on there will be displayed. So that's how we understand if there is a historical changes which is applicable to this particular time of plan or not. That is one thing. So every time of plans are effective dated in nature. So whatever changes you're doing after your initial snapshot will have a track record of when this particular change was occurred and when was this particular snapshot date was been created. So we'll have a limited full details in the snapshot in the time of plan itself. So when you're creating a time of plan, be very careful that you're not adding a new snapshot which is unnecessarily because it will have all the data and the historical information for you. So just be mindful about that. That's actually very important trick when you're creating a time of plan. So now only when you drill into the snapshot, you will see the actual plan details and everything. Okay. Otherwise, it will be hidden under the snapshot request. That's it. So now we'll go one by one. That is very important. That was the first thing when you see a time of plan, when you open a time of plan snapshot, which is not the calculation, which is actually you need to drill into that particular snapshot date to see the configuration inside. Okay. But there are some basic configurations which you are not allowed to change even when you're doing some updation to the particular time of plan. Why? Because Workday does not allow you to change the unit of time for this particular time of plan. Why? Because I am creating a time of plan. I created it in days and I added multiple time offs to it, assuming there are multiple time offs. If I'm going to change the unit of time and I am not going to change the entire time offs associated with this particular time of plan, I'll be changing one or two time of plans, just for example. But this should not affect the other unchanged or untouched time of plans. So Workday decided not to meddle with certain configurations, even if you're doing some multiple changes to this particular time of plan. Once you click the save button, once you do the save button, this cannot be changed. Say, I'll show you. What are the two or three things which you cannot change is so use initial snapshot, which is the first one. There's only one initial snapshot, only one snapshot. That's why I'm trying to that. See this track balance over here. Track balances cannot be changed. Once you click the track balances, this cannot be changed. I'll explain you what is it. Next is the period schedule. This is a very, very important thing which we discussed earlier. You are going to split the entire duration of the balance period into periods, which is actually required for the absence balances to be updated on a periodical basis, which has been defined by the period schedule: monthly, yearly, annually, weekly, bi-weekly, semi-monthly. All these period schedules will be there. And once you choose a period schedule and click the save button, that cannot be changed anymore. Next part is unit of time, which is in days or time. This also cannot be changed. It is one when you're creating the particular time of plan, you can create it any way possible. You can change and everything. But until and unless you click the save button, once that is saved, these three elements cannot be changed for any matter. Okay, just be very, very clear on that. The requirement should be very clear. Otherwise, then you have to put this ZZDNU on top of here to make sure that this is not being used, something like that. So it will be an ugly looking tenant. That's why. Just be very, very mindful about these three elements. One is the track balance, period schedule, and unit of time. Unit of time simply means that whether to quantify the particular balances in days or in hours. There are certain leave types in hours, time off types in hours, and time off in other, and measured in days also. So you should be very clear. Those are the two options, either hours or days. You should be very clear in what is the unit of time that cannot be changed. Now, track balances is something different that during the entire duration of this particular balance period is defined here. This is like current calendar year based on period end date. So current calendar year means we are right now in 2025. So the period start date will be Jan 1st, 2025 as of end period and December 31st, 2025. That will be the complete balance period. So in that balance period, should we track the balances or not? Should Workday keep a track on the balance? If checked as yes, which means that even if I do not have, this balance, say for example, I do not have balances to pursue this particular time off or a request for this time off. If I have checked the track balances, yes, which means that it will show that you don't have enough balances to update for this particular leave time off. But if you don't check it, system doesn't check for the balances. It does not tracking the balances. It just shows the balances. That's it. But you can actually go with the time off plan or not. So these kind of things, very, very important. Make sure that you have the complete requirement beforehand to create this particular time off plan or not. Okay. Now let's go to the detailed components. These are the very basic foundations of a time off plan, which is actually okay. Display name and name. Name is simply means for the name of time off plan. But display name, there's a catch over here. Display name will be the time of plan name, which you will be seeing in your time of balances sheet, which an employee or a customer, when you log into the system and is checking for the balances, as of the time of plan name will be the display, not the name which is on top of it. This name is very important. This is a required field, but display name is an optional field. It is like a good to have field, where you can be creative, or where you want the employees to see what kind of time of plan this is actually. So that's why we can create a beautiful name over here. We remove the bell over there because bell is only those people in Belgium are supposed to see this particular time of plan. So you don't require a bell in front of it, but you could put a family leave, which has been understood by all the eligible people who is having this access to the parental time off. Got it. Now balance period is done. Track balance. Yes.
If I don't have a display name, I guess it will default to what I have in the name field, correct? On the drop
Exactly.
down.
Exactly. It'll default to the Bell family leave. That's it.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks for the question. I kind of missed it actually.
That's okay.
Yeah, amazing. So again, there is another payslip name called family leave. This is actually very important, but usually, consultants tend to ignore this, but this is very, very important when it comes to tracking the same functionality in payroll. So, in your payslip, if you have availed this particular family leave, either it can be paid or unpaid, whatever it is. So from 1st Jan to 15th Jan, assuming you've taken this particular family, when the payslip of January comes up, the payslip should have a trackable leave balances either paid or unpaid. But for people like normal workers to understand what happened during this 1st and 15th, if you put a default payslip name which explains what exactly was happening, so that will be a very important and good to have, and it's the best practice you should be following. It's called default payslip name. This payslip name will be fetched by the payroll people actually. Okay. Now, let's go to the next level. So, whatever which is we discussed so far is actually the core configuration of a time off plan. Now, let's go to the next set of time off plan configurations, which can be altered as you go. Even if you click the save button, there are options where you can change anything is possible over here in this particular tabs actually. Okay. We have balance tab, calculation tab, accruals tab, time off tab, and eligibility tab. So in the balance tab, we'll go one by one. Balance tab will have what exactly the balance is, how it should be visible, or it should not be visible to employees is decided in this particular tab. The first one is balance visibility. In balance visibility, we have 4 options. One is never show balance. That is like even if you log in as a user and this particular family leave balance will never be shown to you. Okay, it will be hidden. It will be hidden from you at all costs. Even if you are a manager or somebody else also, it won't be showing. Okay. Now next is eligible and balance period based on as of date. So these other things like eligible and period based on as of date, eligible in 1 second, eligible and balance. Okay, got it. So these two things, some may sound similar, but there is a catch to it, which even I got confused. So balance period is something where you remember the current calendar year. So you are in balance period for that. And if you're eligible during that balance period, that particular and as of date or whatever date you're giving as an as of date, and the system knows that you're eligible for that particular time of plan during that as of period, it will show you. Okay. Otherwise, in the other one, eligible in period based on as of date is like whatever is the period. It need not be a balanced period. It need not be defined one for you. If there is a period and there's an as of date, and you just check the eligibility based on that particular period you're entering, then it is bound to show you the particular balance period. Okay. Now, next is the eligible in period or prior periods based on. So basically, it will check for right now, and it will also cross-check the previous periods as well, and shows you the balance based on everything is based on as of date. Where when Workday always calculations in the background, assuming that certain dates are assumed actually. So in this case, time of case, it is always based on as of date. There is an as of date column which will be always defaulted to date. Okay, whatever the customer's days is it. And again, there is another date which has been assumed by Workday, which is actually called as defaulted date. It's called Pacific time zone. So in that time zone, usually when configurers do configuration specialists will do, the HCM people will always change this assumed Pacific time zone to whatever the time zone they are comfortable, the customers want. So, and based on that that particular time zone, the Workday will default the to date as of checking the hours and everything. That's a backend thing which we're not concerned about. It will show the date. Now I can go ahead and change the date to 5 months from now, 10 months from now, 1 year from now. So you can do that. So based on the entered as of date, Workday will keep on calculating your balances based on the updated as of date. Just remember that. That's happening in the background. You won't be able to say it. You will be seeing the circle running. And finally, when those calculations are done, it will show you the display the actual balances for that. Okay. Now that is what is happening for this balance visibility part. Here, they're given us never show balance, which means that you cannot see the balance at all at any cost. Okay. Now, if you have given, I'm going to give it eligible balance per as well. And if I'm going to give it as hide balance from worker self-service, which means that even though I am logging in as, even though I'm logging in as an employee, I won't be able to see it because it has been hidden from worker self-service. You won't be able to see it. But balance visibility is given as eligible balance period. But this particular time off cannot be requested by an employee directly. That's why we are not requested, cannot be viewed, the balance cannot be viewed by the employee directly because we are hiding the balance from the worker self-service model. So worker self-service simply means that a security group designed by Workday, which has been delivered by Workday to group all the workers direct accessible things like self can service that. So those things are hidden over here. I mean, if I click on here as hidden, the employee cannot be able to see it. I mean, the visibility. The manager will be able to do it, payroll admin team or absence admin team or something like that. So those people with special security access will be able to go through the balance. Now, moving on. Yes.
So do you have any example of such time of plan where it is hidden on the ESS, but it's still visible to any example?
Like in real-time scenario?
Yeah, just curious to know, right?
Yeah.
Because I can't think of any time off that cannot be seen on the ESS.
Cannot be seen on the ESS.
ESS means employee self-service, right?
Yeah. So employee self-service. So you're saying that
this checkbox, when you check it, it's basically hidden on the ESS, correct? Employee cannot see it. I get that.
Correct.
So can you think of any time off that cannot be seen by employees, but still part of employees' quota?
I'll tell you. Yeah, there are certain. So you're getting confused. So employee self-service, we are just in this option, we're just only hiding the balances, not the actual time off plan.
Okay.
There are two differences actually. So when you're hiding the balances, the employee won't be able to see the balance because, for example, you're creating a time off plan. I'll give you a great example for that. You're creating a time off plan where the employee also does not know how much time off plan I should give this employee for this particular plan. Say you are going for, so you heard of jury duty, right? In Western countries, jury duty is one thing. You don't have a balance for that. You create an accrue as you go plan. Whatever the employee is requesting, I am bound to approve that. Okay. So in such situations, I cannot show the employee the balance of particular time off because there's no balance for that. So we'll use the never show the best practice is to show never show balance to the employee.
But for jury duty, you don't have a balance also, right? Even if you don't check this checkbox, it will not show anything because there is no balance to show.
Correct. Oh, you're asking me whether if there is any balances available and still we're not showing the employees.
Correct. Because jury duty, you will not have a balance. Correct?
Yes,
As exactly. When employee submits it, manager has to approve because that's legal. Correct?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So in your question case, so I have something called, I think I remember creating something for this Latin countries. There's a particular leave called something with domestic violence or something. So the employee won't be able to see the balances, but he or she knows that there is a plan which is actually eligible for them in documents, but not in the Workday. Okay. He or she can always request for this particular time of plan when they encounter some such situations. I cannot deeply explain the scenario, how the process will work. They always hide the balances. They'll give you some balances in the accrual phase of the time of plans, but the balances are hidden, and the employee also cannot self-service this particular time of plan. It is always proctored, administered by the managers or senior level HR people. So that's a different story altogether. But this is actually a required scenario. It is not like it has been kept there for some reason. No, it has been required. But usually what we follow is to never show balance and not check the particular checkbox, because there will be a downstream impacts altogether, right? If I am hiding the balances from the worker, which means that he or she will be aware of this particular time of plan, but won't be able to see the balances. It is going to create some issues. So the best practice we always do is never show some time of plans. If the employers are supposed to know, we'll give them the eligible and balance then. If they're not supposed to know it, we just simply keep it as never show balance. We don't go to the intricacies until and unless the client specifies that it should be hidden from the employee self-service. Okay.
Okay. And I think never show the balance example is the jury duty. Correct.
Never show balance. Yeah, all the accrue as you go plans. Usually all the accrue as you go plans, we'll always keep the never show balance.
All accruals, is it?
All okay. I'll give again. There is a Workday terminology here. Just take a note of it. When you say accrue AAYG, accrue as you go plan, which means it is simply there won't be any balances which we'll be tracking in Workday. There won't be any accruals. I'm not saying there won't be any accruals. There will be accruals, but we'll be working on a priority basis. So the time of plan will given the high priority. What happens is that whatever the employee is requesting on behalf of this particular time of plan, say for example, I'm requesting for 30 days of jury duty. What happens? We don't have a balance. So the system does not know whether to approve or not. So we'll first accept the 30 days as the time of plan, and that 30 days will automatically get updated to the accruals balances. The balance will get updated through the accrual, the 30 days, and indirectly then approving the time of plan. So it's like a crisscross thing. First, we'll take the value from time of plan request. That particular value we'll update it in the accruals, and the accrual will fire and update the balances to 30, making the 30 and 30 equal, so that the employee can get the approval from the manager for this particular time of plan. So basically, without any accrual, without any balances, the employee are requesting for the hours or days. This is called accrue as you go plan, where you don't have the accrual calculation. The only calculation which we're keeping is whatever the employee is requesting, that has to come to the accrual balance. That's it. I'll show you. This is a very easy plan. There is no rocket science. When I'm explaining this to you, you feel that this is the most toughest time of plan. Nothing. It is the easiest step. It's a one-step thing.
I understand. I'm just curious to know. But otherwise, okay. I'm following you what you're explaining.
Got it. Fine. Now next part is, now we see calendar display is called plan type and plan. So what this actually simply means that when in the side of your time of plan page, whatever balances is displayed, what all things need to be displayed. You should be displaying is plan or type and both plan and type. So it depends on the requirements. So usually we'll always keep plan and type or plan based on the requirements. Also, it changes as well. So that we'll come to know what plan and type in later stages, because if you go to time off here, we'll go there. Okay, we'll go there later. I'll explain you. Plan means this particular time of planning, and type is something which will come to the latest part of the stage. Okay, just keep that in mind, and we'll discuss it later. Now there's an option called overrides allowed, a checkbox. Okay, overrides allowed is we know in detail the story behind it. Overrides allowed basically means that you have a balance for this particular time of plan. Okay. What if there is HR corrections happen? HR thinks that this is not we need to update this particular time of plan, or somebody has been wrongly assigned on this particular time of plan, and that needs to be reversed. Somewhere outside the Workday system, automatically calculating the balances, the manual interventions are required. So that is where the overrides allowed checkbox is being kept. So if I checkbox that, an HR person can manually come into this particular time of plan and update the hours. Say the time of plan had 10 hours in the beginning, and the HR is figuring there were some issues there. I need to update it 20 hours. The HR can override the existing time of plan balance, and give the from 10 to 20. So those kind of activities are allowed only if you click the checkboxes here. Okay. Now, this is another one. balance transfer defaults. This is something when you do a job change. So imagine your manager who's working in, I'll take the example of India, it's the best example of India. So you're working from Bangalore office, example, and now you're getting, transferred to Delhi office. Now what happens? Some of the time off will be different when compared to Bangalore office and Delhi office. Now you need to, when you're getting updated to Delhi office, some of your balances get lapsed and some of them you can carry forward to the next particular time of plan, which is available exclusively in Delhi. Okay, so this transfer of balances can be possible only if you enter from Bell family leave to Delhi family leave. There should be a transfer of balance. That is triggered only when you do a change up. Okay, you're doing a change job. So change job means promotion, transfer, demotion, anything like that, termination, everything. So when you're doing that, this particular things will kick off and it'll move the existing balances to the whatever we define time of plan over here. We can create set all the time of plans available and the plans will automatically get updated with the new balance from the old time of plan. Okay. So that is that. Got it. Now comes another very important part called carryover date. Okay. Carryover and carryover date and limit and unit of expiration and amount of time before expiration is nothing but I said this particular time of plan balance period is from current calendar year, which is from Jan 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. Now it is progressing to the next calendar year, that is the Jan 1st, 2026. So from December 31st to Jan 1st of next year, there is a transition happening. So I am defining, I'm saying that no, none of the balances from the existing balance period should flow to the next year's balance period, which means that whatever I have left over will get forfeited. Remember the name forfeited? Forfeited is a technical word which has been used in Workday, which means that every balances which unused balances in your time of plan will be slashed to zero. It will be zero. It will be lashed. There won't be encashing. There won't be nothing. I mean, if you're encashing, it is a different story. But if there is no encash, nothing, it will be zero. It's called forfeiting of balance. Now,
use or lose.
Sorry.
Use or lose. I said right. Use or lose.
Use or lose. Yes, exactly. It's called forfeiting. Yeah. Next part is like I'm keeping 15 hours or 15 days. In this case, it is days. So I'm giving them 15 days. 15 days of this particular time of plan can be carried over to the next year, which means that if I have 15 or less, nothing above 15 will be carried forward. That will be forfeited. 15 hours will be carried forward to the next year, and it will update the employees' balances stating that these are carryover balances. It will be separately say that it is carryover balances, and it will be different from the actual accrual balances which you have available. Okay, now we have carryover balance. Now we need to decide what is the expiration, where, and the time of expiration. So amount of time before expiration simply means that this 15 days, I'm saying to this customer that I am giving you 15 days to the next year, but use it before 6 months. Use it within 6 months of the next year. So I can define 6 over here, and I can put the time of expiration as months. Okay, which means that in 6 months, even if you use or not use, whatever carryover balances will be lapsed. I mean, forfeited. It will be gone, zero. So those configurations are taken care in here. Okay. Any questions?
No, I'm clear.
Perfect. Now we move on to the calculation. So calculation, I'm not saying this is actually calculation. This is a calculation, different calculation altogether for time of plan. This is actually this is termed as calculation. It was basically checks and balances, where to start from the calculation from and where to end it, what are the default values, what are things need to be calculated when you're doing the calculation engine. So those kind of prerequisites of calculations are taken care in this particular tab. Okay, now first one is very important one, which is very required also, accrual frequency method for time of plan. Okay, as I said earlier in the theory part, whenever you consider an absence module, there will be a start of period, there will be end of period. You should be defining your population or your time or whatever it is within the start of period and end of period. There should be a limiters in the both ends. without defining the start of period and end of period, it won't be functioning properly. System will take without the start of period and end of period, system will function as it believes it is correct. I mean, whatever comes to the first thing comes to the stack, it will take it up and function. But when you define start of period and end of period properly, it knows where to start and knows where to stop. In this case, the system is asking us, when should I give the particular time of plan the accrual, or how should I give the accrual for this particular time of plan? So you remember, this is the balance period, this is the period schedule. So what we did is we divided the balance period into a number of periods using the period schedule. In this case, it is monthly. So right now, if I have current calendar year, I have 12 periods at my hand. In this 12 periods, I have 12 periods. I have Jan to December. Accrual can trigger at any point of time. What is the point? That is the question. I'm saying the accrual should start accruing the balances at every start of the period, which means that every month, first of every month, the accrual will trigger, no matter what. Okay. So that is what is defined. So what if I'm putting it as end of period? End of period means I will trigger the particular accruals at Jan 31st or February 28th. What is the last period of your period schedule of your period? That day, the accrual will trigger. Defining this is very important because without that, you cannot move forward while creating the configuration. That is very, very important. Again, there is an option here. Start of period and an end of period. Start of period is Jan 1st, or in this case, Jan 1st of every first of every month. End of period is the end of every month. Okay. Now see, custom frequency. Workday gives you the liberty to do the custom frequency also. This is when I told about the birthday. I need to trigger the accrual exactly in the first of, say, your birthday is in October. So first of October month, if you're assuming your birthday falls on 15th of October, so I am telling the system to trigger this on October 1st, a 1 day leave on October 1st, and there's no carry forward and all. I'm putting zero as a carry forward. And exactly on October 1st, I mean October month, you can avail this particular time off. It's a custom frequency. It won't consider start of period or end of period, nothing. There won't be any limiters. The limiter is a custom frequency. You're defining exactly when it has to happen. And you can, for accrual first date, I can create a date for this particular one. And again, accrual recurs every and monthly, annually, whatever but in this case, birthday is annual. So I can put it as in every 12 months. And it recurs in time. I can put months or days here. Okay. So if I put over here 12 and I'm putting months over here, months over here, which means that in every 12 months, the also keeps on giving you the accrual of 1 day to you exactly in October. Okay. So this is what, so I'm just gonna cancel this, otherwise it's gonna create a lot of bugs for me. Again, I'll edit it. Okay. Now see this calculation. If you put up only the custom frequency, you can see multiple options over here to define that particular custom frequency. If it is start of period and end of period, Workday knows what you mean by start of period or end of period. So you don't have to explain what exactly it is. Usually, the custom frequency is a very rare case. It is like a niche requirement when it comes to, say, very special leaves like birthdays or anniversaries, something like that. Otherwise, it is all about start of period or end of period. And here, next part is time of plan balance lower limit. So again, this is again very important. This is always overridable. It is not like it's a hard and fast rule. Why? Because I can always override the upper limit and lower limit from the time of level, which will come to it. Okay. But first, I'll explain you what exactly is lower limit and upper limit. So even though I have 100 days of time of plan, I should not be requesting the entire 100 days in one shot. Okay. So the accrual will keep on billing you 100 to 200 hours now, but I can always limit the upper limit to say 50 days or 75 days. So limiting the balances to the upper limit is always done here in this particular calculation wheel. But lower limit this is again a different one. If I'm not keeping the lower limit as zero, what happens is that even though the balances are exhausted, and I'll be still able to request for time off if I am not keeping the balance lower limit as not zero. Because if I'm not putting zero, I'm keeping it blank, n number of times the employee can request even without the balances there, because there is no lower limit associated with it. I'm on keep on requesting time off plan. The balance limit is coming -1, -10, -20, -100. No way, no, that's okay, because there is no lower limit of zero. That is actually when you're testing for time off plan, major issues will come up here, the upper limit and the lower limit defaulting values. Now, there are special scenarios where they allow lower limit to be -50. That is like it will be a paid time or unpaid and unpaid time off together. The unpaid will allow you to go beyond -15, like negative balance also. But to a next point, like after 15, it will stop you. You cannot go request beyond unpaid of 15. So those kind of number-wise calculations, like without like like coding, no, not coding, like rules, you can actually work it out over here actually. So these kind of things, keep in mind that this is always useful. Put always, if the requirement does not mention that the lower limit should be zero, it should be limited, it is best practice to check the information with the client prior. Otherwise, if they mention, don't forget to put the defaulted value to zero. Otherwise, that's gonna get into a lot of trouble for you. Okay. Now comes the daily quantity default, which is actually that's a default value. When you're requesting for a time off plan, I'm putting a default value of one day. In this case, a day. One day as when you're requesting, the one day will come up there. A quantity. If it is in hours, I'll put 8 hours, which means the 8 hours has been defaulted over there. I can always go and change the one day to 0.5 hours, like a half day or something. But default value, I can keep it whatever I can define over here will come up there actually when you're requesting for time off plan. Okay, the next one is time off taken. This is again a required field. Why? Because the system should know which all dates we should. Yeah. So sure, Srinivas, yes.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So let's say I have because your your time off is, what is this? Your time off is family leave, correct? Family leave and minimum
Yeah.
1 day, correct? Minimum 1 day
Yes.
default.
Yes.
Minimum 1 day you have to take. When you apply, it has to be 1 day minimum.
No.
So-
No. It is not the minimum one day. It is a default value. It is not the minimum. Okay. So wait. Show you. Go to some. See this hours over here. Srinivas, can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you. 8
Yes.
hours. Huh?
This 8 hours, I never entered 8 hours. Okay, system assumed the 8 hours from the defaulted value in your time of plan. I'll show you this particular time. What is this particular time of plan? This is floating holiday. Floating holiday in hours. Let's see what floating holiday in hours means.
And you can override, right? I mean,
Yeah. Yes.
You can override.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That is not a hard and fast rule that you should be taking this. Am I wrong?
I think it's floating holiday. Maybe just put floating,
Okay.
remove the days.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
So what I can see over here is, let's see, calculation. See?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, got it.
Exactly. So this is where I am defaulting the value, but always I can change it. Say I'm putting 16. I'm putting 16 because I'm not sure whether the half day leaves or any other calculations are allowed here. Just taking that. Okay. And on work days, so some validations they've kept over here, which we'll come to later. Time off's not allowed for non-work days or holidays. So let's change we need to change the date. It's not the 16 hours the problem, it is the date, something with.
You need to have the range, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe Bethlu does not have any work schedule assigned to her. This is the testing phase, which will come. Like, okay, when you can only just take a note of this. This is very valuable to you. You cannot request for an employee's time off or leave without leave is fine. Time off without a genuine work schedule associated with the employee.
Okay.
Without the work schedule, the employee cannot take a time off because time off is from your work schedule.
Got it.
So when you're seeing some errors like that, initially first thing which should come to your mind will be the work schedule. Actually, let's see.
Got it.
We use schedule for worker.
Or maybe maybe he's not working on that day. That also could be possible, right?
Exactly. He won't be working on that day. Something like that. Something will
Schedule
come
will be
up.
different.
Yeah, exactly. It will be different. So
Yeah.
just as you just mentioned, just as a thing that think in a way that if somebody has to take a leave, has a time off, he has to have a work schedule. That's it.
Got it.
Okay. So I'll just okay, fine. Anyway, this is same for floating holiday, whatever it is, it's the same for all the things. So I'll just start explaining from here. It's in the now. So just
I have another question, but I can wait. Maybe you have it, you are going to cover that. I'll wait for that.
wait. Oh yeah, you should. That's okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's you only. You're asking a question or
Oh, yeah. No, I was thinking whether I should wait or I can ask now.
you can ask now, Don't worry, ask now.
Sure. So I have three type of time plans, okay? Time offs.
Okay.
One is you have to, if you're taking time off, it has to be 8 hours. If you're taking 8 hours by default, you cannot request for less than 8 hours. That's one. Second, you can request for minimum 4 hours. Third one, you can even request for 1 hour. Where is
Got
that
it.
configured? It could be 1 hour, it could be 4 hours, it could be 8 hours, minimums, right?
Correct. Hold that thought.
Not accrual, not accrual.
Yes.
Submission.
Not accrual. Yes. That is being covered at the time of one.
Oh, okay, perfect. I can wait. No worries.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, perfect. So next part is days to include. This is another which is very required field, mandatory fields actually. One is all days. All days means you're requesting from 1st to 15th, which will cover two, assuming it will cover two weekends as well. Now what happens over here if I select all days means whatever the date range you selected, if a sandwich between weekends, the sandwich holidays will be taken as holidays itself. That won't be considered as a non-holiday. So that means that I have a balance of 15 days. And if I'm taking the 15 days from 1st to 15th, the weekends are also added, which means that my entire 15 days is gone. Even though if it is not a working day also, it will be taken like that. Now other one is predefined one. That is the generic universal one. That is the Monday to Friday one. That will be like from Monday to Friday. It will only be calculated time off on Monday to Friday. Weekends are always excluded. Now, again, there is another issue here. There is some part of the world country, some part of the countries where, so some part of the world where this Friday is a holiday and Saturday is a holiday, and their work starts on Sunday, which means that we cannot do this Monday to Friday configuration day. Now, for that, we can do the work days, which is a non-holiday work day. So even if the holiday is coming in between, even if there is work week is defined as differently, you can choose this non-holiday so that it won't be counting the no holidays actually in between. Now, other one is worker hours exceeds holiday hours, work days. So this is a very complicated one. Okay, I have per day 8 hour shift, assuming, okay? But there are people who actually work for in a day 12 hours and they complete their work in 3 days. They don't work for the entire 5 days to complete their hours. They'll work for 12 hours every day and they complete their work in 3 days and they take the rest of the days as off. Now, what happens if I am requesting in this 12-hour shift, I'm requesting for say, so total how many hours I have? 36 hours something, right? So if I'm requesting time off, which is more than what my scheduled work is, okay, that happens only in this shift-based workers who works in the like in the predefined set of hours which they're supposed to work, and they're requesting more time off than their expected work days. I mean, their working hours then an issue should trigger. That's why. So if I'm keeping the Monday to Friday, people are expected to work on only assuming they have a work schedule. Some people will have 7.5 hours, some people have 8 hours, some people have 10 hours, whatever it is. So whatever hours they have, they are requesting for exactly at that particular hours. Even though you work overtime, that is a different story. But though you are supposed to work only for 8 hours, assuming. But there are people who has less hours in their schedule, but they're requesting more hours on time off, which means that there is an imbalance in the work hours and the time off hours. In such situations, to restrict the employees from evading such time offs, we keep this work days where work hours exceeds the holiday hours. So that's when we keep this actually, and it's very important. This is very useful in factory level or assembly level workers, which is very important. Okay. And some people might not be knowing this feature exists in Workday, so we should be trying to educate them with this particular feature. Okay. Now comes here is a configure days to include. So again, we are defining and customizing the particular days of this particular timer. So what all days I need to include? I can include from Monday to Sunday. I'm saying that don't include Friday, don't include Thursday. Now, what happens is that Monday to Sunday, of which Friday and Saturday will be considered as a weekends or whatever it is. So some people, I have configured some people like some of the positions in such a way that they'll work on Monday, they'll work on Wednesday, they'll work on Saturday. They won't work on the next other days actually. So what we define is like these are three days. It will be working days, and these 3 days we'll check Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. These are all holidays for them. We'll choose that, and we can customize the employees' schedule based on the offer or whatever they feel like working. So we can always customize it. This is all customizable fields which we have over here. I forgot what was it actually, so I'm just going to cancel it. Okay, now I'm going to take it. Oh. Okay, now comes this use schedule shift means what happens is that I'm pulling the schedule for the worker and using this as the time of taken calculations. So even if there is non-holidays be mentioned, if I'm keeping the schedule shift means the employee is choosing some days to work and all those things, that will be taken, they'll be considered for while availing this particular time of plan and time of request. And next part is restrict request to days to include on calendar. So if I'm clicking on this, so if I am requesting on a holiday and the days to include is non-holiday, and I'm requesting for time off on a holiday, which means that I should be restricted because showcasing that you cannot avail time off during this day because as per the calendar, this is a holiday. Similarly, there will be no work schedule, something. So some calendar level configurations will be pulled over here and it will be restricted on that particular. Say, for example, you are requesting for a time off on Sunday. You won't require because you're not supposed to work on a Sunday. So there is no work schedule associated with Sunday. It will be restricting, the system will restrict saying that you cannot avail a time off on Sunday. So those are the things which is being captured over here. Okay, I'm just giving you some scenario. That's it. In use schedule shift, which we never work on, we hardly use that actually. Maybe from a different perspective, it's a different configuration they'll be using, but I never use that actually. Again, accruals, time off plans, eligibility. Okay, these two things we'll keep to the last because these are the two building pillar stones, like the foundation stones for this particular time off plan. So it requires a lot of time. Basically, if I want to explain, I'll go with time off plan and then go to accruals. So first, let me finish the eligibility and then come back to this. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. I require a full day for accrual and a half day for time off. So since we are approaching the time right now, so I'm just thinking we just finish it off with the eligibility so that we can work on that. Okay. Okay. Eligibility again. Here we have which type of employees their particular time of plan should be eligible is defined over here. If we are putting as all worker types, regardless of contingent workers or employees, it will be eligible for everybody. And if I'm choosing for contingent workers only, which means only the contract employees or part-time employees, something like that, they'll be available for you. An employee means who are full-time, regular people will have or this particular time of plan enabled for them. Actually, usually we choose these kind of things with the employee only. There are time of plans which has been eligible for everybody, that is for the all worker types. Now comes the country. So in the country, we just define country like which country, geological region which you can include. For example, United States and Canada. So they come in combination. So whoever is in US and Canada will get this. Whoever is there. That is, so we kind of put the filter on, okay? So if I'm putting the first level of filter in the employee level, okay? The second level of, it's a filter funnel. And the second filter will be the geological region or country-wise region specification. I can always put country, provinces, United States, and everything in this country or country region. That's the second level of filter. Now, what happened is that I have filtered. So if I have 10,000 employees in across the globe, I have filtered this to first in the employee level, only the employee. The first level 50%. Next level, I am filtering out of this 10,000. I'm putting only say 3,000 employees too, because I'm putting only Canada and states. So in these two countries, the offices have 3,000 assuming 3,000 employees. So out of this 10,000, I already eliminated, say, 75% of the population is eliminated. And for the 25% of the population, I need to filter it again. So I cannot give it to everybody. It's a possibility. If it is for everybody who is working as an employee and who's in Canada and India, I mean Canada and United States, say for the FMLA leaves type and all, they should be eligible for everybody, regardless of anything, the country, and the yeah, years of service is there. That's a different story, but we'll come to it. That's a different again thing. So in that story, we are giving them everybody, but here in this case, there is again a different set of funneling and filtering available here. What is actually is that workers' company is in United States or Canada. I'll show you this again. Sorry. Okay. Now we enter the space of calculation engine. Okay. Calculation engine is nothing but it's a set of calculations, both logic, arithmetic, and conditional rules. Everything will combine together to form a calculation engine. The same engine is being used in both payroll and absence. Okay. Here, what we're defining is called a logic calculation. A logic calculation means if either we have, you remember and or condition which we have in which we studied in our college days or school, I'm not sure. So there's two things, logic gates that sorry, that's in electronics. We have and we have or. And means both the conditions should be true to return true as the final value. In or condition, either of the situation should be condition should be true to return a true. Even if it is false, or one is false, it is fine. If both of them are false, it is false. If either one of them is true, it is a true. So the logic, this is what the logic calculation theory is all about. But again, as we discussed earlier, it is all about start date and end date. In absence, it is very, very crucial and it's very, very important to mention the start date and end date. See, we are checking. So in this condition, in this thing, we are checking whether the worker's company is in US or Canada. Okay. Now see here, this is okay. I have this issue. Now see here, company for job override if exists as of period end date. PED. Okay. Now checking where exactly this particular company is being located. Is it like in USA, US based company or not? Say why we check for this logic scenario for that. Even though the country is in USA, your profile has been created in USA. Are you working in USA? That is what we are checking, just assuming. Okay. So here we are checking that what is the company or job of the particular employee. It's called global. If it is global modern services, the employee who's requesting or initiating the particular time off. Okay. That time off plan, the employee's company or job code is global modern services or not. If it is global modern services, then true. Okay. Then again, we're checking for employer type is regular or P. So first we checked for the USA or not, which is a global company, global modern services, USA. Next part is checking for whether the company is existing in Canada. There are two companies which has been existing in Canada, which is one is Global Modern Services Canada, the other one is Prestige Worldwide Limited Canada. If the employee is from either of these two countries, these two company, yes, then it should return true. The first condition, the worker is United States of America or Canada. We are understanding the company as well. We are getting the company's information as well, and if you might be wondering why there is always a period and date over there, right? Why? Because I just need to explain with an Excel sheet for that. I'm taking a typical example. Okay, so a typical year expression. So we have current calendar year starting from Jan to December. We have 12 periods, assuming it's a period balance and all 12 is we don't require period balance right now in this one. But I am defining the monthly wise, which is actually Jan to December. Now, for an eligibility to kick function, we need to know whether the employees, say in the previous example, whether the employee is working in global modern services USA, right? In such situations, if it is working in global modern services USA, which means that the employee can be already working there, or the employee is recently hired, and there's a possibility that the employee is a notice period and is getting out of this company from within some days. Okay, so three possibilities: one is already working there, hired recently hired, or is a notice period is going to get terminated in like five to 6 days. Okay, what happens, like if I am assuming this particular time of plan is accruing on every start of the period, which means every Jan 1st, the employee should be getting the accrual. But to receive the accruals, the first and foremost part is the eligibility. If the eligibility should be right. For the eligibility to be right, what we should check is that hired mid-period, terminated mid-period. These two important things. These are the two problems which we face. What if the employee is hired mid-period? What if the employee is getting terminated mid-period? How should we treat these population into this particular time of plan? So time of plan is functioning from Jan 1st or every start of the period, they'll put accrual, gives you accrual. Okay, assuming one day you'll give. But if it is hired mid-period, the Jan 1st is over. The mid-period hiring happened on Jan 15th. Say Jan 15th is the hire date. And already the 1st of Jan, which is the accrual date, is being completed and it got pushed to the higher period got pushed to Jan 15th. Got it? Now, but still, as per my requirement, the hired mid-period people are also supposed to be given this particular time of plan balance. Even if they are hired on 15th, they should be given one day. How can we do that? It just passed it. So here is where we checking that. Remember in the eligibility, the company or job as of period end date, which means that every period's end date is considered over here in the company. So even if the employee is hired mid-period Jan 15th, that is okay because it is considered as of end period date. With the system is checking, even though the system has to give on Jan 1st, it is cross-checking on period end date Jan 15th, who all are available in the company or not. So the checkpoint is on end date. That's why even if the employee is hired on 15th of Jan, he or she is awarded the same balance as people who are already working there. Got it? That is why the period end date and period. So if I can always try, I can always keep it like okay. And this is actually called in instance set comparison calculation. It is comparing A to B. It's a source field is company and it is checking for target instance. It's called instance of comparison. This is very, very important because either logic calculation or instance of calculation will be the heavily used item in for the absence calculations. Now I can always go back and see. I'll show you company. See this. This is what we're using. Company for job if or override if exists as of period date. Now, there is again a counterpart called start of date, period start date, which means the checker point is kept in the starting of the period rather than the end of the period. In the starting of the period, who all are existing in the company will be given the first 1 day of balance. What the real issue over here is that hiring people in the mid period, whoever is hired in mid period will not receive this particular 1 day. So, as per the requirement, if they are okay to give the same balances as of the mid-period hire date, we should keep the end date. If they are not willing to give the same balances of the mid-period hire, we keep the start date. So whoever is crossing the Jan 1st start date will be giving that particular 1 day. Okay. Again, every instances which we can use in absence calculation will be divided into period start date and period end date. So for example, there's a thing called company hierarchy or job. Again, it has been divided into period end date and period start date. I'll show you again something different. See, employer type. Employer type is another either fixed or like full-time or part-time employees or type of employees. I have the same employer type is been divided into end period end. This is also checking whether the employee is full-time as of the period start date or the employee is full-time, will be full-time at the period of end date. That is what the concept is all about. So to include populations and populations at a given point of time, we'll always have to refer to the start of the period or the end of the period. I mean, end date or start date, end date. In this calculations, we use period end date and period start date. Period is what we define in the period schedule. Okay, and the balance period. I know it is very hard to digest, but Srinivas, any questions from your side?
No. I'm following what you're explaining, right? So I have a question.
Yes.
I have 2 questions, but I get it, what you're explaining.
Yeah, perfect.
So what if I have period beginning and period end both combined? Let's say my employee type is regular.
Okay.
And I'm saying as of period end date or period start date and terminated mid-period.
Oh, I'm coming to that. Yeah, that is the basic thing. So what I'm saying is that first, I'll just take one example and show it to you.
Okay, my scenario is, let's say you took a scenario, right? Jan 15th. Let's say Jan 18th. Some odd date. Joined on Jan.
Correct.
And the assumption is the accrual happens at the period beginning. Every month first, Jan 1st, Feb 1st, March 1st, whatever it is. Correct. Let's take 20 hours per month, right? Let's take 20 hours per month. And it happens every period beginning, period start date, PS date. Accrual happens on Jan 1st, Feb 1st. And employee joins on 18. So should it give or it should not give 20 hours for that employee?
Why I should be including? So what you asked the right question. What if my start period and end period need to be aggregated? So I need the complete period from the start and to the end. And in that situation, what I can do is, as of period end date, as of period, sorry. Imagine the accrual is functioning as of period start date. Okay. Wow. Can you come to your question? What time is it?
Sure. I'll tell you. So let's say mine is PTO, correct? Personal time off.
Yeah, PTO.
20 hours per month for each employee. Accrual happens period start, PS date, which is Jan 1st, Feb 1st. And Jan to December is my period, right? Every month. And example is employee joins on January 19th or 18th, some odd date.
Yeah.
Correct? Odd date. So should he get the accrual? If yes, how many hours he should get it?
Yes, he's supposed to get this particular time off plan. How and why? Because so again, is there any prorations available for this particular time of plan? Proration in the sense that the employee who's joining after the period start date and mid of the month, the 20 hours will be prorated based on the hours he's working. So from Jan 18th to Jan 31st, assuming there will be like 12 days of work, just assuming 12 days of work.
13 days, yeah. 13 days, yeah.
13 days of work. So he or she should be awarded the prorated value of the 20 hours. If that is the case, if the employer is bluntly giving this 20 hours, whoever is joined mid-period also, then what we can do is we'll check as of period start date, who are the employees. First step. So period start date, who all are the employees, all population. Okay, who are in that population. Okay. Now we'll check and hired mid-period. Okay, so that is called mid-period hires. Plus, or again, we should check for terminated employees also, or mid-period termination. Sorry.
When you say mid-period, you mean it has to be on the 15th?
No,
or it can be any date.
Any date. When I'm saying mid means it's in between the month.
In between the months. Got it. Okay. Date can be any date.
Yeah.
23rd also. Okay.
Yes. 30th of Jan is also a mid-period.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. And we in these three conditions, and we rearrange the populations accordingly in the logic. There's a logic calculation. Remember the logic calculation? In the logic calculation and instance calculation, if you play around with that. So first we need to include our population. Next one, we need to include the hiring mid-period, and we need to include either include or exclude. That depends on the requirement. Mid-period termination. That will form the entire population. There is no population outside the circle. You got it. But you will get a clear picture when it comes to what exactly is that. Yeah. One second. Let me find a particular. View, let's check. See this one? We'll just go to the bottom of this. So country is Germany. Just this is a different scenario. This country is Germany. Okay. Now, two things. First, we created logic calculation checking for country is Germany as of period start date. As of the start date of the period, we are checking the companies, the employees in Germany or not. And in this scenario, the system is checking two things. One is as of period start date, the employee is in country Germany or not. It's Germany. And you should also check if the employee is worker terminated mid-period. Because if the employee is as a period start date, in the start date, the employee will be in the country Germany. But what if in between the duration of the month, the employee is getting terminated? In such situations, I should include the employee who is actually getting terminated mid-period also, because it is a start date we are checking. If it is a start date we are checking, we should also include the terminated mid-period also, because as of the start date, the employee is not terminated. He is still the worker. So we included the terminated mid-period also. Now we're checking for the period end date. In the period end date part, what we did is we checked for the Germany. So whoever is crossing, so there's a start and end point. As of period start date, we're checking the employees in country Germany. So for that, and the end point is as of period end date is also Germany. So people who are hired in mid-month are already getting included in this period end date part. You got it?
Yeah.
But who is getting omitted over here? In the period, this is a two situation. Either it has to be falling under start date or it has to fall on the period end date. So the terminated people who are terminated mid-period will not end up completing the period end date. It will only complete the period start date. So what we did is, in an or condition, either they have to complete a start date or they have to complete an end date. In this situation, I completed a start date with the terminated people, and I did not I completed all the other people except for the terminated people. So what populations we got? We got an entire population. But what if I'm checking the other way around? Whereas my period, I'm checking for the first is the period end date, and period start dates come next. Then I should check for the high date. So basically, fine, ignore what I said earlier. Are you clear with this concept of high start date and end date here? This country one.
Yeah. Period end date means, let's say example of March 31st. Period end date. End date means March 1st.
Yes.
Mid-termination means terminated within that any of the days in the month of March.
Okay. So people who are actually part of the start date will have both the starting people plus the terminated mid-period also we are considering. But in the end date, those people who are already there will be taken on the period start date as well. So the population is stronger. This is the way we defined using the termination mid-period. There is another way where, just don't ignore it. There is another way which will come to you later, where we're using the concept of hired mid-period. We use the concept of terminated mid-period. In coming sessions, we'll be talking about hired mid-period. That's a different concept. But don't get confused with this right now. You understood the concept of start date and end date, right?
Okay, I understood. But in this example, assuming employees should get 20 hours each month, will everyone get it? People who are already there will get it, should get it. Correct? Yes. People already there till the end of the month, they should get 20 hours.
Yes.
People who were on the period beginning but left in the middle, should they get 20 hours or should they get 10 hours?
What? So that depends on your conflict.
Example.
Yeah, in this example, when you're defining, they should get it.
They should get full 20 hours, correct?
Yeah, they should get full 20 hours because there's no proration here. There's no proration defined over here.
Okay. Even if they joined on 30th,
yes,
they should get full 20 hours.
Full 20 hours because until and unless you define a proration, the employee will be getting the complete hours.
Okay.
Okay. If the requirement talks about proration, the accrual will trigger based on the proration actually.
And that is true for new hires also, right?
Exactly.
New hires, even if they join in the middle,
yes,
they should get it. If the config says period end date or period, start date, they all will get full hours.
Full hours until and unless there is a proration. I always keep stressing on proration because that is where the accrual functions actually.
Okay. Got it.
But the eligibility parts. So when you're talking about the eligibility, they will get it. But what they get it is defined in the accrual section.
Perfect. I got it.
You got the gist of it, right? Yeah.
Yes, I got this one.
Yeah. So we finished eligibility also. So similarly, we can. So again, if I put plus over here, which means these two, I put ABC condition over here, which means that these two conditions will be an OR condition.
Got it.
And whatever I'm defining in the same column will be an AND condition.
Oh, this and this. Okay, got it.
This two are OR. Okay, just make sure. Yeah.
That I think this is good. This go with the same BP criteria, right? This is how it's also defined in BP, correct?
Same. Correct.
One question though, Matthew.
Yes.
So when the country says US and Canada, why are we again saying country here? Is this not redundant? Calling country again the eligibility?
No, this is not the country we're talking about. Remember, if I open this, they're not talking about the country. They're talking about the company in a country.
That's fine. I get it. Yes. Let's say I am based out of USA. That means my company also in USA, correct? I can't be in USA and working for Canada, correct? Because it all come from your position, correct? Position,
No. Yeah, I'll give you a scenario for that. Some of the US companies have what is it called? I don't know, subsidiary companies functioning for USA in India. Okay. So I'm not sure if you've heard of Deloitte. Will have a Deloitte India and Deloitte USA. That is US India, which is
USA in India.
Yeah, they'll function for US. They'll function only for the US projects.
Okay.
So they're working not in US. They're working in India, but their profiles are created in US. But their company will be different.
Okay. But in that case, employee is based out of India, but company is USA.
Correct. Then he should not be eligible for the particular time of plan. That's what the system is saying.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So
I think these are required mostly for the holidays, right? Because otherwise vacation, I think usually goes with where the employee is based out of. But holiday calendar is what you support.
Correct. No, there are some, for example, time offs. There is a thing called FMLA, family medical leave, something. But even though we are working for US, the Indian employees are not supposed to get it.
Correct. Because that goes with the country law, right?
Country law.
Where you are based out of. Doesn't matter what you support and what you do. It's a country law.
It's a country law. But if my profile is created in US and I'm not working in US, should I be eligible or not?
Your profile is created in US. You mean
because I am in the
getting US salary?
Yeah,
are you getting US salary?
Yes.
USD salary.
Yes.
But you're currently in India on a deputation, going to office and working there for a few days. Correct?
Not deputation. I'm talking about there's no deputation, nothing. I am hired from US. Okay, I'm getting paid from US, but I'm not working in US.
You're getting paid in US dollars.
Yes, in US dollars. For example, I'm a contract employee or I'm a full-time employee, but working remotely in India.
Oh, you can't do that. That's illegal. I know some companies do that. You cannot do that. If you do it, that's illegal.
Yeah. I'm just assuming.
I know some company do that, but that's completely illegal. It is non-regulated, and they can be sued. Company will be, closed. They have to lock out if they do that.
Oh, I see.
But some company do that. Some workers do that. They work from India, but their company is USA, getting paid in US dollars. Completely illegal. Their company can be closed, locked out immediately. if US comes to know or India comes to know, right? That's completely illegal. You cannot do that. Forget about India, US. You cannot work, let's say, in Seattle. You know Seattle, right? In US, Seattle and British Columbia in Canada. You cannot work here and take Canadian salary. It's a different country, right? Different country. That's completely illegal.
Fine.
And there are some states in US. Like New York and New Jersey, you have to declare it. If you're sitting in one state and taking, resident in another state, you have to completely declare.
Got it. Yeah.
And pay the tax in both the states.
Okay.
What you said, that's illegal. You cannot do that.
Oh, nice.
Any country, that's completely illegal. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know, but there's some I've heard like that subsidiary companies something.
No. I mean, your example is right. Example,
Ah,
technically correct. I understand.
yeah.
To give that example, completely agree. That's a great example.
Hmm.
Can we do it? Answer is no in capital letters. Yeah.
Thank you for that information. I think as of now, in time of plan, we completed the balance calculation eligibility and the root configuration as well. Now we comes to the two pillar stone, that is time off and accrual. We start by, is that fine?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I know. I think this is getting logged. This is getting recorded, right? So let me also add to my example, right?
Yes.
So in exceptional cases, you
Yes.
can for a few days work from India and still get paid in US dollars, but not permanently.
Oh, okay.
Like, for example, you go to India and there is a project you need to support, correct?
Yes.
And you talk to your employer and work for one day and do the presentation. Those kind of exceptional cases is fine, but not like you're based out of here, getting in USD, but completely working, enjoying in US dollars in India. No, that's not done.
Fine.
Exceptional cases, yes. I know.
Yes.
I'm just clarifying this because I know this.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Absolutely.
these are used in the future. So just want to make sure that I'm continuing that sentence. Yeah.
That's perfect. That's perfect, Srinivas. Thank you so much for that information. Actually, it's very information for me as well. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. It was a great example. Okay. I enjoyed it.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
What can we configure? Like whether the employee can take full day, half day, what are the hours, and all those things. So yeah, again, just want to remind you one more thing. This particular time off is also an effective date based profile. So whenever I'm creating a time off, you see there is a snapshot associated with it. The snapshot is getting opened up, and then only you can view the particular. See the snapshots over here. Even though the time off is there, the informations are here, but this is again on the initial snapshot. If I change some configuration inside time off and put a new effective date, what happens is a new effective date will come into play, and whatever request coming post that particular effective date, the second one or the first, depending on the date, that will be triggering, irrespective of the effective date in the time of plan. So every part time of plan has as an initial as a snapshot date, and time off as a snapshot date. So even if the snapshot dates are different across all these three elements, that doesn't matter for Workday. The Workday will only trigger what is actually coming in the correct date. Then, say for example, the effective date of time off plan was, and the effective date of accrual is, and the effective date of time off is also. So what happens is that time off plan will function according to configuration. But if I'm raising a request, accruals will and time offs will trigger as according to what the changes I made, and that will trigger. Okay, so you understand those. So whatever the dates are different, it is okay for Workday. It will function according to the correct dates which has been mentioned. So now I'm gonna drill deep into the time off part. I'm gonna edit this. See, I have an update an existing effective date, or you can add a new effective date. I'm going to do an initial effective date updation since for this training purpose only. Okay. So here we have a name, we have a code. This is very important because this particular name will be visible for the customer when he's applying for a time off. Okay. But the code is actually used for internally inside the Workday. So if I'm making any external changes to the time off will not be referenced based on the name which we give, but it will be only referenced by the code name, what we are given. So remember, the code and name are different. I mean, it can be of same nature, but the purpose of the name and code are entirely different. A name is entirely used out by the employees while applying for time off, but whereas code is used internally and externally by making changes, overrides to the balances. All these things are, we are not taking the name, we're taking only the code. The code is getting updated with the updated balances, override balances, or transfer balance. All these things, it functions only with the code. So be sure you have a legit code and name, like for time each and every time off. Now, next part is, see this required position on time off request. So Workday also supports position-based time off requests as well. Say, for example, Srinivas is working in a company, ABC company, and he's actually handling, say, hey, you're a developer, assuming you're a developer, but for a different organization, like same organization, within the same organization, in a different vertical, you are handling a position of, say, change manager. Okay, two positions. What happens is that how the system does know from which position you are particularly raising the request time off. So this is where it comes to play, where when I check that particular checkbox, what happens is that at the time of request, in from which profile the employee is raising the request, that request, the time of request, will capture that position and return that position to the approver. Now, remember this. Once you click on the save button, this particular checkbox will not be active anymore because it's a fundamental one, and you cannot change once you save a time off, actually. So you should be very clear and check with the clients that whether the particular time off plan or time off or whatever absence plans you're creating, is it restricted to any positions, or is it position enabled time off request? Should we, like, we do need to configure a position enabled time off request or not? So you should be very clear on identifying the position, if it is required or not. Usually, in some cases, employees does not, customers would not request you to configure this based on your position, because it is a slight headache for the customers also to maintain, because if there are multiple positions and tracking each position while requesting for time off request is actually a very tedious task. So usually that won't happen. But I have configured many of the clients with the position based as well. Now it comes to the theory where some of them are positions and some of them are non-positions. So how do you tackle? You cannot do this in time off or time off plan. That has to be dealt externally from the BP, whether it is position based or non-position based, and is happening in the BP set. So here, even if I'm clicking position is enabled for it, even the employee does not have multiple positions, the system will only give you the primary position and secondary positions. So the time of request will only fetch the primary positions if the positions are not defined for multiple positions are not defined for the employee. Okay. Now, categories are simple. This particular time off will be used for both absence and payroll. That has been faded. So now comes the time off type. You remember in the time off plan, I just asked you to remember that what is the display method, whether it should be plan and type or plan or type. Remember that? So this is I'll show you again if you want me to. 1 second. See, this is calendar display plan.
Okay.
Yeah, this is actually where, if I go and edit this, over here, see plan and type, plan or type. Yeah. So this is the place where you can define that. No, where exactly. Yeah. Okay. What is meant by time off type is, like, say you have a segment of time offs, say, which is actually different for each and every employees, but it falls under the same category of time off. Say for vacation, so Australia has a vacation type, New Zealand has a different vacation type, US have a different vacation type. So it's all at the end of the day, it's all vacation. The type of the time off is always vacation. So what we can do is that I can not group actually, I can give the same name of vacation type as vacation to all these time offs, irrespective of which country, which eligibility, nothing. This is nothing. There's no accountability for that. There is no configuration for that. I can simply create a time off type over here. I can give the name and time off type ID, and that will be added over here. You got my point, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that is there. And the next part is the allow to sell time off. This is actually a very new feature. I think it is just not more than a year old functionality. It became on last release, I guess. This is the ability of for an employee to sell their existing balances to someone else or to the company or to whoever they wanted to. So, I mean, to the company they want actually. So, allowing them to sell time off is enabled with this checkbox. So, if I click the checkbox over here, what happens is that the employee in the sell options over here, we can define some sell options categories over here. Again, you cannot make any changes once the save button is clicked because it has already been saved. You cannot do that. But assuming we can, I'll just explain to you. We can define a period where the employees are allowed to sell their balances to make extra money. So it is a statutory policy, like in some Western countries, the employees are allowed to sell their time off balances and they can make money out of it. And it is not always like they cannot do it every single time. We can control, or the workday can control when the employee can sell their time offs. So that is defined in this available to sell during. Anytime, if I'm clicking anytime, the employees are allowed to sell any point of time they have. Fixed period is like if I click on the fixed period, there will be a predefined set of like constraints when the employee has to follow it, and the employee can only start selling in that particular fixed period. Say you have a balance of some statutory leaves, time off policies, and you have like 300 hours or 180 days or something. So it's like it's some of the healthcare industries heavily use this particular option. So a lot of their caregivers or nurses will have a lot of hours. They can encash it. I mean, not encash it. They can sell their time off. It is not encashment. It's called the sell time off. Why? Because they don't require that much particular balances, and they can make money out of it. And it is legally bound by the employee to sell it to the employer itself. And that particular time off has been addressed. Or what happens is that that particular time off will be lapsing after, so they configure it as such a way that there is no carryover is allowed. So it will be lapsing. Either you take it or you can just sell it off. So the sell off possible probability will happen in the window, and he or she can do it. Now, there is a thing called sell schedule. I'm not sure. Yeah. Are you time tracking also? Have you taken time tracking also? Just curious to know.
Oh no,
Okay.
I understand. I understand
Yeah.
the conceptual. I understand.
Got it. Got it. So you remember work schedule calendar? Similarly, we have a sell schedules calendar. There's a sell schedule calendar that has to be enabled, and we need to define what duration it can happen. And when after this particular selling off is done, when should the system understand that everything is done and this will be your updated time of balance? The system will check for that particular date, and from that date, the sell will be done, the sell options will be done, and whatever is remaining will be your new balance for time off. That has been handled in the sell schedule part actually. Now coming to the maximum time to sell, how much is allowed, like 10 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours. You can define it. And beyond that, you cannot do it. The system will throw in it. Next part is maximum limit applies to. This is something which is like the employee is allowed to sell whether whatever is not in the particular balance period or throughout the entire. So, for example, this particular time off is current calendar year and it's a monthly period schedule. Now, what happens is that I can sell whatever time off I have for that particular balance period of January. That has been in the second option. Now, I can also sell whatever time off I will be getting in the month of June. And that amount, say for example, in Jan, I get 1 day. By June, as of date, 1st of June, I'll be getting how many? 6 days. In the first option, I will be allowed to sell the entire 6 in the month of Jan. So that whether you should be doing that or not is controlled over here. Okay. Now, sell increments. Sell increments nothing but how many hours I'm supposed to sell. If I have 10 hours and I need to sell my 10 hours, can I do it the entire 10 hours or the limit, adhering to the limit? What are the increments? I should be giving 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour increments, 4 hour increments, 0.5 hours also. So I have 10 hours, I need to sell 9.5 hours, whether that is allowed or not. That increment is what is defined over here. Okay. So this is very new. This has been used by very few customers. Most of them are reluctant to use it. Some say that it's very hard to maintain the protocols.
So sell options, right? Sell, I understood the concept. So in some organization, they also have something called donate, correct? Donating the hours.
Yes.
So do we have a separate feature in Workday for donate?
No.
It's same as sell, or it's part of sell. How is that handled? Donate.
It is not donate. We don't have the option for donation. It is either sell or buy. That's it.
Okay. No, I mean, organization policies, you cannot sell for money. You can donate. Like for example, some, an employee's, one of the family members is sick, like cancer or something, right? Hospitalized, and employee needs some more support and needs some more leave, but he doesn't have any hours left in his bucket. Correct?
Yes.
Some employees who wants to donate, right? Saying, hey, I'll give you 3 days off. You go and, take care of your family. Something like that. There are some organizations who they have this kind of policies, but very rarely, like you said, sell is very, very, rarest of the rare cases. This is also, I think, these days I have not seen. I have heard about 1 or 2 companies that I supported in the past. But if we have such, as part of implementation, how we should go about it? Is that some integration?
Yes. No, it's not integration. So as we discussed on sell options over here, there is an option called buy time off, which doesn't always mean that it involves cash. Okay. It is simply asking, so as you said, I have some serious illness and I want some more time off. Other employees will be willing to sell their time off to this particular, and he'll be in the market to buy time offs, and other employees can sell the time off to this particular employee, not for cash. Even though they call it sell and that the other one is buy, the concept is same, donation or for cash, anything. But there is an option in Workday which allows the employee to buy time off from others and use it for this personal purpose.
Okay. So then, right?
Sorry, come again. I was not clear.
And the amount becomes 0. It's not actually
amount. Yeah. No. The amount there is like no amounts involved in buying some time off at every point of time. No, it can be of 0 value as well. Okay.
And so that's a separate configuration, is that?
Yeah, that's a separate configuration. We'll cover it in the later stages because even that is also like a niche thing, but we'll come back to it. We'll just finish it off.
No problem.
Yeah.
Just conceptual. I just want to understand the concept. That's it. That's
no problem. Got it. Thanks. Thank you, Srinath, for asking the question. We finished the allow sell time off checkbox here. Now comes picked up by payroll interface 1 period in areas, which means it is basically a payroll concept. I'll explain. I'll just give you a brief idea about this particular thing. Whether this particular in the payroll, so payroll will be running from the background, but according to the pay period calculations will be running. If at all there is any changes to this particular time off, the payroll should pick up any changes or any areas in the past for historical references also. So should we allow payroll to keep on fetching, keep on checking for this time off on any changes or any areas left over for the employee to reprocess, recalculate the same payroll again? That is what is being used for this particular scenario. That has been completely taken care in the payroll side. Absence has very minor input over here. If we check this box, it will keep checking for any changes per time of action. You can, if they want this particular checkbox to be opened, or you can always go back and change it. There is no graying out of this action. Okay. And this tell option, I forgot. I think I mentioned that that option will be blocked. No, this is actually gonna be blocked in the later point of time. It won't be blocked as of now. It will be blocked soon. But till then, since it's a new one, if I check this box, it will be open for everybody to even after saving this particular time off, you'll be able to do it. I forgot to mention that. I think I mentioned this green on. So yeah. Now the next part is visible for team absence. So this, as the name suggests, if I am on time off, your team should be in your team absence calendar. Your manager will be having access to the team absence calendar. So in the team absence calendar, the manager will be able to know that you're on this particular time off. You're on family leave or whatever. You're a family time off actually in Belgium. So your manager will be able to see this particular time off in the team absence calendar if this particular checkbox is checked. Okay. And now this is the basic configurations of which only this position request capturing is read out if you're not saving it prior to the, you're not checking it prior to the save button. That's it. Apart from that, everything is possible to be updated. Okay. Yeah, please.
The payroll interface. So are we saying payroll interface the third party vendor or payroll that is in-house within Workday? So payroll could be one is within Workday, right?
Yes.
Or it could be third-party vendors where we send the information and payroll is run outside of the system. So is this checkbox refers to the third-party vendor interface or interface within payroll within Workday?
Okay, good question. So in this one, whether it is a third party or an in-house like Workday payroll, it doesn't matter. It will be completely focusing on the inputting of data to the third party or the in-house payroll part. So whenever you create a data, this payroll history mapping, payroll value calculations, and everything, whenever these checkboxes are checked in different areas, like in HCM, also there's some places, a lot of places where you pull in data for its payroll. That pooling in payroll data, the data is being built on these kind of information. So once the data has been made, there is always an option via an integration. You can pick up these information and give to the third party payroll processing as well. Or if you're using a Workday payroll, you can simply pull in the data to the Workday payroll system. It is irrespective of any third party control. Got it?
Then should this be checked all the time?
No. So there are timeouts where once you evade it, that's it. There is no more changing. So this is basically checking the areas. It is some people might have taken it and they might have changed it. So some people might have already got an approved time off. But when it comes to for example, I apply for this time off in next month, which is my next pay period, and I got approved and everything is done. But before that, in the same pay cycle itself, I'm gonna cancel this. Now, if I'm not checking this thing, it won't come back and check whether this particular thing is done or not, or if there's any changes to the dates or not. All these areas or these changes will be picked up in each period, will not be done from the payroll side.
So it will pick up in the next pay cycle.
Exactly. Every cycle, it will keep on checking it backwards for if there is any changes happened or not.
Okay.
But that is not very important in the absence side. You don't have to worry about it. It is always the payroll people will inform you that this has been required or not. Similarly, you have an same thing which is applicable to leave of absence also. We'll come back to it later. Okay. Perfect. So coming to the details part. Okay. Every time off works on priority. Okay. I told you, right? There will be several time offs inside a time off plan. So how should the time offs should be triggered will be defined by the priority. So family leave this is Bell family leave. There will be multiple other family leaves for the countries. If I'm clubbing together in one single time off plan, which time or leave the family plan. So I have one family plan and one time off, this particular time off plan, and another particular time off called compassionate care leave or something, or domestic violence leave. So I'm clubbing family leave, domestic violence leave, compassionate care leave. This is a hypothetical example I'm just giving you. Even I myself was joking around here. So I am creating these three particular time off into one time off plan. Now the employee is requesting for the time off actually. So which time off should come into which time off should be processed first, or how should the balance should be reduced? So these kind of things is defined as in priority. I can give 20, 10, 25, 15. So the best practice is always to give double digits so that it won't cause any trouble while calculating. So priority is very important. It should be defined by the consultants to make sure that every time is initiated or processed on an orderly basis for that purpose. Okay. Now comes the adjustments allowed. This is the tick check box where you ensure that an external person or external like HR process or HR person administrators come back to this particular time of plan or time off to make a manual update in the balance spreads or or like an automated balance update. You can do either by manually or you can do externally with a push to the system, like a data dump to the system. So whenever you're doing such data dumps or manual updation, the system should capture that updated information and update the balances is only possible if you check this particular box, adjustments allowed. That is where the adjustments of balances is being captured. Okay. The next part is hide from worker self-service. Again, we discussed in time off plan whether the employer should be able to request time off on their own or not, or that has been checked. That is at the checkbox over here. Okay. Now comes time calculation tag. It is nothing but a related time and time entry. I can bring in certain tags for this particular time off. Say I am bringing in what say overtime calculation tags. I can bring to this particular calculation tags, which captures the information for that particular information, and I can repurpose it in the accruals tab. Like for example, I did work on a weekend, which means that I should be getting a compensatory time off. I can calculate the hours on how much I'm having based on that particular hours. You can take a next day or following couple of days, what is it called, compensated time off. So that those kind of configurations are handled. Next part is very, very important. Just make sure you remember this clearly. It is called enter through time off only, enter through time tracking only, enter through time tracking or time off. It is simply mentioning that whether this particular time off can be requested only through an absence request portal, like the absence calendar, or it can only be requested through time tracking calendar, or it can be requested from both time tracking as well as from the absence calendar, time off calendar. So we define it based on Tito, like I forgot actually the names. Time off, enter through time off only, we'll put it time off only, time entry through time off. Yeah. So I'll just get that.
I get it. So
Yeah,
I think
but
best practice here is time tracking and time off or time off, correct? That's I think
yeah,
best practice, correct?
it's not best practice, I would say. There is more to it actually. So if I'm putting through enter through time off only, the corresponding grouping of this particular time off will be time off time entry, TOTI. Okay. And through time entry only means time off through time off. Total. Okay. Got it. This is the things called time off time from the absence part only. It's called TOTI, and enter through time entry only is called TOTO. And for both, it is the normal thing. So you can keep both time entry and or time off. It is a normal thing. Like usually it will be divided. Say, for example, sick leave is one best example to put it through the both actually. So sick leave can be requested either from the absence calendar or from the time of entry as well. You can just click on the time entry and mention sick leave and put 8 hours, and that is done. That is the one particular leave which I remember for both time entry and time off. But there are certain situations where they'll classify the particular time off based on what is the entry method. So usually it will be only through time off. Some major time off plans will be considered only through time entry. Sorry, time off only. That is a 2T, and there will be few, very very few time offs will be TOTO, which is called time off through time entry. So time off to time off, TO time off. So just remember whenever somebody says that TOT or TOTO, just remember that they're talking about what is the entry method. That's it. Correct? This is actually what we call a jargon, which has been used in some part of Workday ecosystem. Okay, moving on. Now, coming to your questions, this is the place where we do all the validations. If you can see here, there is a column called data entry validation, value, time of entries to include, time of set validations, all these things. This is the place where I can configure, say, this particular time off, I can request in, say, half day, full day, 0.5 days, whatever day. So I can define for that question, if I want to do what is it called half day, I'll be choosing this thing called increments. This increments define, say I can put 0.5, see 0.5. If I put 0.5 over here, whatever is the unit of time, like days or hours, I can request the time off in half method. Like if it is in days, I can request in half a day. If it is in hours, I can then I have to put. If it is in hours, I should put 4 actually, because assuming it is a 8 hour shift, I can put 4 here, which will allow me to put 4 hours as a time off. So increments define whether I can take half day or full day leave. Okay, and the next part is this is consecutive day maximum. This is the time, this is the option where I can stay continuously. I can request for 3 days or 2 days, max to max. There is no, you cannot go beyond 3 days in one shot, even though your balance is 10. I can request in one request 3, max to max. That is the definition. Now, similarly, exactly opposite, what is the consecutive day minimum? In one shot, what should be the minimum days or hours you should be requesting for this particular time off? So if I click on consecutive day minimum, and I can say that I want put 3 days, so that the employee I should be requesting 3 days, and I can put the consecutive day maximum as 5. So within 3 to 5 days, the employee should be requesting, not less than that or not beyond that. Okay. Now comes the maximum. Maximum is simply nothing but how many leaves or how many time the employee can request in one given point of time, one given day. Okay. So why? Because maximum is that there will be some leaves. So I'm on time off, and there will be I'm taking a leave of absence also. It's longer in nature, and that's covering this particular date also. And the system always will throw the error that you're already on leave, and or you already have applied for a different time off. Example, different time off on the same date, and you're still going for another time off which is not allowed by the system. Again, and in that note, you see all these individual time off entry, and the other one says that all time off entries for the worker for the same day. Okay. So when I'm putting consecutive day maximum, what happens? This has been defaulted. You cannot change this particular scenario because for consecutive day maximum, individual time entry is considered. Okay, but for maximum, we are checking for other time offs as well, right? So that's why we have an option for all these things. All time off entries will work for time off validation instead of say same date, and individual time off entry as well. For the individual time off entry, I put 1 day on same day, 1 day for time off on say June 6th. Now, again on June 6th, I'm taking another time off and the same time off for the same date. What happens is that already there is a time off for the same time off on the same date, which will cause me the problem. But for the other one, all time off entries for this work of the same date, what happens is that it checks for other time offs as well. If there is anything which is actually having a same date time off, it will stop the employee from requesting that time off. So I'm just putting this consecutive maximum. Okay, one more thing. There are several validations which you can use over here. Increment maximum unpaid time off we've defined over here, which is actually saying that I am saying maximum unpaid time off units allowed is 0, which means that I cannot go beyond a negative value. So my balance is done. Whatever is coming as going negative it should be considered as an unpaid time off. And that is a flag which is being shared with the payrolls. Even though the maximum balance for the time off plan is negative 15, assuming. But in the time off side, you're defining that maximum unpaid time off is allowed as 0, which means that the rest of the negative 15 days should be considered as an unpaid time off and will be considered as an LOP or unpaid time off from the payroll side. Got it? Question?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was listening to you. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we have maximum unpaid time off, minimum. Minimum is what is the minimum number of hours you're requested for requesting this particular time off. You can keep it as 0.5. That is the minimum one. And if you put increments as 0.5, which means that you cannot go less than 0.5. Just remember that as well. Minimum means I'm requesting for 1 day is minimum, 2 days is minimum. I can keep that minimum thing, but not 2 days. 2 days will be taken care of the consecutive day minimum and not the minimum actually. The other one is multiple time off requests not allowed for the same day. You don't allow the employees to take multiple time off for the same date. Again, you have the option. See, this option changes. There is no individual time off anymore on this one. I can either select these two options actually. Next part is actually coming. Yeah, time off date before maximum override balance date not allowed, which simply means if you have doubts, just always check on this one. This is basically meaning that time of date before the maximum override balance date not allowed means if the override balances are due to happen. Like you remember when I'm saying there is a change in balances. So if I'm requesting for time off before the override balances are happening, that is not allowed actually. But this is very rare in use. That is actually having a manual intervention to it. Many companies will not be going with this validation. It's a good to have thing. That's all. It's basically checking for any override balances exist or not. And if it is not existing, you should only request only after the override balances is completed because that is the only time when the system allows you to apply for the time off amount. That has never been used. Don't worry about it. Most of the time, these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the 6 mainly and heavily used validation rules which you'll be doing for 95% of the validations. Just remember that. Okay. If you ask me, I never touched on that last one. Last two things I never tested because this option is already taken care in the time of entries to include this idea. So never touch this actually. Only these 6 validation rules we'll be working with. And next, similarly, you can see there is a custom text over here. This is basically nothing but whenever there is an error which has been done, like due to, say, for consecutive to maximum, I get as 3, but I requested for only 1 day. What error message or what custom text you should be showing can be defined over here. I can create a custom text informing the employee that you are supposed to request for 3 days, but your current request is less than 3 days. Please revise your time of request. So such a custom text can be created over here. That is the custom text part over here. And next comes the override and
you have standard also. You have standard message also. Can you go to that all thing?
No. Yeah, so you may say there's a standard already existing ones already. Yeah. These are not standard ones. Yeah, they're not standard ones. We create and keep them. Right. Okay. Now, yeah, when once we create it comes to the old one. Okay. Now we have this thing called do not allow request and allow override for entry on behalf of worker. This is nothing but even though my validations, I've kept the validations, I have the option for making it a critical error or a warning error. Why? Because whatever I'm seeing as an employee might not be same for the manager when he's requesting. So what happens is that the employee may be not allowed to request due to this validation level. But a manager or on behalf of the same worker or a security clear person for this particular worker, he can bypass this validation and request time. And if that is enough. So if I'm clicking checkbox over here, which means that the manager can override the validation. But if I'm unchecking this, which means that even though the manager is coming to apply for this particular time off for a worker, he will not be bypassing this validation because I did not check over here. It become a critical error. This combination is called a critical error. But if I'm putting over here, it will become a warning, only for the warning for the manager, but a critical error, still a critical error for worker. Now, if I'm not putting this one, if I'm not allow request is not checkbox. No, not checked. Then what happens is that the same validation will become a warning for the worker also. Got it? So this is the major things in the data validations part.
I have questions, if I may ask.
Sure. Please, shoot.
So if you could repeat one more time on the do not allow request, because I kind of got confused. The allow override.
Yeah.
Allow override, I got it because you just explained. What is do not allow request?
Do not allow request simply means that the employee should not be allowed to move forward with the validation issue. Say, okay, I'll give you an example. Consecutive day maximum is 5 days, but the employee is requesting for 1 day. If I'm clicking the checkbox, do not allow request as checkbox, which means that it will be a critical error and the employee will not be allowed to move forward.
Got it. That's at the each validation level, correct? Each validation level.
Yes. Each validation level, we have that particular thing enabled.
Okay. Now I have another question.
Sure.
Let's say my increment says 1, value 1. Okay. Just making it up. Increment says 1. And the unit of what you call unit is hours, not days. My vacation is in hours, correct? Unit of measurement is hours.
Okay.
And increment says 1, which means I can only apply for that particular vacation in 1 hour increment, correct? 1 hour, 2 hours, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now then, if I have that 1 there, and minimum also has to be at least 1, correct? It can be less than 1, but it cannot be more than 1.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Correct.
Then maximum, let's say I have, just making it up again, 12 hours. So does that mean I can submit 12 hours of vacation for that particular day? 1 day, I can submit 12 hours, correct? If maximum says 12, that means I can max submit up to 12 hours, correct?
Okay, wait. So your unit of time is hours, and
correct.
Your increment is in 1 hour, and your maximum is 12 hours.
So that means I can go up till 12 hours for that particular day, correct?
Correct. But again, I'll keep another validation also. So other validation will be checking for in the time of plan level, whether you exceeding your existing time of your work schedule or not. Because if you are supposed to work only for 8 hours and you're requesting for 12 hours, you don't have the remaining 4 hours. So you can only request for you can request for a date range. So if you're choosing only 1 day, say June 6th is the day you're requesting for time off, and your maximum is 12 hours, you can request. But in that particular date, you can only have 8 hours of work time. So if I'm choosing 12 hours of work time, system will not accept it because you don't have that work schedule with you. So what you should do is that you should choose 2 days, 8 plus 8, 16 hours, of which you're taking 1.5 day leave. 8 hours here.
I get that. 1.5 hours, 1.5 days makes sense. But I'm saying here, again, it triggered me 2 questions. One is, assuming my schedule is 12 hours, correct?
Okay.
I work for 12 hours a day. Then if I put maximum 12, I think system allows, correct? Because my schedule is also 12 hours.
Exactly.
Correct? It allows.
Yes.
And if my second question, let's say my schedule is 8 hours into 5, 8 into 5, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Then I submit for 12 hours. So do I need to have a separate validation here, or system automatically takes care? Because my schedule is 8 hours.
Yeah, if you're not putting that restrict the work hours with your requested time off in the plan level, the system will automatically allows you for 12 hours.
Okay.
It is based on your configuration that it will check for the. So if I'm putting all days as the calculation of your time off, what happens is that there is no checks and balance for your work schedule and your requested time off. So automatically, if you put 24 hours in 1 day, it'll allow you actually. Got it?
So where is it all day? 1 day? You said where is that?
Yeah. Actually, you should 1 second.
It's here.
Yeah. It's not here. It's a plan level actually. So remember the calculation thing. You remember this one? Days to include work hours exceed holiday hours. This is the one which I'm talking about. But if you keep all days over here, it won't check for the balances.
I mean, the requested hours.
Oh, it won't check for that. Any number
Yes.
of hours it approves. Maybe more than
Exactly.
24 hours, it won't approve, right? More than 24 hours, it
No,
won't.
24 hours, no. There's a day breaker, actually. It's in the time tracking section. It's a day breaker. There is a day breaker. After 11:45 or something, there will be day breaker. You can't go beyond that.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, it's still a configurable one. People who are working in shift, I mean, that's a time tracking thing. Don't worry about it. So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is the one which you're talking about, which I'm talking about actually.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Now, where are we? So we've been finished the validation part, time of plan over. Now we come into the time of plan overrides. Okay. So listen carefully. If you remember correctly from the latest session, the eligibility is defined in the plan level. Okay, time of plan. But according to the latest updates, there are possibilities where an employee will be eligible even without his meeting the correct, like desired eligibility. So the employee will be completing 3 months of service to be eligible for this particular time. He will be completing 3 months. But the problem is that he might not be ready for. So the company says that everybody blindly who complete 3 months of service, give them this particular time off. But do keep in mind that they have to complete their probation. So the probation is depends. Even though the employee completes 3 months of service, it is not necessary that the employee has done with their probation or not. In such situations, the company cannot say, can keep a validation inside the time of plan eligibility, stating that the 3 months of service should be completed and probation should be completed. No, I mean, that's a good way to do it, but that adds another level of calculation, the time of plan level. Instead of that, bluntly, we can say that whoever is completing 3 months of service should be eligible for this particular time of plan. But for the employee to see the time off while requesting for this particular scenario, he should be completing a probation period. That you can keep it in the worker eligibility inside the time off. So what exactly the heading means, that time off plan override means that even though the employee is completing 3 months of service, but the probation is not yet completed, the time of plan eligibility is getting overridden by the time of worker eligibility. It simply states that the priority will be given always to time of level eligibility rather than the time of plan eligibility. So this is very, very, very important. It will be very useful for you when you're configuring certain situations as well. The issue with my scenario when I'm creating that in the time of plan with probation is completed and 3 months of service, what if the employee should be able to see the balances in their calendar, but he should not be allowed to request for this particular time off until and unless the probation of his thing is completed. Otherwise, he can only always see the accruals getting updated, but probation, no, it's not working. And without probation, he cannot apply for a particular time off. So in this way, I'm allowing the employee to showcase the balance of this particular time off, but you are still not allowed to request for this since the probation is not completed. That's it. Now coming to the next part, that is the lower limit override. Lower limit override. So if you remember, in the time of plan level, there is an upper limit and lower limit. So what if an employee, I'm not giving any scenarios here because it's a good to have thing. What if the employee, we have defined a lower limit of 0 in the time of plan level, but for certain conditions, I need to update the lower limit to -10 for certain set of people, population. I can define those population and give the value as -10 based on showing. Okay. See here, value I'm creating. It is not -10, the direct -10. I can create a calculation checking, for example, a cost center, ABCY. This cost center will, whoever is associated with this cost center can go be a negative balance on their time of, say, -10, which is accepted. And this will be based on the all calculations. See the Bell family, this will be based on the same time of plan we are configuring. So what happens over here is that even though the lower limit or which is defined in the time of plan level is getting overridden by -10 for ABC cost center only. Okay. So this is called, again, all these are all overrides, which is giving the time off an upper hand on certain set of population or certain set of conditions. That's it. Okay. Now again, I can give an default override over here, which is actually 8, which is actually 10. So some population, I'm giving the population a daily default quantity of, say, 10 hours, 12 hours. So this is again not that much of a popular in use, because it is the daily default quantity will be mostly same for all the population. So if at all we want another thing, say for example, I'm creating a cost center and this cost center has mostly 12-hour shift people, I have to override the 8 hours to 12 hours. That is possible over here as well. So again, these are all running on calculation engines, which we'll come to it in the latest section. These are the possible calculations which we can run on. We will be defining that in the accruals part, because accruals use this heavily to come to the calculations part. Okay. Now we'll go to the reason section. Reasons are not that popular with Workday, I would say, as per my experience, because we are defining the reasons inside time off, and it is a good to have thing. It is not like there is no downstream impact for this particular reasons. I can choose, say, for family leave. I'll take the same example, family leave. I'm giving the reasons like family outing or children's school anniversary or some reasons I'm defining over here, which means that when you are applying for this particular time off in the absence calendar, you will be given a reason to provide for what purpose are you taking this particular leave. And if I'm putting this reason as required over here, which means that whatever reason I have defined, the employee should be choosing at least one of the reasons. I mean, there's always one reason to be selected, and that reason has to be selected while making this particular time off request. That is being required. That's the mandate requirement. That's all for the reason for. Still option we discussed. Work tax. Again, this is again time tracking scenario, which will be covered while when you take up time tracking. It is nothing but when you are entering this particular time off through time entry, what is the work tag associated? What should be the work tag? What should be the entry options? You don't make any sense in this absence session. So usually it will be handled in the time tracking point. So as you can see, whenever I'm saying this absence, it is always linked between time tracking and payroll. Just understand that. So that's why it's called PAT, payroll, absence, and time tracking. So once the consultant has been certified in all 3 modules, he'll be called a PAT consultant. Okay. So this will be dealt in the time tracking part. I think we are good.
I have one question regarding certification. So HCM is the basic. Before doing all these things, we need to complete the HCM, right?
Yeah,
Certification.
Exactly. Yes, HCM is the stepping stone. So once you finish HCM, then you can move to the other modules actually. And it is not necessary that you have to work in HCM. It's just that
We can directly go to this certification without HCM.
No. I'm saying even if if you want to get into Workday ecosystem, the first and foremost certification to be completed is HCM. But it is not necessary that you have to work in HCM. You can always jump from once you complete certification, you can jump to any other module you wish to.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did I find? So presently we are done with this time offs as well. So what I would encourage you to do is that Sunil, please do go through the entire videos. So I'm trying to give you an activity. 1 second. For this activity, I would ask you to create a time off with your name in it. For the accrual list which is pending from our side, you can always put the accrual as 0. I'll show you. So in the calculation section, instead of this calculation, you can always put 0 over here. So remove this. When you're creating an accrual for the first time, instead of using the calculation engine, just don't use it. Put 0. So you can just save it using a 0 over here so that it doesn't ask for any questions or nothing. So basically, it is not an activity. It is for your practice. There is no requirements. Please do go through. I'll give you the command over here. It's called create time off. So since we completed majority of time off part, only the very crucial thing which is pending, which requires a lot of time, I'm just going to save it for the last. Now, what I want you to do when you get the access is that click on the create time off plan. And remember, there is create time off and there is create time off plan. First, always go to time off plan. Okay. And whatever we discussed in the following, the 2 days on the hands-on module on this particular time off, try to fit in all the information which you can actually understand and see what are the changes when you're selecting each configuration, what are the changes which is coming. So if I'm putting track balances, automatically the changes comes up and see there's all the delivered options comes up only when you're selecting for track balances. Similarly, go through the entire tab, create timeout, random timeout, nothing. Only naming convention which I would like you to follow is that use your initials. So if it is Srinivas Prabhu, I would prefer SP and put whatever time off you're creating. Okay, if it is Sunil Kutadi, I'll put SK. Okay, S and K hyphen this one. So in the same tenant, create whatever time off you wanted to, give what are the information, go for the trial error method so that you'll understand what are things you're entering, what doesn't make sense listening to this like what lectures. So try to make it in the trial error method, go to it, explore what are the options you have, and come back to me with your possible questions. Are we good?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between time off plan and time off.
Okay, I understand. So consider it is like a plan. Time off is actually a leaf in a book. I mean, a book has many leaves, pages, sorry. All these pages are called time off, whereas the entire book is called time off plan. So,
Okay.
say I'm creating a time off plan for vacation. I'm grouping I'm bringing all similar ones, or this is not similarity. This is basically I'm creating one stack of time offs to be grouped or to be arranged together in one particular plan, so that the employees who are eligible for this plan will automatically be eligible for time off until and unless if there is no overrides in time off limit. So basically, I'm giving the employee a free hand on the time off plan so that the associated time offs will be automatically be assigned to the employees. That's it. It's basically I have plan level balances. Whatever the balance need to be reduced will be on the time off section. Whatever balances need to be added on the balance is done on the accrual side. So accruals will add on to the value, and time off, when you request a time off, it will subtract the balance. So time off plan will have the balance. The balance is handling the time off plan level, but reducing and adding is done by the components in the time off plan, which is accruals and time off. Got it?
So it's basically balance in time off plan, reduction happens in time off.
Exactly. In
And
the payroll rate.
Time off is a subset of time off plan, and time off plan is a superset.
Yeah, in a way you can call that way. Yes, perfect. So
yeah.
do play around this entire thing. Do manipulations, do everything. Come back with information or come back with a lot of questions on this. If at all you get your tenant access by. Otherwise, leave it. We'll come back again and finish off the accrual, and I'll give you an assignment itself.
In the real-time scenarios, do we definitely we will be having the required documents, right? So would you be sharing a sample how the requirement document look like? For example, when we are creating this time of plan, so we have a date, a limit, right? Override allowances and balance period schedule. These all the options are there. So do we get the information from the client, or are we supposed to ask them to provide us those all information?
Okay. So to answer that question, it is very simple. Everything which you're going to do a configuration in the tenant, the requirement has to come from the client. So we have a thing called workbook. So we can download it from the community and we can share it with the clients, and the clients will fill in the information required for you and give it to you. Most of the clients will not be aware of what to fill in this particular sheet. So we'll have discovery sessions called design sessions. We'll discuss with them and what they wanted, and then they will start filling the properly this particular sheet. But again, the information as always has to come from the client side.
In the drop down, in few of the drop downs, we have n number of options over there. Even those informations will be also provided by the client, right?
I would not say directly they'll be giving you the answers, I mean the requirements, but they'll say in a lot of words. Say, for example, they say that for carryover, example. So for people who wanted to carry over their balance from this year to next year. So clients will have a difference of opinion. So they say that, okay, so carryover is something which I need to think about. So I'm thinking like certain set of people should be allowed to carry forward their data to next year. But the rest of the employees, they should be only allowed to carry forward 10 days of their balances to next year. So now what happens? I have to understand what is the population which is allowed to completely carry forward their balances, and what is the population which is only allowing them to carry forward 10 days of their balance. So you need to understand. Then you need to ask this question to the client. So what are the job roles, or what are the positions, or what are the category which I will be drilling into, which the employees can carry forward their entire balance next year. Now they say that, okay, fine, okay, I understand. So I let's say who are having the job category of management level and upper can carry forward their entire balances to next year. Now I need to understand whether the job category management or above is being defined in the system or not. If not, I have to reach out to the HCM side people and tell that I need a job category to be defined, which is from management and above. Now what happens, the requirement from your side went to the HCM side. Now the HCM side people will go to their leads in the client asking how should we define the management or above. Then the HCM folks will say this is the stipulated guidelines for keeping whoever is the job category. Now the job category is done. They'll say that, Matthew, this is done. This is how it should be doing. Okay, then I'll use the same job category to define what is required. So it's like a chain of commands. Got it?
Yeah. I got it. Like based upon the requirement which suits in the drop-down list, we need to pick it up, right?
Yeah. But the thing is that the clients shouldn't be aware of all these things. I mean, naturally. They're not aware of all this. Yes.
Yeah, that was my question. Client doesn't know in depth towards the technology and jargons. So how do we validate those all things and come up with the exact solution? What options need to be selected? Was my question. Okay.
Yes. So this is the information. So the information has to be gathered from the client, but client will not have the proper answer. You will have to entertain them within the discovery sessions to get the information.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so welcome back for another session on absence, and we are going to be covering on the accrual section of the time of plan part. This is a very important section, like the pillar stone of section, because it is what is adding balances to the time of plan. So you are eligible for time of plan. What is getting added? So you say I have 10 hours, I have 20 hours, I have 5 days, I have 6 days. Whatever the count of balance that is being populated or updated by this accrual calculation. Okay. Majorly in Workday, we use three types of accruals. Okay. Let me just open an Excel sheet. Three types of accruals. So we have three types of accruals. First one is called AAYG. Okay. I'll explain what AAYG is. Second one is based on Calc Engine. Third one is called balance adjustment / override. Okay. Now we'll go in detail on what exactly are these items are. So accrue as you go plan. It simply means that, so the AAYG simply stands for accrue as you go, AAYG. So accrue as you go plan simply means that whatever you are requesting will be your updated balance. You request 30 days of time off. The accrue as you go plan will never have a defined balance. It will be ad hoc balances. So whatever you're requesting will automatically be populated as it balances, and that balance is then approved as your time off. You get the point. It's like a cycle. So, for example, the scenario behind this accuracy group plan is when you hear about this explanation, it will be going to be very difficult one, but it is very simple time off plan to configure in Workday ecosystem. I'll explain you how. The scenario is that why we use this kind of scenarios is because the best example is always jury duty or bereavement or other time off plans where the administrators or the plan policy makers can never put a number of hours or days you are subjected to take. For example, in jury duty, this jury duty will never be a defined one. It will be always varying. Some of the juries will be going for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, or 5 weeks. It always depends on the jury panel or whatever the judge's decision or something like that. So what happens if I'm keeping a predefined balance? Say the employee should be defined as 30 hours of jury duty from the start of the month, start of the period to the end of the period. No, that will never work out. It will always be undefined and ad hoc request. So when you're selecting, when you see this in Western movies, you'll be seeing the jury duties and what juries are always doing. And these jury duties are selected randomly without any protocol, nothing. It is a random decision. And when in jury duty, when in trial something, the advocates can remove a jury from the panel. So even if he or she requested for 30 days or the 30 hours, when the advocate suspends the jury, he can always come back. So there is no predefined set of time off required. So in such situations, Workday gives the liberty to request for the time off before the accrual actually happens. So the first part is always the time off kicks in first. Time off is so presently there is no balance, it will be zero. There's no balance at all in the particular time off plan, and you won't be able to see the balance in your sheet as well. But always the time off in such situations, the time offs kicks in first. Time offs kicks in when you're requesting for time off kicks in for 30 hours, and it stops in the kickoff places. After you kick off the request, what happens is that there's a thing called ACRCs, absence component related calculations. What exactly, which means is that it is widely used in the payroll side. But for this particular scenario, we borrow this ACRCs, which has been created when you. So I'll tell you. Let's put it this way. Okay. See this time off total. This is called absence component related calculation. This is something which Workday automatically creates when you create a time off plan. Whatever it is, whatever be it, sorry, not time off plan, time off. Whatever it is, whenever it is, you click on the save button in Workday. In the backend, the system generates this called ACRCs for each and every time off which we create. That means it's not just time off total. It is, I'll show you other components as well. So this is called, we just copy the text. These are the entire list of ACRCs which Workday creates in the backend. First itself is the first one, time off. This is a time which is already there. That is not part of ACRCs, but it is there. And the other one is time off paid. So when you create a time off, Workday creates ACRCs based on three components. One is the paid component, the other one is unpaid component, and the third one is the total component, both paid and unpaid, in both together, it's called time off total. Okay, so whenever you're creating a time off in the Workday ecosystem, the ACRCs are going to kick in, and they'll create three ACRCs, which is called the paid part of it, the unpaid part of it, and combining both together, it will become called time off total. Okay, so when you're asked to create an accrue as you go plan, what exactly is that? When you're creating, the accrual should not be created first. The first thing you should be creating is the time off part. So I'll show you again. See this one. I'm creating a time off. There is steps associated with creating everything. Okay. So for example, I'm giving test time of plan. Let's just assume it is monthly, and then anything is fine. Unit of time should be days. I'm saying days or hours, whatever it is, fine. I'm gonna give the default one or whatever, some random date. I'm not tracking the balances. I'm not going for calculation. See, this is required field, so I'm just putting all days. Now, next, for a normal time off plan, I can go ahead and create an accrual. Okay, like the calculated one, where it is relying on the calculation engine for the updation of the balance as the accrual. I can always go ahead to the accrual and create an accrual here. See, this I can create. But when you're doing an accrue as you go plan, you should not create an accrual first. Because why? Because the time off is not yet created. See, there is no time off here. What happens if there is no time off? If there is no time off, the ACRCs are not created. If the ACRCs are not created, when you're going to the, what was the test time of plan? Okay, so if I'm creating an accrual from here, so now what happened is that the accrual, I'm going to create the accrual for test time of plan. But for the accrue as you go plan, I wanted the ACRCs to kick in. See, there is no test time of plans unpaid, total, or paid. There is only AK. I'm not sure. Maybe some other participant might have created it with the initials on, but this is not the one which you wanted. And then I'm going to cancel this. What I'm going to do is, I'm just going to minus this. Otherwise, it's going to throw me error. Time off. I'm going to create a time off, test time off. And one more thing, code should be very unique. You should not change the code. I mean, repeat the code anywhere possible. I'm going to use an existing time off type. This, okay. Now what happened is time off is created, right? But I need to click OK here also, just to make sure that the time off is been saved and linked to this particular time off plan. Okay. Yes, remove the alert is fine. So I clicked OK. Now now you see this time off plan here. There is a test time off associated with it. There is accrual, but there is no accrual associated with it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this again. Go to accruals, the balance, create accrual. Now if I put test, wait, it is not showing us unpaid rent.
But the code is saying check_test, right?
Check on. No, code is not required. We're using the name here only.
No. To recognize which one you have created in the dropdown, you got two, right?
Yeah.
When you check the details.
No, this is the time off plan and this is the time off.
Okay.
So we have the time off already created, but the ACRCs are not kicked in actually yet. I wonder why. Let's debug. It should be kicking in for some reason. I don't know why, but let's give it some time. I mean, not sure if it is taking some time for that. Oh, so sorry. My bad. I forgot to click in the track balance part. That's why the issue is. 1 second. I'm gonna give any dates. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It is just a test one only. I put annual days. Even if you're not carry forward anything, this is a required field. You can just put start date, but if there is no limit defined or any time of expiration defined, it won't be carry forwarding anything. I just want to highlight that part. Frequency method, start off period. I'm going to time off. That's where I set it. Now I go to accruals. Sorry. So sorry. Accrual. Now if I put, see, test time off test 2. This is the one which we created, right? Just want to confirm that. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, test time of 2, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
So if
So
you create one automatically, the paid, unpaid, and total 3 will be showing here.
exactly.
Okay.
There are 5 total, right?
Yeah, totally there will be 5. One, not totally, there will be, I don't know how to put it, 5. There is 5 components, but the thing is that of the 5 components, 2 we are already creating, which is a plan and it's the time off. That we are creating by ourselves. That is the initial step. But only when you create a time off, the associated calculations which are created by Workday itself without any manual intervention. It is an automated process. So that is the 3 components. That is the paid, total, and unpaid. Okay.
So first we created a test time of plan, correct? To
Exactly.
store the accruals, correct? To store the
Yes.
accruals,
Yes.
one that is in the bottom here. Then you created in the time of drop down, you said create time off. You created test time off hyphen test 2. That's something which you
Yes.
created, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That's for the deduction part, correct? Whenever you have, let's say, 100 hours,
Correct.
when you apply for leave, it keep deducting. That's the deduction to me.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then other 3 got created automatically, which is in the middle.
Which is in the middle. That is the paid, total, and unpaid, which is created automatically. Now,
Okay.
when you said what you said, the point is right. You said that is the deduction component. This is the test time of hyphen test 2 is a deduction component. Why are we calling this deduction component to the adding component? That is the updation component. Why? Because there is no accruals predefined. We cannot predefine for this particular process called accrue as you go plan. Whatever you are requesting, that particular amount needs to be, that particular amount will be populating the time of total, which will be both paid and unpaid. We are not defining, there is no paid and unpaid, but in total, this is the how much we are requesting. So that a value will be stored in time of total. So when you select time of total in this accruals part, what happens is that first you created a time of, you're requesting for time of, that particular value is getting stored in time of total in the ACRCs. We are calling the same component as the calculation for the accrual, which means that I am requesting 30 hours. That same 30 hours is the calculated value of the accrual, which is getting updated as a balance. Thereby, it is a cycle. You request a time off plan for 30 days, 30 hours. The same 30 hours getting updated as the balance, and thereby getting the balance approved. It's like a cycle. Usually, what happens when you request for 30 hours, system checks for 30 hours, do you have balance or not? If you don't have balance, system throws an error or warning, depending on who's applying for it. If they don't have enough balances, they go to LOP or negative balance if that's configured. But in this case, there is no negative balance, there is no lower limit, nothing. It is always checking for how many hours you requested, and you're taking that request as the calculated amount to be populated as the balance. So thereby, when you're requesting for time off, the balance and the time off requested hours and the balance is same. There is no more errors. You're getting the approved time. That's it. So this is a cycle, and this particular configuration pattern is called accrue as you go plan. And this is very much easier. You just need to follow the steps. That's it. It's a textbook thing. Actually, you can do it, and you can bring in more complexities to it. But usually, companies and clients doesn't advocate that. It is always to keep it simple. The complexity will be coming in the time of plan overrides. What happens like I have no sorry in the time off part. I cannot they can request they can limit the employee from requesting 30 hours or 50 hours, 60 hours. They can always put it like you can only request 10 hours or something like that in the time of for a plan overrides in the time off section. But that is again, you cannot put a limit on that because we don't know how much they're gonna request something like that. So it is usually not advised. It'll be simple accrue as you go plans you create and that's it. Okay. So this is the first option. So we learned about accrue as you go plan, and AAYG is something which we generally use as an acronym for this kind of plans, accrue as you go plans. And to identify whether it is an accrue as you go plan or not, we put AAYG at the beginning of the time off actually, or time off plan maybe not, but in the time off to identify whether this particular time off is an accrue as you go plan or not, we'll put not in the display name, in the code or in the name, we'll put AAYG. That is like a best practice. Some companies follow that, some doesn't. It all depends on the person to person. So to identify whether this is an across go plan or not, we put AAYG as an acronym in the beginning or the suffix or prefix wherever it is required. Okay, that's the best practice. Now, based on Calc engine,
I have one doubt. Sorry for the interruption. You have
Sure.
selected total unpaid, right? The calculation you have created, but we still have paid, unpaid also, right? When do we select those options? The calculation.
Okay. Yeah. So you're talking about why haven't I chosen paid and unpaid instead I chosen the time of total?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because when it comes to an accrue as you go plan, there is no differentiation between paid and unpaid, because all the hours which you're requesting should be time of total, and there should not be a difference between paid and unpaid. Basically, when you're applying for this accrue as you go plan, you cannot segregate your hours to paid and unpaid. It will be total. You're requesting a sum of this much hours, and it should be paid. There is no that doesn't mean that is unpaid or paid. But this particular time of total will be you. So who's paying you the money? Payroll will be paying you the money for this particular time off. So the payroll will create an earnings thing, or like PCGs, called pay component group. I'm not sure PCGs. So in that PCGs or earnings part, they'll create a thing called paid time offs. In that paid time off for accrue as you go plan, they'll include accrue as you go plan's time of total, so that whatever you're requesting will always go as paid as per policy. For I'm talking about due duty. If there is another plan like bereavement or something, they say that it is accrue as you go plan, but you won't get paid for that. You can take as much as you want, but you're not getting paid for that. You can configure this in the payroll side as non-paid, even though it is an accrue as you go plan. So instead of using paid and unpaid part, we use the time of total, because we cannot segregate in the absence side itself which is paid and which is unpaid. Got it?
Yeah. So you mean to say that blindly we can select it the time of total?
Blindly, yes.
Yeah.
That is the practice. It is always this is the way we should to be configured and accrue as you go plan.
Okay, when we create the accruals, it automatically creates paid, unpaid, and total. But in the calculation part, we need to select only the total.
Exactly.
Because of the payroll impact, there's a payroll impact in the payroll calculation. It takes up the total.
Exactly. And I'll remind you one more thing. In the absence section, there is no way to define a paid and unpaid part. The paid and unpaid part is always defined and delivered in the payroll side. We can only showcase if you have balance or not. Whatever, like in a common sense, we don't have a balance, which means that's an LOP, like loss of pay, or it is a negative balance. If you have balance and you're availing it, it should be paid. And what if I have balance and everything, but still there are time off plans which is called unpaid time offs, right? By default, it's an unpaid time. In such situations, payroll will group all these unpaid time offs together, so that when the employee still, even though he have balance or not, he won't be getting paid for that particular time off. But that grouping is done from the payrolls. In the absence side, we do not group anything for paid or unpaid. It is always on the payroll side we do it. Got it?
Got it. But generally, we have the leave types as paid and unpaid, right?
Yeah, generally, we are all the leave not leave types, time off plan and leaves. So yeah, all these are can be categorized as paid and unpaid. But the categorization happens only in the payroll side. And what the absence people will do is that I will give the necessary configurations to showcase whether it should be a paid or unpaid, and the decision has to be taken on the payrolls. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And just I'm emphasizing on this scenario is that accrue as you go plan, every customer, every client, or every configuration consultant will always have to deal with this. You remember the mistake I made earlier? I did not check the track balance, which means that the ACRCs will not be created. Just remember that. There's a procedure and steps to be followed, and it is a very simple one if you follow the procedure. If you don't follow the procedure, you won't get the ACRCs and you won't get the calculation to run smoothly. So always go step by step. First, create time off with the track balance on. and give the necessary things which has been required. There is usually, as the best practice, there won't be any carry forward because you don't have a balance to carry forward. It will be an ad hoc request. Never there will be any carry forward. Then you then first create time off plan. Then you should create time off instead of going to accruals. So go to time off, create a time off, establish time off associated with the time off plan. Click say okay everything, which makes the time off getting associated with the create a time off plan. Then re-edit this and go to accrual to get the associated calculations to it. You put the time off total in the calculation, and that's it, done. This is how you do an accrue as you go plan. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
Perfect. Yes, Srinivas.
I think I'm following what you're explaining.
Yeah.
But my only concern is since we are not saving anything, I don't know how we're going to test it, right? When we kind of do the config testing, right? Because I don't think we saved anything, right?
We did save the time off plan, time off, and time off plans.
Okay, can you go up and show me what is this task in Workday? Which task you are using now to come to this one? Oh, create accrual. Okay.
So this is I went from the time off plan. Okay. I'll show you again. Discard this.
It's under time off plan under accruals, right? Creating accrual.
Yeah. So I created a time off plan, and inside the time off plan, I created the time off actually to plus button and create a time off. Then I went after saving that, I went to the accrual part. I minus this. I'm just putting a plus again here, and I'm gonna add create accrual here. See?
Okay, got it.
Create accrual, and I land in the accrual page where I'm putting test 2. See, these are the ACRCs which has been created.
And one more question, as the naming concern, you said when we do for ACRCs, we keep AAYG, right?
But not in the accruals. It will be in the time off actually.
Okay. Okay. So
So
before creating, before in the time off, when you're creating, we need to give us, instead of this test time 2 off, we give us AAYG, right?
No, not the plan part. I'm talking about the time off part. So if I'm going to create time off here.
Yeah, in the time off only.
Time off, the best practice is always to put, why this? Okay,
now we have created test time off. Instead of that, we are supposed to give AAYG, right?
No, not like that. So we'll put an additional AAYG to it. So you can name any way possible. So you can put jury duty or whatever it is. You can always put AAYG in brackets.
Okay.
This is how you should do it. The naming should be whatever the customer is telling you to keep. But AAYG, you just add on to it just to make sure that maybe in the naming. So usually some people always put AAYG in the code part. Why? Because this time off will be visible for the employees to request, and the employee will not make any sense seeing AAYG over there. So some people will always put in the code AAYG. Okay, and the code is only used internally in the Workday ecosystem. There is nobody like. If you want to load something or if you want to override something, like configuration wise, we prefer using code. But name is something which has been visible to the employees. Okay. Or there is another method actually. I'll just tell you one more thing to AAYG.
No, you are just telling us to differentiate. There are 3 types of accruals you said, right? 3 types of accruals: AAYG, calculation engine, and the balance adjustment. To just get the differentiation between these 3 things while creating in the time off, under the code we just give as AAYG. If it is balance calc, we give as balance calc. That's the difference, right?
So only for AAYG we do this, not for the other ones. Only for AAYG because it's a special type of time off accruals. So either we'll put it in the time of plan name and put bracket AAYG, which will be only visible to configuration peoples. Because if I'm putting time of plan, copy this, put it here, which means that display name will be displayed to the employees, but the AAYG part will be only displayed for us.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the differentiation factor. Perfect. So I think we are clear with that. Any other questions? Anybody? Okay. Let's move on to the next part then. Yeah, let's use this as the time of plan. Okay. Okay, I'm taking another example to define you what you mean by calculation engine. Calculation engine is a combination or individual calculations which has been used to determine what exactly your balance is. Okay, so I'll give you a pretext on what exactly is calculation engine is all about. Imagine if, like, I give you a scenario, okay? The scenario is such a way that depending on your shift length, so there are factory workers. So in the factory workers, employees work in multiple shifts. So some people work in the morning shift, some people work in the noon shift, some people work in the late evening shifts, night shifts or something. So depending on their shift, your time of balances need to be calculated in a different way depending on your shift periods. So people who are working in the night shift, they should be given an extra day as a time off. So by default, by normal, whoever is working in shift will be given the noon shift and the morning shift will be given every month 1 day time off. Once they complete their 1 month tenure, they'll be given a 1 day as a time off day, and they can accumulate this and they can group it together and take it. But people who are working in the night shift, they should be given an additional 1 day time. That is the 2 days. When they complete 1 month, they'll be given 2 days as a token of our gratitude. We are giving this. How does the system understands? In such situations, Workday needs to understand a lot of things. First is who's eligible. So we're creating a time off plan. We define the eligibility part. We circle the population. Everything is done. Now what Workday needs to understand is which population we should give 2 days, which population we should give 1 day. In such situations, we create a series of calculations to understand the desired output. So in this case, I'm going to use first define. Say I'm just need to check the calculation. So I'm just need to check the population. So whoever is working on normal shift, okay, shift 1 and shift 2, example. So whoever's working shift 1 and shift 2, give them 1 day time off. Or if they are working in night shift, give them 2 day time. This particular comparative calculations and logic calculations are called as calculation engines. This is just an example. What if I'm giving another scenario to it. If the night shift people are extending their work to the morning shift as well, that is going to be a time tracking question. So I'm not going to go that. So I'm going to deviate from this example. I'm going to say only give them time off when they complete 3 months of their job, 3 months into the position or something. So that becomes an eligibility part. And to give the balances. So if they complete 3 months of service, they should be given 5 days of or 6 days of time off. Automatically, I can check for the employee's tenure, like continuous service date is greater than or equal to 3 months plus. And again, if this is true, give them 6 days. And when they complete 1 year of tenure, and that is true, give them 12 days of time off. This comparative check, I'm just adding how much checking, because I'm taking continuous service date. I'm adding continuous service date with the hire date. So if the hire date plus continuous service date is greater than 3 months, greater than hire months 3 months, I'm saying that give them 6 months. If it is greater than 12 months, give them 12 days time of that. So these comparative calculations, these arithmetic calculation of addition, subtraction, and divisions, and if they have more than this, greater than or equal to, comparative, and Boolean statements, if the statement is true, give them this, and if the statement is false, no, 0. These kind of calculations or conditional things, everything sums up the entire calculation. And the accruals are built on a series of calculations. Okay, so now enough of the theory. I'm just going into one of these accruals to showcase you how I reached out the accruals. I'm in the accrual part. I opened the snapshot. Again, all the accruals are also snapshot based. Effective date is very important. Before going to the calculation, I'll briefly touch base on what are the components of an accrual. Again, it is effective date based using the initial snapshot. Same like time off, we have a name and we have a code, and the code should be very unique, and accruals will not be seen by employees and only be configured only by the consultants of the configuration people will see the name of the accrual. And category, as always, absence and payroll will be both using this particular thing. Allowed to buy time off. This is something which we did explain the time off section. Allowed to sell time off. In the accruals, it will be a buy time off option. So if I check box this, there's another tab which will open up, and we'll explain that later. Okay. Now what? Now is the calculation. We are coming to this later. That is the decision phase. How much the employee should be getting. That is the decision phase of calculation. Now, priority, remember in time off, we discussed there's a priority. So here also there'll be priority, and the accruals will function based on the priority. And adjustments and override allowed, again, in time off, when you want to adjust or when you want to override the existing time off, accrual balances, only when you check this box, you will be able to do it manually or system-wise. This checkbox need to be updated, checked actually. Now comes the very important part. In time off, there is no methodology. Like I can request time off anytime, every time, or whichever time which I'm at my disposal. But accruals will not be like that. Accruals will function based on the defined set of protocols. So I define a priority. I define the calculation, how much it should be given. Again, I will only decide when this accrual should be fired. Like fired in the sense when the calculated balance in the right priority time to be updating the time of balance. That triggering of accrual is in the options one. First one is friend loaded. Friend loaded is nothing but I can go ahead and keep friend loaded. And what happens is that even though whatever is the period schedule, say monthly, weekly, bi-weekly, semi-monthly, or whatever it is, if I'm keeping friend loaded, what happens is that every 1 month, you will be giving in 1 day as time off. That's a scenario. Okay. So total, how many? If I'm keeping a monthly period schedule, in total there will be 12 days time off to be updated. If I'm keeping friend loaded, which means that in one shot, if the start period is Jan 1st, in one shot, the entire 12 days will get populated as the balance for the employee. You get the point. It is not waiting for the periods. It is not waiting for anything else. But when the period starts, the first day of the period starts, it is going to trigger the friend loaded. When you give them the next option, it's called based on as of date, which if I'm going to click that, I'm defining a date. I can, in that particular date, the time offs will be updated in one shot. And that is all one shot kind of thing. So, but then you'll be thinking, if I'm doing this, how can I split this like in period wise? So only when you complete 1 month period, I need to populate one day on the go. So you can also do that. I can keep none in the option, in the options none, and I can go to see the scheduling here. This is very, very important. This is where the triggering, usually friend loaded also, this what Workday delivered friend loaded option will usually never works. There's a lot of bugs in it. So what consultants will be doing as a best practice is that they will keep it scheduled. See the scheduling friend loaded. This is the one which we'll be using to friend load the entire time of plan. If I'm not friend loading, what happens? I need to define annual first period of year based on period end date, or mid period hire or termination, which is defining as that I am giving every start of the annual. This is the annual period schedule. So first period of the annual that accrual is going to be triggered. This is scheduling. So I'm scheduling the triggering to be happen. Now, if I go and this is first period of the year, this is friend loaded. There's a difference actually. Every first year of the period, maybe not the friend loaded one, it will be different. Now, if
I have one question. So instead of selecting the front load, we select it as none and coming here in the.
Yeah, correct. I lost you. Do you have continuation?
Yeah, sorry. Instead of selecting front load, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the options, instead of selecting the front load, we select it as none. Then only we do the scheduling. In the scheduling, if you still want to do front load, we give this schedule front load loaded,
Yes.
or else we'll write the other formula kind of things to get triggered.
Exactly. Why? Because the front loaded option might cause a lot of bug in the system. It will not be triggering the right way. So it is always safe and secure to use scheduling front loaded instead of the front loaded option. I mean, as per Workday, they say that this is the option, you can use it. And for some reason, they're given us the scheduling front loaded, which works perfectly fine. So always, as to be on the safer side, we put none in the options and use scheduling as a front load if you want to front load the entire balance. Now, if I want to do, there is a lot of options for scheduling here. See this, sorry, I put schedule. See, this is scheduling. See, payment date, month, 4th. So on 4th of April, it will be triggering 9th September. There's a lot of scheduling options given by Workday itself. You don't have to create anything. There will be a lot of options for us to be updating. Again, this is all delivered by the Workday guys. So second period of month, worker, so this is the one, scheduling worker hired mid-period based on recent hire data as of period end date. So you're giving the newly hired, you're considering the mid-period hire prorations as well. So all these scheduling will define when the accrual should be given to the balances, to be updating the balance.
Can we select 2 or 3 options here, or only one scheduling should be selected?
Best practice is always to choose one, because when you put these in order, what happens is always the first schedule works. And if that fails only, the next one will be going. So it is always good to have one scheduler actually, which covers the entire span. So if I am to choose in here itself, 1 second, what is there? We have chosen 2 options here. One is first period of the year and put front loaded also here. Now what happens is that this will function as an AND, every workday scenario. If you put it like this, it will function as an AND. There are scenarios where you can actually utilize such situations, but if you're delivering based on workday schedulers, it's always good to use one option. But you see, when I remove this front loaded part, and where was that issue? Now if I see this error coming up, now you go through this error. The Workday itself is saying that since you have chosen scheduling front loaded, you should also choose these options, either of these options, to be on the safer side. Because Workday itself knows that when you use a front loaded option and it won't trigger function properly. So that additionally to acknowledge or support this particular front loaded part, you should either use scheduling first period of the year based on period end date, mid-hire rate, termination. This is the entire thing. Or you should also choose this one option. So either of these options should be added in along with the front loaded to trigger the proper way. So now you see here, I have chosen this front loaded option here. That's why it is causing trouble. And I've given front loaded over here. I'm going to remove this automatically. This should be going. Why is it going? Because I've chosen the same annual first period of the year based on period end date or mid-hire proration and termination. Okay, wait. I think I understood why it's this issue. Okay. See the front loaded I added and this front loaded 2 options here. So I given front loaded. This since it is already front loaded here, I'm giving front loaded option again. And I'm putting the, as per Workday's recommendation, I'm putting the annual first period of the year. Basically, this both means the same. Since I have given the option of front loaded, this is actually a predefined one. We do not create that. So it's a predefined one with the front loaded option. So they're asking us to create this scheduling as well to make sure that the accrual is triggered on the first period of the year. And since there was an error, I'm just going to remove it. Now it will not allow, it will allow me to save it because I'm not saving this anyway. Why? Because earlier when I used only the scheduling of first period and put the front loaded, and I added a front loaded in the second option, that's in the or option. That's why the error retained. So I added it back to the system. This is like tricks and tips. So when you're using front loaded, be very confident in not using the front loaded option rather than use the front loaded scheduler in the place of it, so that it won't be causing any trouble for you. So even if you're using front loaded option, you are supposed to use either of the options with the Workday error showed us, to use the annual first period of the year or using period end date proration, mid-hire or termination. So we should use either of these things to support or acknowledge this particular front load. So front loaded is simply means that it will be entire time of calculation, so the accrual calculation will be triggered in one day, one start of the period. That's it. That's called front loaded. Okay. And the other schedulers which was available in the list simply means that I can redefine when the accruals should be triggering to update the balance. I can also state that at the start of every period, there is an option for scheduler, which means that if I am using a period schedule of monthly, semi-monthly, bi-weekly, or whatever it is, at the start of the period, give this accrual calculation. At the end of the period, give this accrual calculation, which means that what is my period schedule? I get the period schedule. And what is my period start date? I get the period start date. And the accrual will be triggered on the period start date or period end date. Well, whichever possible way you can configure, do that. Which means that if I'm having 12, so for example, monthly example, if I have 12 days of time, that 12 days will not be given upfront to you because it's not a front-loaded one. Every month you will be given 1 day. Okay. So every month when you complete 1 month, you'll be given 1 day. And at the end of December or at the beginning of December, you will be having 11 days. When you complete December, you will be given 12 days. That is also possible. So it is customization is possible across Workday, and that is completely dependent on the calculations. So calculation engine is not only driving the accrual calculation, you can use the calculation engine wherever possible inside absence. You can create any calculations for schedulers, you can create calculations for eligibility, you can create calculations for accruals. So wherever or carry forward. So you can create calculations for the carry forward part. In the carry forward, say for the people who are working as manager and above should not be allowed to, manager and above should be allowed to carry forward their balances to the next year. And who are below should not be carrying forward their balances to the next year, and that complete balance should be forfeited. In such requirements, I can create a calculated field checking for the position, checking for their job roles, and based on the job roles, I can allow them the limit of carry forwards. So these kind of calculations define the entire absence model, time off model actually. So without any further delay, think I give you any questions so far?
Yes, I have one question. So we are doing the time off and accruals. The basic thing is based upon the leave type, like vacation, the time off type, like sick or vacation or whatever may be the plan. Based upon that, we do these all kind of things, right?
Yes.
We all configure, right?
Yeah.
For example, for sick leave, we have different accruals and different time off defined. And for vacation, we have different time off and different accruals, right? So right now we are handling with the jury part. The options which you are showing is been selected for the jury one, right?
Again, which options?
The class which you are giving us through it is a jury duty, right? We are checking.
No, I give the jury duty example for the accrue as you go plans.
Only accruals, okay.
No, not accruals. Accrue as you go plans.
Accrual as go plans. Okay.
That's an example. Jury duty is an example. Really, it's like a typical example for everybody. And since you brought up time of types, I forgot actually to mention this. There's a command called maintain time of types, where you can see what are the existing time of types in this tenant. Okay. This will be useful when you are doing some configuration and you find that there is a similar time of plans which uses casual time. This is casual time is not required. So I can group together this casual time together into one particular time of type, and you call this actually. And this time of type will be visible for the employees. Okay. So the task name is maintain time of types. The main thing is to give you the information of what all the time of types which is available in the system. Okay.
So you mean to say that if any client is implementing any time of types, it will be displayed all the time of plans which have been created or been implemented can be displayed in this by this task.
Okay. Only the ones which you create as a time of type will be displayed here.
Okay.
There won't be any Workday delivered time of types.
No. Yeah, definitely. But based upon the client, if I work for a client and I want to see what all time figured, if I type this task, I'll be able to see everything, right?
Yeah, you'll be able to see the entire list of already existing time of types in the system.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the time of types, and there's no much actions needed. You'll just give three information. One is the ID, one is the name, and the other one is the usage count. Usage count is nothing but when an employee is already requested time of type based on this time of type. That's all. But the time of type ID is very useful for everybody because when you're doing a massive data load, all the IDs and codes and reference IDs are very much important. That's why to get the reference IDs, we use this particular task actually. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Going back to the work.
I have a question.
Sure, yes.
Firstly, great explanation. Thank you for
Oh,
that.
thank you. Yeah.
But I don't know how much I grasped it because we did not create or save anything, right? So that's something which I was looking, but looks like we did not save anything. So I was actually looking for creating some accrual here and doing the time off, on employee level and see how it behaves, right? Either additions or deletions.
Yeah. We haven't reached
That
there
would
yet.
help. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I was hearing what Sunil was saying, right? Saying, hey, you are explaining AAGY, right? So I think it gets confused to us, right? Because you're explaining multiple things, which is great. I appreciate that.
Okay.
If you could
Fine.
also create and show us, right, Matthew, that would really help.
Got it.
That's one.
Fine.
And two things, right? You mentioned about front-loaded schedule.
Yes.
And, I needed some information on that. Maybe theoretical also fine.
Yes.
Second one, maintain time of type. Let's say I maintain time of type using the task, right? Let's say I will add PTO, vacation, something, correct?
Yes.
So I create the ID and the description. It's saved.
Yes.
So I also need to tie it back to the, what is that? Time of plan, correct? So where does that happen?
Yes.
Because just creating here will not help, right? It's just a code here. It doesn't make any sense, right? It's just a code. Unless you map it to something somewhere, correct?
See this time of type option here. This is where the type is all about. So if I edit this, putting initial snapshot here, see the time of type accruing vacation. I can click over here. I can go over all. So remember the casual time option we had earlier? See the population of this coming up here. So whatever is the time of types, we are referring the same thing over here, which is actually either we can create one new time of type for this one, or we can use an existing one.
Okay. So you mean once we create that in that task, maintain time of type, we need to come here in edit time and map that to this time off, correct?
Either way possible. I would always recommend you not to go from the time off and create a time off type and come back and link it over here. That will be a tedious task. When you create a time off itself, you go there and make the create a time off type for your exclusive time of type, or you can actually link it to the existing one from the time of type option here itself. Do not go and create a time of type outside because it's going to get confused with that actually.
Okay. Now, layman question. Okay.
Yes.
Time of plan is the accrual part, correct? It's my bucket. Let's say I have 100 hours of PTO. That's my bucket, correct? That's my PTO bucket.
Yes.
Time of plan is a bucket, one of the buckets, correct? A vacation is one bucket, sick is another bucket, whatnot, the other leaves, correct?
Yes.
So that is time of plan. Then time off is a deduction code, if I may say it in a simple layman term, right? Deduction codes.
Yes.
So to take PTO, I need to use time off PTO or whatever that name is. Let's say 2 days, which is 16 hours. So then it gets deducted from 100 hours. Then it becomes 84 hours, correct? Based on the logic that we have, correct?
Yes.
So what is this time of type? Why do we need time of type?
Okay, great question. Say we have sick as the time of plan, okay? And what if I have multiple sick? Like I'm defining sickness as like my own sickness. I have a sickness for my dependent people. I have sickness for something else. So a lot of sick time off will be there. Okay. I am clubbing all these sick time offs together into one time off plan, the bucket. Remember? Okay. In the same way, I am club. So even though I'm including every sick time off plans in one bucket of time off plan. I need a front-facing information for the employee to see, right? So, for example, I have 5 different sick time off plans. Sick time offs, of which no employee will be eligible for the entire 5 sick time offs. So, based on the eligibility part, it will be different for different people, right? So, I need one summation of this particular type of time off. That is called the time of type. I'm putting the front face as sick. So when the employee is requesting, the employee is only choosing the type. Sick. Sick is a type. And the Workday will understand what is the associated type and what is the associated eligibility of the requesting employee, and it will automatically go and reduce the balance depending on the eligibility of the initiating employee. Okay. So the employee won't be seeing what type of sick is it. It will be only showing sick, or we'll define sickness, a sick leave or something, sick time off or something. The employee will be clicking on the sick time off. The balance will automatically get reduced from the associated time off plan. That is the main use of this. It's basically what to say, a decorative item to club together everything to give an employee the correct experience. That's it.
Okay. So then let's say I have a same sick policy for everybody in the company.
Okay.
Then do I need multiple time off under time off type?
No.
I guess time off type is an umbrella under which you can have multiple time off, correct? Time off.
Yes, exactly.
Correct?
Yes.
So, okay. So then let's say I have one single policy where everybody in my company, wherever they are in that country, correct? It's mostly country-based policy.
Oh, okay.
So they'll get, let's say, 40 hours per annum. Correct? 40 hours per annum. Then you still think, I mean, we still need one time off type and at least one time off for that? At least one time off?
Yes. We would require at least one time off type for associating the time off type to the time off. Because the time off and accruals is something which only the consultants are allowed to see for configuration purposes. What the employees are seeing is the plan and type.
Plan and type.
Yes, the employees will only see the plan and type. The plan will be visible for the employee with their balances, whereas the type will be visible for the employee to request for a time off. We'll come back. We'll go into detail in the next class on where we will be creating a particular. So since ZaranTech is giving you the access to your tenants, we'll be going to the next cycle with the hands-on experience where you will be creating a time off and you will be saving it and you will be experiencing it in the worker level. So since I am going through this theory first to make sure that when you get access, you will be able to understand what each fields are supposed to be. Got it. So I think
I'll come back. I'll make sure that I'm understanding. So plan is a balance. Type is a deduction code in employee's eyes, correct?
Exactly.
So in employee screen, type is a deduction, plan is a balance.
Plan is a balance.
Correct.
But
so
for a consultant,
time off is tied to type, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Time off is tied to type, and the deduction happens behind the scene using the type or time off.
Time off.
Time off code, is it?
Yeah. Why? Because the employee is requesting the particular time off using the type. So the type is tied to a time off. So indirectly, the employee, when he is requesting for a time off, the type is being triggered. The type is triggering the time off actually, and a time off is reducing the balances from the plan.
Okay. So that also means employee in any given time can have only one time off, correct? Time off can be multiple for the same type, but a particular employee cannot have multiple time offs.
Yeah, exactly.
Even in the behind the scene, correct? Behind the scene.
Yes. That's a behind the scene thing. So usually what happens, like in a very complex or complicated design procedures, there will be multiple time offs in the same plan.
Okay.
That's why we keep the priority. You remember the priority we'll keep? We'll be defining the priorities of each time off so that when you're requesting for a particular time off, based on the priority, it will be triggered, whatever it is. And it's not like a hard and fast rule that no single employee will be eligible for multiple time offs. No, there will be possibilities where the employee will be eligible for multiple time offs, but that will only trigger based on the priority. You got my point. So when the first priority is, say, for example, normal sick, and the employee is applying for sick, and the normal sick is already having some balances, the priority one will trigger in and reduce the balance. What if the employee does not have the balance for that particular sick, and it is moving to the next possible one?
It is finding the next priority where the balance is eligibility and balance is there. It will reduce from that perspective. So there are complicated scenarios like that.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think I think those are mostly for the carried forward and brought forward cases, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Like let's say you have some 16 hours carried forward from this year, it goes to next year.
Exactly.
The config says first use that 16 hours before using the current year's quota. Correct?
Exactly. Yes.
So then that becomes priority 1. The current fresh quota becomes priority 2.
Correct. Exactly. Yes. So we have a lot of these configurations in place to exhaust what is the carry forward value. Okay. Perfect. So
I don't know whether you have any example, because I'm still confused with the multiple time ops.
Multiple time ops in the sense like one employee
under the time type, right? Under the time type. Any real life example?
Real life example.
Like let's talk about sick leave, right?
Yes.
Sick leave. Sick is a quota, right?
Yes.
Let's say policy is 40 hours per employee, 40 hours per annum. Sick.
Yes.
Correct? And it expires at the end of the year, most of the cases, correct? That's what I've seen most.
Exactly. Forfeited. It's called forfeited. Oh, yeah, forfeited.
Correct. Forfeited expires, at the end of the year.
Yes.
So there is no carry forward. And correct, let's say type is also sick. Time off is also sick, to confuse even more, right? Everything is sick, sick, sick. Okay. So then I have all three separately. Then in what scenario you think I need one more sick in the time off?
Even I'm thinking of a real-time scenario. Can I take this back with me and I come back to you with the real-time scenario? Yeah. Yeah. So I'll think about this, and I might
any
have some
example
answer.
Would do. Any example would.
Sure.
You know what? I'll tell you. I'll give an example.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say I have 2 setup employees. Correct. One is grandfathered scenario. Correct, where you have a merger happened.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
You have a grandfathered employees where they carry forward from their legacy company. Correct.
Yes.
So maybe they might need one type of time off, and the regular employees, right, new hires, existing employees, not come from that M&A acquisition. They need a separate time off. Correct.
Correct. That's a possibility. Okay. Yes, that's a good possibility.
Because we have a similar situation in our company. Okay, we have a grandfather for M&A cases and regular sick time. Maybe in those cases we need separate time off.
Correct. So there are several cases where we have multiple time offs for a same employee were associated with a one single time off type. I'm thinking there's one grandfathered where the mergers and acquisition happens and you have multiple time offs in the past and the existing current company also. That is one possibility. But I have another. I've worked on a different scenario where it explains the right way. I need to go back to my tenants and find that scenario. I'll get back to you with that information. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much. So we have completed almost all the accruals except for the calculation engine, which we'll be triggering next session. I think that's pretty much it for
balance adjustment.
We'll get back to. This is the balance adjustment. That's very easy. This is nothing. We'll discuss it. It requires only 30 minutes, but less than 30 minutes, because balance adjustments is nothing but. I'll give you a short example. Okay. Say you have some hours with you for your vacation, and there is a revision of vacation hours happened in the system, and there's a policy change or something happened, and your HR partner deciding that there should be more hours to be given to employees based on this new revision. Instead of changing, there is a possibility that you can change it based on your effective snapshot date. That is one possible way. But what happens? What if even if I'm putting the effective date, it is not going to change what is available in the past. So to update certain sets of what is available in the past, to update that, Workday uses certain scenarios like adjustments and overrides, where I can create an Excel sheet with all the employees and with all the hours to be overridden and export that Excel sheet into the Workday system and update it like manually. Okay. So, manually in the sense the Excel sheet will be doing it the purpose of updating it, and it will be overriding. Say, for example, you have 5 days of vacation and the override is giving you 15 days of vacation. So when you upload this particular file to the system,
automatically the system is updating that 5 to 15 hours. So that is called override adjustment. So for that purpose, we'll keep an accrual with the adjustments and overrides so that to trigger that particular scenario. And we won't be keeping any calculation on that. We'll be just keeping 0 as a calculation so that it can be overridden easily. Now I'll show you examples. Since you're getting the tenant access, I can show you examples of that. Okay, I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So first thing what we're going to do is over here is that, so follow my steps, what I'm going to do over here. Just remember the steps and you're going to replicate this in a given time. So what our task will be is to task 1, create a monthly period schedule. Okay. So we're going to create a monthly period schedule in tenant. So first command will be like create a period schedule. Sorry, so I'm gonna take this task, create period schedule. So whatever your initials, okay, since put this like this should be the naming convention which we'll follow for this sessions, and that is the name of it. And we're gonna create a monthly frequency 1 period schedule. This will be monthly. See, there will be 12 factors. Can be used in a payroll also. That's different thing. So like we give the usages actually. Presently, we're going only for absence, so we're going to choose only absence. If payroll require this particular monthly plan, they're going to come and put over here, put payroll checked actually, and time tracking people also want this actually. They'll also come back and check over here. So what we're doing is only about payroll. I mean absence. We put absence only here. Now, this you can check it. This is a payroll thing. You don't have to worry about it. Now, we're going to start the start date and end date of this particular period. I mean, for first period, we're going to create for the first period, which is actually the month of Jan. So we are in the month of, we are in the year of 2025. So I'm going to create month is 01, day is 01, 2025. It is already existing in your system, but we are trying to create something for our own purposes. Okay. And we have 31st, sorry, it's a month, right? 01, 31st, 2025. Okay. Now we create one period. Now I'm going to add one more period to it. Okay. In this period, I'm going to put February 02, 01, 2025. Now let's see. I'm not sure how many days does February has here.
28.
February has 28. Okay. 02, 28, 2025. So I created 2 of them. I'm going to create OK. So previously, we were supposed to enter all the 12 dates like that. But now Workday has come up with an option to generate its own actually. So we're going to go to the period schedule monthly, which we created already. Go to period schedule. We're going to generate periods. You're going to click that. It is going to automate the process. So presently, we want how many periods? We already created 2 periods. So we want 10 more periods. Let's see if they can allow me to generate. Yes. Now see, starting from how many? Like this is the last 12/01/2025. This will be the last one. The last one, and the one starting from the 3rd month, because January and February we created, starting from March. So starting from March to December, the system already created it. So anyway, I'm going to click OK. Number of periods is 10. It's not required. So it's just the already existing ones, which is in the system. So we created generated periods. We're going to click OK for that. Just start the alerts to see what is the alert is more than 1 period shares. Yeah, it's fine. So it's a payroll alert because Generally speaking, period schedules are taken care by the payroll consultants and not by the absence. But in certain situations, if payroll has not come up with their period schedules, we are allowed to create just the periods, the start date and end date of the periods by ourselves, but we do not configure anything on top of that. There are no payroll date, no payment dates, nothing. Closing dates, entry dates, that's a lot of different dates. We'll just take care only about start date and end date. And that too with the confirmation from the payroll consultants. And they should be knowing that we have created something for period schedule of monthly. So now we are gonna create view period schedule. I'm gonna view period schedule. Let's say NJ month. See, I found my period schedule. See this period schedule. It will always show the in a descending order. We can always put it in the filter way and all those things. That's not required right now. So we have these many information. Okay. Now I'm gonna stop here. The screen will be shared, but don't worry. I want you to spend some time logging into your tenant and create a period schedule for yourself. So if it is in your tenant, can you do that now?
Yeah.
Please do that. Because we're going to use this particular period schedule throughout the session. Okay. I'm going to go on mute. If you have some question, if you face any difficulties or any questions, please shoot out.
Yes, before creating any time off plans, we need to first initially create the period schedules.
Exactly.
Then only we need to create the plans, right?
Exactly. We need to repurpose the period schedule to the newly created time off plans. Okay.
Like you have to use the proxy only, right? Direct access doesn't allow us to do it.
Yeah, you can use Eric Woolley. I don't have the ERIC space WOOLEY.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, I'm just putting this name here. Yeah.
It's monthly, right? Monthly period schedule, right?
It's a monthly period schedule, yes.
So in the usage, we have other options. So simultaneously, if you're using this for payroll, time off, and time sheet, we can select them multiple at the same time, or else for each and everything, we need to create period schedules differently.
No, that's what I'm saying. For usage, say, first of all, period schedule is created by payroll consultant only. Okay. And in certain scenarios, time tracking people and absent people are allowed to create period schedule, but you should not meddle with their payment date. So in that situation, even if we are creating a period schedule, we are allowed only to select the usage as absence, whatever period schedule we are creating. And you should notify the payroll people that, hey, I have created this monthly period schedule. If you want, you can repurpose this into your payroll site with the necessary updates from the payroll input. So the payroll people will go in and select the same monthly period schedule and update the usages to the payroll also. Once they checkbox the payroll as a usage and absence as a usage and time tracking as usage, this period schedule will be applicable to the entire PAT areas. They don't have to create new monthly period schedule for each and everything. No, it will be a single one.
Okay. So you want us to create manually, or can we use the generate period schedule?
I want you to create by using generate period schedule. That is the easiest way and that's recommended way.
True, but I'm not able to see in the period schedule. I'm seeing just edit and delete.
Okay, can you share your
Yes, please. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yes.
See, when after giving the name, frequency, and usage, I've clicked on OK. So I was able to get this. And when I click on the actions, the period schedule, I thought, I hope you got the generate period, but I'm unable to see, seeing edit and delete.
But did you give any 2 months, 2 periods manually?
I didn't give any manual, anything.
Yeah, you should enter 2 periods at least as manually. Then only the system understands what is the difference, like what is the breaker. Okay?
Got it. Yeah, got it.
Now edit it and add those 2 periods.
It worked for me. I gave only one and I said 11. It took it.
Yeah, one is fine. And just add at least 1 period so that the system understands what exactly you mean by monthly and what's period actually.
So this is the exact period schedule used for payroll, correct? When they say payroll and absence, both.
Yeah, payroll, absence, time tracking, and timesheets always share the same period. So there should not be multiple period schedules on monthly and until and unless the client is recommending for the consultant to do so. Otherwise, it should always be the same. Because in the same period schedule,
some specific reason, correct? Even for client to create it. So there should be specific reason why it is different.
Exactly. Why it is different? Usually the clients will not. Yeah, usually the clients won't be doing, because you see the periods in the same period schedule, you'll find a lot of options. This is like we are looking into only the period of started and ended for the absence part. But if you go to the payroll side, see, there's a lot of information for them to be updated over here. And if you go to the time and absence side, so the time and absence, what is that? There will be a closing entry. See, if I go to this EDI.
Yeah, I'm able to do it.
You should have said instead of 12.
Instead of 12,
I'm saying
11.
you should have said 11 instead of 12 because you already have one, right? If you are creating for entire this fiscal year, one is already out there, you should have said 11. So it would have created 11 plus 1, 12.
Right.
So I have given 12. Does it make any difference? Like, I think.
Yeah, it will create an additional one. So totally, if you enter 2 periods manually and you given for 12, it will create 2 periods extra in the next year also.
2021, 2026 has been added.
Yeah, but that is fine. Okay, you can remove it if you want to in the minus, so that's fine. So just to answer your question, so see this, we have only entered this information. Period started end date. See this payroll payment date, we can manually enter this also, or we can...
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Srinivas, and are we clear with the period schedule? Were you able to generate all the periods?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm just going to answer your question. See, there is a lot more information to be updated in the period schedule. See, we are only entering period started and period end date, but the entire thing will be gone for the payroll. But again, if I'm choosing a time tracking, there will be another column for us to understand what should be the open and close date for the employees to enter time. So that has also been tracked in the period schedule. So period schedule will have a bigger picture when it comes to the entire path. So for the absence, we are only concerned about 2 dates. That is the start date and end date. There's no other information we are right now looking into. That's why we are not going into deep into period schedule. And period schedule is mostly covered in the payroll training. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we are good.
There is an accrual date. Looks like that is different, right? Not the accrual that we have.
No. That is the payroll accruals. That's a different story. The accrual for absence is different and the accrual for payroll is different. Okay, perfect. Now let's go into using this particular time off. So using the period schedule to create a normal non-tracking, what is it called? A time off plan. Okay. So what we're going to do is let me just get that 1 second. Okay, details. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find an employee, first of all. Next is, so I have my monthly period schedule. So now I need to find workers. I need to find test workers.
I have one more question. We have created only for monthly. If it is bi-weekly or annually, we need to once again create the period schedule for that also.
Yeah. If the period's duration is different, like monthly is different, bi-weekly and semi-monthly are all different. If that is different, that is a core difference. If that's a situation, we'll have to create separate period schedules for each type of frequency.
Okay, for annually also we need to create, right?
Yes. Whatever it is, we need to create. If the frequency is different, we need to create a new period schedule. Okay, perfect. Okay, I need to find out people in location, address, country within the United States. Let's see. Brian Kaplan is Chicago. Okay, let's go for this guy. So I randomly chose an employee with the organization, Brian Kaplan, and I'm seeing his supervisor organization, Global Support USA Group, manager of this person. I'm going to his view, worker history. There's nothing much. Okay. So for the time and leave, I have these many requests he already made. See, these are requests he already made in the past. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to his profile again so that I understood that he is eligible for some certain time off plans. Now let's see. I'm going to go for his time off. See, when I click time off, automatically the system was calculating his balance as of, okay, that's happening in the back end. Just want to bring it to your attention. That's it. Now see, there are 2 types of plans here. One is balance is tagged in days, and the other one is balance is tagged in hours. See over here. So we have floating holiday, leaves, paid time off, all these things in hours, and another one is in days. Okay. Now, see this periods over here. I just want to bring this to your attention. These are the periods we created. See the monthly, semi-monthly, Monday to Sunday. That is the periods. Period schedule, because that is the period which has been divided. We will come to it. Okay. Now you know these things. So I just want to create one more scenario. Okay. I need to create a jury duty time off plan, which is tracked in days for Brian Kaplan. Brian Kaplan, to understand his scenario, I'm just gonna go to his overview. So he's in USA. Fine. So watch my steps. I'm gonna put create time off plan. Okay. I chosen this. Name J jury duty. I'm gonna display name is jury duty. Right. It is not position based. I'm not gonna do the position based thing. I'm gonna put track balances just to have that. Remember, we talked about accrue as you go plan. That's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, balance period. I'm going to put current calendar year. So always remember to choose the period end date. That is the most safest one, and everybody uses that as their balance period. Until and unless there is some complication and the client is saying that we need payment date or we need this month or that month. So just want to make sure that it is YTD, current calendar year, based on period end date. Yeah. See this over here. This is the one which we'll be always using. Always keep that in mind. Okay.
In general, most of the cases we'll be using this in real time.
Yeah, in real time, if the requirement is to use the current calendar year as a balance period, we always prefer using period end date because it covers all the population except for the terminated people. Okay.
Okay.
But period started, if you're going to use people who are not completing that period end date will not be considered. I'm sorry. The people who are not starting the period won't be considered actually here. That's the problem. So the clients will say, I don't want new hires to be considered. Then fine, go for the period starting. I won't want terminated people to be considered. Go for the period end date. So it is all depend on the client requirements. But to be on the safer side, consultants use, if it's a current calendar year is a balance period, they always tend to use a current calendar year based on period ended, which sums up the entire population. And don't think that balance period are customized and given to you by Workday. No. You can always go and create your own balance period also. Okay. But that is a very, very niche requirements. Very few customers have already, use that. It just creates a balance period, start date calculation, end date calculation, period indicator. It is not required for this training. It is very complex ones. And even if they give you this scenario, you can always go and get the requirement and what needs to be populated. They'll give it to you and they can just update over here. Okay. But that is not required. See, the period schedule which I created over in the previous task, I got the MJ monthly period schedule over here. So it is getting repurposed actually here. Now I'm going to choose days as my unit of time. Default payslip name is jury duty. It is a good to have thing. It's a brownie point. That's all. And effective date. See the effective date because I choose only the period schedule, which is on 2025. I'm just getting the effective dates starting from that one. So I'm going to choose it from here, 1/1/2025. So whatever I'm going to create will be coming to effect for the employee starting from the Jan 1st, 2025. So next part is, now we have the balance visibility part. Balance visibility, as we discussed, whether to show the balance or not. So in this case, since we're creating an accuracy go plan, the employee should not be showing the balance. So I'm going to put never show balance here. Calendar display, let's put plan type for the employee to see. Overrides allowed is always good to have. Maybe we don't know when the balance getting updated or not, but in this case, it's not required because there's no balance to be updated. And there is no balance transfer default because we're not transferring this balance based on any of the job change or nothing. So nothing.
It's a jury plan. We are selecting this, right?
Yes. Jury plan. For date, I'm just going to choose this one. Anyway, we're not doing anything on the carryover part. There's not carryover possibilities there. And the accrual frequency method, I'm going to put end of period. Sorry, this is an accrue as you go plan. So I'm going to put start of the period because we need to consider the start of the period as well. Okay. Now days to include all days. And I am not going to put lower limit and the upper limit configurations here because it is not required at the moment, because it is always 8 is a default quantity. It's a days one, right? So I'm going to put 1. 1 day will be the default quantity to be when you're requesting for this particular time of plan. Okay. Now comes the accrual part. But remember, we should not create the accrual first. We should create the time off. Okay. I'm going to create subtract from balance first, which is actually, I'm going to go from create time off. So J, jury duty, AYG, copy the same thing here. There's no percent required for this one. Time of type again. I'm going to create a new time of type. I don't want to repurpose anything extra here. MJ, okay, this is a name, so jury duty. This MJ, I'm just putting it there for the reference. Because if what if there is another jury duty created by another person because it's a shared tenant. That's why I put MJ just to make sure that we identify the right time of plans. Okay, and through I'm gonna put time off only. I'm gonna put Toto. There's nothing else required in this part. I'm gonna go to the validation section. I'm gonna put some validations here. There's no much of increments. We don't require much of the validation because it's an accrual as you go plan. Increment should be in 1 day. So I'm going to put 1. There's no half day possibility. I'm just eliminating the half day possibility here. And let's put consecutively maximum as 30. Just to showcase you what exactly. Oh, wait. We'll see if this is a global one or not.
Question, Matthew.
Yes, sure.
So how did you come to create time off? I know you were create accrual, right? How did you get here?
Remember the session which I told you, we should not create accrual for an accrual as you go plan because the time of balance has to be created by the time of request. So time off has to be created, then we should go and create the accruals. You are not clear?
No. His question is, so when we go to the time off tab, in the initial, when we created a time off plan, bottom we have all the options, right? Accruals and time off. Under the time off, once you click create, you'll get this page.
Oh, you're asking how did I land up in this page?
Yeah.
I'm clear. I think I went to accrual because I was trying to do simultaneously with you.
Yeah.
I was in accrual.
Okay.
Now I get it. I'm in time. I'm clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
I'm good. Just an advice, please carefully see what is happening, then you can replicate this.
I'm following. I'm following all the steps. But I thought we also need that. Yeah, that's
fine. So we created this consecutive day maximum 30 and 1. I'll show you the validations because I'm just putting it because it's not required one. We just require only the increments just to eliminate the half day scenario or the 0.75 scenarios and all. So in consecutive maximum, you usually never keep it in the jury duty because we don't know what is the maximum it's going to be. So, but anyway, I'm just going to show you that particular validation. Yeah. This is all not required. There was no overrides and eligibility not required. So this is all steps we require for a work jury duty. I'm going to click OK for this. Now what happened is that the time off is added. It added to this particular plan. So we're good with that. Now, before creating the accruals, we're going to create the eligibility. United States. See, as country I'm choosing, there's multiple options, but I always choose the country. Okay, let's not give any eligibility in this thing. We'll just keep it as a state simple one, United States. Now click OK. Now let's go to the edit again option. Jury duty, accruals. And now I'm going to create an accrual for this particular scenario. Create an accrual. I'm going to put MJ, jury duty, accrual. Yeah, same. I'm going to copy this here, put it down here. Now let's go with this calculation. So, yes, please.
Why did you choose this? You could have directly gone to that accrual tab, no? Why did you go to that, 3 dots and then came to accrual?
No. So I need to edit the time off plan, and inside the time off plan, automatically the accrual will be in the edit mode. So that I can go ahead and create an accrual within the plan, which automatically, when I'm saving the accrual, it gets automatically added to the time off.
Okay.
You got the point? So if I'm going outside this particular plan and making an accrual, I have to bring in that accrual and link it to the time off plan, which is actually a double one. Always use the plan level and make the edits as possible as within the plan. So that once you're done with all this addition and updation of the configuration of other components of time of plan, that particular components will automatically flow into the plan system, so that you don't have to worry about adding it again back to the system. Okay. So I added my ACRCs. It's called absence component related calculations, ACRCs. It has been time of total. I'm just going to put again 10 over here. It is none. Now, if you want this to be friend loaded or anything on top of it, so I need to use scheduler friend load. Yeah, friend load scheduling. Now, it is not throwing me any errors. You see, like we had a lot of errors. There is no errors because I did not choose the friend loaded option here. And I choose only the one which is in the scheduling. So in scheduling, there's no problem. Friend loading is what is happening, whatever is your period, first period of the date. I'm getting the entire scheduling available for every period start date. So there's not a problem for me. Now the schedule is fine. There's no more errors. I am not going for any time of plan overrides. There's not required actually. I know there's no buy options for jury duty. It is not in the time of plan thing. Now see, if I go to the accrual tab again, see the automatically that particular accrual plan is added. There is not a problem. And the best part of this is actually that the effective date, which is we are given over here, will automatically be the accrual effective date for the added accrual and added time off actually. Why? Because we have went in through the time of plans edit option so that it is passed on to the components as well. Okay. That is another beauty of it. So if I'm creating an accrual outside time of plan, I need to define an effective date. So those things is also a problem. So we just eliminated the possible scenarios. Now what I did is I given only very minimal configuration on the eligibility side. I'll show you. Now we have done with this actually. Now it is not right. We cannot just go ahead and make sure that employee is receiving this. Not no. There is a security which we need to consider, but that will be taken care by the security people. But instead to move on with this class, what I'm gonna do is I am gonna make an edit to the security policy here.
I have a basic question over here.
Sure.
So to do this task, what is the security policy need to be?
I'll tell you. So you created a time of plan, right?
Yes.
But in time of plan, how can the employee see the time of plan, right? It should be added to the worker self-service security group. So view edit time of security segment. In this security segment, I have some predefined security segments. Obviously, some people might have created multiple things. I have no idea why this is actually managed. So let's go with this one. Yeah, so look. Now what I can add is I put MJ over here. So then I'm adding this particular AYG to this. I'm hoping this is fine. Let's put this. I've added to this particular time of security segment, which is actually this security segment creation will be a task for the security consultant. They'll be creating this time of security segment and lead time security segment. We just have to go into the right security segment and add whatever you created with time off, not the time of plan, the time off to the right security segment so that the employee will be able to see. Now, what was a Brian Pepper? So I'm just going to put refresh button on him. If the security segment is right and eligibility is right, he should be able to see it. If not, then we'll have to check again. See, in days, yeah, that is not the right security segment because he's not able to see it. Why? Let's add the security segment, differentiate the security segment. Let's see. In the meantime, can you retrace the steps and create time of plan, accruals, and time off? I'll just work on the security and get this thing sorted. Can you do that?
Sure.
Yeah, please. Any issue so far? I'm just not sure which security segments people use in this particular tenant. Even I'm very new to this tenant actually. Still trying to figure out the security segments.
The time of type what you have taken, it's accrual, right? Accruing vacation?
No, I created my own actually, jury duty, with my initials, MJ. Similarly, you should follow SK.
So I need to create now, right?
Yes.
Should I click adjustment allowed?
It is okay if you're not clicking it because we're not making adjustments to the accrue as you go plans. So don't worry about it.
The priority also 1, right? 0.
No. You should not be used. I forgot to mention. So priorities, it is like never give one. It is always advisable to use 2 or 3 digit numbers. If you wanted one, and like first priority, give 10 or 100. Because what if there is multiple time off plans and you're giving one, and that one can be not sure whether somebody has given other value and can get some confusion will happen if it is a single digit number. So it is always advised to start in either in 2 digit numbers or 3 digit numbers. 100s or 101 or something like that. Or 110, one set 10 or 11 actually.
Okay.
When we create it for, in production environment, it has to be 1 or 2.
Come again, Srinivasan, sorry.
I'm saying when we do it in our pods, in our production instance,
yeah,
it could be mostly 1 or 2, right? In most of the scenarios.
In priority.
Yeah, priority.
Yeah, if your production tenant is following a single digit number, you should always stick on to that. You should not change it. But the best practice is always to start with 2 digit numbers.
Yeah.
Because down the road, you're gonna have a lot of changes and updation and new time offs gonna come up, and you're gonna do not use a lot of time off plans, which probably will be having a 1 as their time off priority. So it's gonna create some confusion. So that's why we always keep it as starting it as 10 actually. But that's just a best practice. If your production is following 1 or 2, a single digit numbers, always go stick on with that. Never change that.
So does that, like in the requirement, is it will be available, right?
Yeah, requirement, they won't say anything on the priority. You will have to design it.
Okay. When I'm giving this validation, I have given increments. So the value of the increment will be, what should give in the value?
Value should be 1. You are eliminating the possibility of people taking a half day dual duty time off.
Okay.
The purpose of giving it is to track in days. If you're giving 1 over there, the increment should always be done in 1 day.
So when I click on 1, I'm getting lot of like 2 ones. Which one I need to select?
Yeah, that's what. You should select either the one which you're gonna create, or it's always advised to one which you create, but there is business object which is called common or global. You're allowed to choose that.
Common. Okay. For consecutive days, also the same.
30. Consecutive maximum, you can give it as 30.
No, if we have two, the same thing, category should be common or global, right? To be selected.
Yeah, category comments.
It's taking your period schedule, MJ monthly.
Srinivas, your voice was breaking. So sorry. Can you come again?
Time off plan. I just noticed that period schedule, it picked up your MJ monthly instead of mine.
Why you didn't create SP monthly?
I did create.
Can you share your screen? You have to recreate the entire time off plan, because remember I said period schedule cannot be changed once you selected that and saved it. Now, so you have to recreate this. Then only. So can you go to view period schedule in another tab and see? You won't be able to do anything much on it. But do one thing: put DNU in front of the name so that you can create a new SP dual duty. No, on the beginning, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So you put DNU there. No, you cannot do that. So you have to create a new time off plan. But before that, can you give the command view period schedule and choose SP?
This one. I should have taken this one.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. If this is only created, then you have to choose this one. So you should recreate this. I'll give you time. You recreate the time off plan using this period schedule. Okay. And one more important thing. So in this DNU issue, what happened is that you already created a time off plan, a time off and accrual for this particular plan. Now you cannot reuse the same time off plan and accrual which you created for a different plan to associate the same thing to another time off plan. No. Once you might subtract a time off plan from the accrual or time off from the time off plan, Workday automatically deletes that particular complete configuration. The plan will be intact, but whatever you're subtracting, that is the time off and or accrual plan, will be subtracted. If you subtract it from the time off plan level, it will be deleted from the Workday ecosystem. Workday's tenant. So you won't be able to find it. So you have to create a new one. Okay.
That's anyway associated with that plan, right? I can't use it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So already you have attached that particular time off plan to the time off and accrual to time off plan. You cannot use it for anything else. And by accident.
Because it's part of that anyways, correct? That's part that's associated with that.
Exactly. But what if you accident? Yeah, it is associated with that plan actually.
Correct.
But what if you right now this same example you created a mistake and you wanted to redo the plan and you want to repurpose the accrual and the time off to the newly created plan which is in the correct way. But you cannot do that, even though it is referencing the same things and everything. But that is not allowed in Workday because
that's tied to that one, right?
No, Srinivas. So there is no tying up. Plan. You are associating that particular accrual and time off to the say MJ time off plan with the same time of total of MJ, and you're using everything same. But you just made a simple mistake of that. You measured this particular time of plan in hours instead of days. So now what you want to do? You cannot go back and delete the plan because you need to recreate the entire new plan, but you don't want to spend more time on creating new accruals and new time offs. So you're thinking of trying to take that particular subtracting, removing the association with the plan and freeing the particular time off and adding it to the newly created time off plan. That is not possible because the moment you subtract, so the moment I'm going to put the moment, say for example, this one, I don't know who says this.
So you mean to say once associated with something, it's not reusable, correct? Once associated, it's done. You can't reuse it.
Not exactly for every configuration in Workday, but for in this case, you can always terminate the association. Like you can remove the particular time off from your plan. But one thing which I want you to remember is that it's not the association, it's not the termination. It is the part where the moment you click on, say, this subtract button from a time off, what happens is that Workday deletes the entire configuration.
Oh, okay.
It won't be orphaned. It won't be non-associated. It will be deleted.
Completely. Okay.
Yeah, it will be completely deleted and you cannot find the trace of it. If there's no undo button for this. If you click minus button, it will be deleted. That's it. There's no warning question. Do you want to delete it? That's it. Just want to keep that. Please do keep that in mind. It is mostly the mistake every consultants will be doing when they first creating this. So just want to remind you that. So you guys, I mean, Srinivas, you can go ahead and create that particular time off. We'll wait. And in meantime, Sunil, were you able to create it?
I'm just stuck at accruals. In the accruals calculation, what should I select in the calculation dropdown?
Yeah, type in your time off name.
Okay. Got it. I need to select as total.
Total, exactly.
No, got it. Yeah.
So quickly, I'll tell you the steps. One is first create period schedule.
Yeah.
Then create time off plan, then time off type, then the accrual. Correct?
Yeah. But before going to the time off, after completing the time off, go to the eligibility and complete the eligibility and save it. Yeah.
Before going to what? Time off, is it?
Before going to accrual, I told you, once you create time off, you need to save it. So before hitting the save button, it is advisable to go to the eligibility tab and create the eligibility also. There's no wrong in not doing that, but it is always good to have created that in the first place.
I made it. Yes. Okay.
So what would be the priority?
Again, you can use 10, repurpose 10 over there.
I think I have not created the eligibility. I just created only for worker, employee. I didn't select for United States or anything.
That's fine. You can always go revisit the particular configuration and add the United States over there. It's not a problem.
I think we in the example which we went through, also you have been selected, right? We just went with the only with the employee, right?
Yeah, employee only. Yeah. Same.
And since I've already created a period schedule, I think I can reuse that, right?
Which can you show me? Can you share your screen?
Which is SP, you remember SP?
Yeah. So you only use the one which you created. That's it.
Okay.
Because if you're doing some mistakes, it should not affect the other people's period schedule because it's going to tamper the entire system.
Got it.
So the one which I have created, I think you can also view and you can also check from your system, right? We both are in the same tenant, right?
Exactly. So after this, I'll be always going through your configuration and seeing what are the issues or what are the mistakes you've done. I'll always be checking that.
Okay. I'm done with it. Should I share or you will open on your
I'll open and check in later time because there is an issue with the security right now. There is the segment-based security is not working as expected. So that's why we're not able to see it in the employee level, that particular time off plan which we created. It is not kicking in actually. So I need to check with the security people on this actually. But you're done with your configuration, Sunil, is it?
Yes, yes. Do you want?
No. I'll be revisiting it later. Srinivas?
Yeah, I can create it. I don't want to be, holding on to the training. You can proceed, Matthew. I'll create it.
Yeah, fine.
I'll
But the
create
thing is that, yeah, I think I need to stop this training because the security-based segment group, right? The one which you will be seeing in the worker level, see this configuration. So the plan is not reflecting over here. Let's do some debugging if some else.
Okay, okay. Apart from this, one more thing. Can you share your screen once?
My screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I still not sharing it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're not sharing, Matthew.
Yeah.
So open anything in the second tab. We are able to see the tabs of your thing, but I am not able to see this tab.
Yeah, second tab you can
Yeah.
duplicate.
No. In my system, I'm unable to view the second tab actually.
It will not work. It's standard behavior of any RDC. It you get like this. At a time you can open only one browser. That's it. Not more than one. That's what it comes like. You have to log out and then use this one.
No, that is
Even
not
if
the
it
thing.
allows.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in my tenant, when I logged into this one, I'm unable to see the tabs over the top column.
Here,
I'm just able those things I'm not able to see. Yeah. I'm not able to see those things. I'm able to see only the Workday from the implementation preview.
Oh, okay.
We are able to see it. You just clicked on add the new tab, right? I'm unable to see that add new tab. How did you get that? That was my question.
I don't know. I just clicked on right click and right click, duplicate tab.
No, man. To get that right click, you are able to see the tab above, right? I'm not able to. I'm able to see from implementation. The above part is been not. I'm unable to see that. That's the reason I'm asking.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe
you just click on okay. You are done with this page. You're able to see this all things. I'm unable to see. I'll connect with.
Yeah.
You got an idea on how to create a time off plan, right?
Yes.
Yeah. On top of it, so we discussed about one more thing which we kind of stopped it in between. That is the balance adjustments and override. It is just a theory. I just want to show you this one thing. Yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a theory. Just bear with me for some time. This is actually called termination adjustment. So the scenario for termination adjustment is actually like when you have a non-leave encashment, non-encashment time offs or leaves, in this case, time offs, we cannot encash it and the employee is getting terminated or is resigning. So now what happens is that Workday has a feature where Workday itself will decide when the employee is going to get terminated or is going to resignation date. Towards that date, where Workday will run a termination BP. And in the termination BP, there's a step called time of balance adjustments. So time of balance adjustment, this is actually an HCM side concept. But in the time of plan balance adjustments, termination adjustments, they will group all the balances of the employee, which is existing, and he's not going to use because his resignation is going to resign, assuming. So what happens is that Workday takes all the balances and it gives process it in the system from the absence standpoint. It will be put into zero. It will be nullifying this concept and putting it as zero. But in the backend, it will transfer the amount value to payroll, and payroll will either consider it's a paid or unpaid time. We give the cash to the employee or not. But to make it as zero, and that is an automated process, the Workday will take care of. What if I need to manually do an adjustment in the termination side when before going to termination? I need to manually do a termination adjustments. Now what I can do is that I cannot go and do it without a time off dedicated for termination adjustments. So what the consultant will always do is that they always create a time of termination adjustment. so that at the point of termination, consultants will group together all these termination people and they'll check for their balances and everything. And if they want to do an adjustment, they can simply do a file upload with the updated balances to the system to override the existing balances. So for doing that, we'll create a simple dummy time of adjustment, termination adjustment without no validation, nothing. It's just a plain and simple time off without any configuration. But the configuration, since we're not keeping any configuration in the time off level, that means it is easy for the consultants to go and override it using a manual or an automated web services. So for that, we create a time off termination adjustment. It is the best practice to keep it. Some clients will say that no, it's not required. They'll do it manually. But some clients say that for every time off plan, I want a termination adjustment also, so that the employees, the HR people can go and do the manipulations on their own. So that is the third type of time off which we'll be covering. And there is nothing to say in a broader spectrum. It is always a good to have thing. It is actually used for a very niche purposes for updating the balances at the time of termination. There won't be any calculation, nothing. Even there will be an accrual also designed for that, but that is hardly being used. It is always used in the time off segment and not in the accrual segment. Okay. We'll be designing that also. There's nothing to design, but we'll be also doing that when we are done with the accrue as you go plan, which is actually the simplest time off plan which you can create in the Workday ecosystem. And we kind of did it. We finished the configuration, but unfortunately, due to security issues, I'm not able to show this in a worker level data and request the same time off plan which we created and put the employee on jury duty. I was not able to do it because under the security issue, which I'll be debugging it later. And if you don't have any questions, let's wind up.
Good. But before going that, I need few time. Why? Because we have created jury duty, right? So
Yes.
in the documentation, in the documents, we have a few exercises to be done, right? So could you please walk through us what exactly we'll be having the information based upon that we can create few more test plans as like a practice session. My question is, for this we didn't use much options. Everything was like, as it's a jury, we didn't give the basic things, right? Eligibility, like you need to have one plan to be selected or minimum one. I mean to say that minimum and maximum selections, and few options we didn't select it as it's a jury. So could you please walk through us one example based upon the requirements, how to recognize which data has been given in the requirement and use it in the system?
Definitely. So 1 second, I'll just find a simple scenario for you to work on. 1 second, I'll just get that.
Because it's hardly 3 days. Definitely we'll forget a lot of things. I need to. I'm planning to do some exercise on the system rather than theory part.
Got it. But the thing is that since it's only 3 days since it's the first time you got the tenant access, that's why I'm a bit worried on that. But anyway, yeah.
And do we have any direct number to reach the technical person? His name is also Sunil, right?
Yeah, his name is Sanal, I guess. I'm not sure. You'd be given a ZaranTech tech support number.
It's general number. We don't have the it goes to the reception kind of thing.
Oh, okay, and I'm not sure. He'd be reaching out to me once the session is over. I'll just inform him regarding your issue.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give you a bit of a complex scenario. We haven't touched base on calculation engine, so you can chuck that part of the calculations. Or you can, if you're confident, you can go ahead and do the calculations as well. Let me just. I'm not sure if you can do this, but keep this in the back burner. We'll be working on this scenario soon. Just getting this information.
You mean we are able to cover that, right, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm yet to cover that, but with the security issue, I cannot take it further. That's a problem.
That's fine.
Because security, whatever you do for testing this purpose, testing out the right thing to do, security has to be enabled, and you should be able to see that particular update in the worker level. So to request, that's when you know, yeah, it's done. So, but in this case, we are missing that. So I'm just gonna be reaching out to ZaranTech support to get the security online. Not yet. And the tenant was bid down earlier due to the same security issue. Just trying to. Mails are getting a lot of time. That's why. Give me a couple of minutes more. Just wanna.
Searching, if I may ask you a question.
Yeah, sure, please, always.
Termination that you mentioned, is that something similar to leave encashment?
Which one? The termination part?
Yeah, you mentioned about termination, right? Time of termination. Something about the leave encashment.
No, it's not part of leave encashment. If it is leave encashment, the payroll side will do the leave encashment part. Like they'll fetch the balance and whatever needs to be paid out to you, they'll do the calculation and give it to you. But for others, like there are situations like if it is non-paid and the workday will automatically make it zero, but that hours will be lost. So instead of that, some particular situation, the HR people always ask the consultants to keep a termination adjustment time off in place for them to do any manipulation, which I am not aware of. It is basically to put an exhaust an employee's time off before the termination or something, which probably I think Sunil, you might be knowing better. Does something happen when in termination some people do HR will get into the balances and do some manipulations?
No, I don't know. No idea.
Or Srinivas, any idea on that?
So my question is, because when you terminate, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know the leave encashment, maybe it happens at the payroll side of the house, but on the accrual in each bucket that is eligible for encashment, that should become zero, right? Once the encashment is taken care. So is this configuration done on the payroll side or on the time side?
No, that configuration is on the payroll side.
Even making the accrual zero is also payroll side, is it? Let's take an example. I'll take an example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in my bucket, PTO bucket, I had 200 hours.
Okay.
I'm leaving the company. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And my policy says anything, accrued and not used, accrued and unused can be encashed. Correct. So payroll takes care of that 200 hours and I get paid as part of my final settlement. Correct.
Yes.
So which configuration makes that existing 200 to zero? Once payroll pays, it had to be zero, right? Is that on the accrual side or payroll team?
No, it's not in the payroll side. Whatever the balances you had and it is being made to zero is not part of the payroll. It is part of the absence. That particular step is handled in the HCM BP called termination BP. So wait, I can show that termination BP. So that's being much more convenient for you. Let's put it this way.
I think it has been controlled in the BP of termination, right?
Yeah, that's what termination BP.
Yeah. But there is a task which will go to the approvals where a particular person need to approve, so that from that period there won't be any balances or anything, whatever.
But it won't be going for an approval because it's an automated step process.
Okay.
It won't be an approval. It will be a Workday company.
Whatever, like okay. Automated or approval. It is a BP step. Yeah. Recently, I have encountered that.
Unfortunately, in this tenant BP, there is that particular step is missing, but we can always go and add it. It is like it was actually to do thing when I forgot actually, because it usually done by the HCM consultant, not the absence people will do it. Just putting H. I don't know what is the order right now. So service step, what is service? Yeah. See this one?
Yes, see this one.
Adjust time of balances, at automated leave processing. That is when you are on a leave of absence, and automatically you'll be brought back from the leave, and then you'll be terminated. That is the process here. But for time of balances, whatever the adjustments it will be adjusted to zero. That is what happening here. So it's a service step, and it is not, taken care by anybody. It will be an automated process.
Okay, so this step takes care of making it zero, and that's the trigger for payroll to pay it. Correct? That's the trigger for payroll to pay it.
Yeah, so that is when the adjustment step in the termination BP triggers, the payroll people will get what was the adjusted value. Okay, and if your number of hours or what is the balance you had to, in your case is 200. So the payroll people will understand the 200 hours, and then they will check out of this 200 hours, how much should we pay him? What should be the payment rate depending on your service? There will be a difference of your rate when compared to your position and your service. So that's when they'll check all this information and based on the eligibility part, and then they try to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And let's say I have two separate plans. Okay. One is, let's say, PTO, where the unused time can be encashed. One policy. Second policy, sick time. I have 40 hours, but sick time says use or lose, no encashment. So where do we configure that? It's in accrual, or where is that configured?
Come again. Sorry, I was just putting this in the.
So I have two plans, two time off plans. One is PTO, where policy says accrued but unused can be encashed. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
So I know you explained you need a step in termination, so it gets encashed. That's done. For another plan, which is sick, for example, its policy says, use or lose at the time of, even if you have 40 hours as sick,
yes,
that will not be encashed. Correct? Most of the company sick is not encashed. Correct? It's use or lose.
Yes.
So where is that configured? Saying, okay, if this is the plan, this is how we should do. This is the plan, this is how we should do.
Okay, I'll tell you. So when you create an absence plan inside absence module itself, but the payroll people will understand, payroll will be knowing that which of the plans are paid and which are unpaid. So in the time of termination, the BP step is gonna adjust time of balances to 0 and pass on the value to payroll. And payroll people will be fetching that value and understand which all plan is coming to the payrolls, and of which plan is paid and which plan is unpaid. They will be understanding and segregating, and whatever is in the paid bucket, that will be encashed to the employee. Whatever is the use or lapse, that will be gone in the wind. That's it.
So you mean to say, as part of termination, any unused will be made 0 in the accrual every time, like sick, PTO, everything will be made 0.
Everything will be made 0, but when you get the payroll slip, the final payroll slip, that will be whatever you are getting, the leave encashments, that will be mentioned clearly in that pay slip.
Correct. That is part of a payroll configuration, correct?
Exactly.
So the encashment part is completely payroll configuration.
Exactly. The encashment part is completely on the payroll side. We are just giving the information, passing the information to payroll based on our calculations.
But we are not telling payroll saying, okay, if you see this particular plan, only then you pay encashment. We don't say that, is that in industry?
We do. Yes. I mean, we not. I'm sorry. Absent people will not say that, but based on this plan, pay this. No, we never say that. We configure things, and what we say is what we inform. But the payroll people will be getting the information from the client saying that, hey, I have these many list of this, time off plans, of which do let me know which are paid and unpaid. So this payroll consultants from the client side will inform them that of which these vacation is paid, maybe family FMLA is paid or something like that. So they'll give a list of time off plans which is actually paid. So what happens in the payroll side is that those people those time off plans which is categorized as paid, they bucket them together, informing the system that whatever balances in this one should be paid, will be there. I'm just giving a broad example of how payroll works.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's fine. Yeah. So you mean whatever the plan that is eligible for encashment, maybe on the payroll side, they also need to create the corresponding codes in their module.
Exactly. Correct? Yes, they'll. Yes, that is the calculation for the payroll related payroll specific something PCRCs is called PCGs and PCRCs. I'm not very sure about it, so that's what they call it. That's a different story in the payroll side. So please take a note of this particular question. It's a requirement you'll be working on when you get a free time. It's just an add-on thing. Basically, it is talking about the eligibility is considered only for the regular employees in UK, Canada, and US, and it should be tracked in hours. Accrual frequency should be start of period, and period schedule is monthly. Balance should be current calendar year, and lower limit will be for US it is 0, Canada is minus 35, I guess, yeah, and UK should be minus 70. Time of validations is unpaid time off is not allowed. Maximum 7.5K. 7.5 for United Kingdom and Canada, and 8 for USA. Accrual should be based on Full-time USA, it should be given 10 months. Part-time people should be given 5 months. Canada should be 12 months, and UK should be based on the following point. Based on the service, you should be given this much. Again, in the accruals, whatever you see, it's a completely and based on calculation engine, which we are not yet discussed so far, but you're free to ponder around because it is all about, creating conditions, comparing values, and arithmetic addition, subtraction, multiplication, those things. So you're always free to go around and play around with it. So we can always go and create this time off plan. If you are free over the weekend and you have access to this particular tenant, please do start creating this. We'll handle this case down the road. Okay.
What is the time off plan name?
You can choose. Put your initials always. When you're creating something new in the system, put always your initials, that is SK hyphen, let's call this vacation.
Vacation. Okay.
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 And this is all hours, right? All these are hours.
All these are hours.
9 hours per month, 11 hours per month, 15 hours per month, like that.
Yes,
correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. 0 to 3 years experience in the current company, right?
Why current
Not
company?
previous. Not previous experience, it is current experience.
No. It's always your current company.
From date of hire to whatever that is.
Date of hire to one.
Okay. Right.
Okay. This is for your practice. Okay.
Hey there, want to get really good at tracking time off? Our Workday Absence Management course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday Absence. It's like a smart tool for planning leave, from vacation and sick days to making sure teams always have enough support. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have, and don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a Workday Absence Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.